My stomach protested angrily, and I heard a sweet chuckle from behind me. His arms curled around me, and I felt his nose bury in my hair. "Hungry?" Sion said with sly amusement. Hungry wasn't even the word to describe it. We hadn't eaten, and we never rejoined the others yesterday. Instead, Sion continued to make his loving demands on my body all night long. He was true to his word, making sure he claimed every inch of me. He even very sweetly washed my body in the tub after our last passion encounter. I turned my head to gaze into his warm hazel eyes. "I'm famished," I admitted. "Well then, we had better get you taken care of, my queen." He had referred to me as his queen several times throughout the night. At first, I thought it was just a pet name. However, I was beginning to think there was more to it. "Your queen?" I smiled, arching one of my brows up at him. "Yes, my one and only queen," he said with conviction as he kissed my forehead. He looked in my eyes and his fingers moved to tuck my hair behind my ear. "Did you wonder what this other mark meant?" he asked, moving his fingers to my shoulder. Honestly, I didn't really think much about it. I didn't have any time to think through the night. Sion made sure of that. "This," he moved his hand up to my neck, "is the mark of my lupine, and this is the mark of Anubis." He trailed back to my shoulder. "It is a bit strange. It is like..." I watched him shake his head as he tried to explain. "It is like I am being fed a constant stream of information now, things that I just know but never did before. One of those things is that Anubis is the king of the spirit realm. With my mark, you are now Amput, my queen." I watched as he gave me a sad smile. Bound to be by my side when your living life is over. "I can see where that can be a sad thing for you," I teased, clicking my tongue. "Sorry, but I'm not sorry. You are stuck with me forever." I listened to his airy snort as his lips found my forehead. "I feel like a demon that captured the fairy princess. You are everything to me, and I feel like I can only offer you darkness in return." "Sion, you aren't darkness." I laughed at him but could see his serious face. "You have more faith in me than I do." He sighed and rested his head back. "This darkness has a hold on me. I had to fight it every day before and will always have to fight it. It is worse now. What if I lose?" He stared up at the ceiling with his lips pursed. "Is this how demons are made? What if I become the very demons I fight against?" Everyone has some type of darkness and demons they fight, some more prominent than others. You don't have to fight yours alone. I'm with you, and I will help bring you to the light. And if you ever get swallowed up by the darkness, I'll follow you there and lead you back to the right path. I leaned up and cupped his cheeks in my hands. "I already showed you that you didn't need to fear yourself with me, and that turned out pretty all right." I smiled, biting my lip, thinking about last night. "You mean amazing," he said, curling his lips up. "Right. It was amazing. It was much better once you quit holding back and worrying. It is your fear of yourself that will consume you. That is your real darkness." I moved in and kissed his lips as my stomach yelled angrily, reminding me that I was on the verge of starvation. Sion chuckled and moved to sit up. "Let's get you fed." He moved off the bed and walked over to the door. "Sion," I hissed, looking at his naked body. "They left us clean clothes outside of our door. I told Connor to get some and leave them there." "Oh." I smiled as he cracked the door open enough to retrieve the garments, bringing them over to me. Honestly, we needed fresh clothes. Badly. I reached out for the clothes as I felt a burning pain in my back. I kept my expression controlled because I didn't want to alarm Sion. The mark on my back had a strange energy creeping inside of me. It was dark, but strangely I found it comforting. I wasn't intimidated by the dark like Sion was. I was embracing it. I guess it was different for me though because I associated it with Sion, since he was the one who gave me this mark. Also, I think my body was already familiar with it since I attached myself to his soul, which is still a bit creepy when I think about it, especially when I never planned to do it. Inwardly, I had to laugh. Sion thought he was the monster, but I was the one who laid claim to his soul. Maybe I was meant to be a soul collector? At least I was Sion's soul collector. I couldn't help the smirk that crept over my face as I finished getting dressed. "What?" Sion asked, looking at me with a crooked grin. "Nothing, I was just thinking." I smiled, biting my bottom lip. "About?" he asked, reaching out to place his hands on my hips. I shrugged and looked into his eyes. You don't think I am a monster, but I attached myself to your soul without even asking. I didn't even know what I was doing. I just did it. I was already a soul collector before you marked me. His eyes looked warmer as his hand moved up my back. I collected yours. Does that make me a monster? How could you ever be a monster? His fingers were now tracing over my neck. Want to go find Hazel and ask her? Or pull most of the sulfur pack? I watched as he scowled, not finding what I said amusing. My point is, there are more things that point to me having a darkness than you. If you are going to call yourself a monster, then you must call me one as well. His eyes smiled at me as he leaned his forehead against mine. I love you so much. He nuzzled his nose against mine. I wonder if Reapus was just saying you shouldn't mark me again because he wanted you to take multiple mates? I looked at him and watched his eyes darken. Never going to happen, but I don't think that was it. I felt a weird spiraling sensation inside of me, but you stopped it immediately. I did? This was news to me. I didn't feel anything weird in that sense. He smiled at me as his nose traced over my cheek. Yes, your energy inside of me stopped it as soon as it started. His lips brushed against my skin, and his eyes trailed to my lips. I'm getting hungry. I could see where this was going. Not happening. Unless you want me to die of starvation and start our life in the spirit realm early, I need real food. His lips landed on the tip of my nose, and then he swooped me into his arms. Sion, I gasped, wrapping my hands around his neck. I can't have you expending unnecessary energy. I need to treat you like the queen you are, he said as he carried me out of the room. Sion, put me down. I hissed, tapping his shoulders while he laughed. He raced down the stairs, and I giggled as he paused at the bottom. You don't know which way to go, so put me do. He sprinted down the hall with a wide, toothy grin. You act like I don't have a sense of smell. He laughed as he charged us into the dining room where everyone was already seated for breakfast. Hurry! She needs food immediately. She is in imminent danger of starvation, he voiced boisterously, making everyone in the room laugh. Here, Kai said, moving a plate of stuffed French toast across the table. I'll wait for the next batch. I'll remember your sacrifice, Sion continued to tease as he lowered me into a seat. Here, let me feed you. I laughed and swatted his hand away. He grinned and took the seat next to me as a fresh stack of pancakes and more French toast was set on the table. I trust you slept well? Connor asked with a smirk. I looked down and concentrated on the food in front of me. I could feel my ears getting hot and knew my colorful embarrassment was all over my face. Did you find out which way that wolf went from last night? Sion asked, changing the topic for my benefit. They went in the direction we already assumed, Denny said, and I looked up between the two men. Which direction? What pack were they from? I asked. It was a member of the Diamond Pack. We are fairly certain about this, but not sure why, Jude said, staring at his hands. I think they are watching what is going on here. After all, their beta was here when the fire happened, Joey said, glancing up at Jude. The fire that had killed Taylor. I looked up at Jude. His eyebrows were pursed together as he looked down at his plate quietly. I wonder how he had been handling everything. From finding out Taylor set me up to her being killed, it was no loss for me. However, I'm sure it was a lot on Jude. I think we can assume the Chance Pack has also caught their attention with the odd movement, Denny said as he looked up at Sion, which is probably a good thing. Right, but we need to reach out to them. I want them to be aware that the Chance Pack is being manipulated, Sion said with a small frown. I knew he had mixed feelings about this because of the Lycan Princess. I would be more than happy to reach out to them on your behalf, Demetri said. My family has a good relationship with them. Thank you, Demetri. I appreciate it, but this can't be done over the phone, Sion said, looking over at him. There are too many things that could go wrong with a phone call. It is a risk that the call could get intercepted too. I understand. Demetri was quiet for a moment before he spoke again. We will head to the Nova Pack. It is closer to the Diamond Pack. We will be able to meet up more easily that way. The Nova Pack? Denny asked, furrowing his brows. I have not heard of them. That is because they are underground. Demetri looked up at me. Wouldn't it be best to stay with us? Andrea asked, and Denny nodded his head in agreement. No, I think given the mixed feelings in the sulfur pack, it is safer for Clover not to stay here. Sion said as I watched his discerning eyes travel over the maids who were picking up plates from the table. I noticed the cold glare of one of the Omegas as she sat a fresh pitcher of juice on the table. They were clearly upset over what happened to Hazel. She couldn't have Sion, but maybe banishing her was a bit extreme? Was it necessary to banish Hazel? I asked Denny. I didn't want to step on his toes as the alpha, but it did seem a bit harsh. I watched as he sighed and nodded his head. Yes, it was absolutely necessary. This isn't her first offense. She has been talking back to the officers lately and showing a lack of respect to my Luna. He looked over at Andrea and frowned. Also, she was already given a warning when she threw a going-away party when you left. I could see he looked ashamed to even say that last part. Honestly, it stung a little bit, though I shouldn't have been surprised. I should have kicked her out then, but instead I gave her a warning. Her attitude has seemed very uncharacteristic lately. She had never acted like that before. In either case, she brought banishment upon herself. Denny was right. I can't remember a time when Hazel was out of line. She was always respectful and did her duty without complaint. I was curious why she had changed so much. Alpha. A man's voice came from the doorway. Taylor's father, Drew, is demanding we allow them access to their daughter's remains for a proper burial. Denny groaned and rubbed his forehead. We are not done with our investigation. I think you will need to talk to him. He is very agitated. The man said, and Denny nodded his head. We need to get going anyways. Sion said, looking over at me. I already know what he was thinking. He didn't want to stay any longer than he had to in a pack that was potentially dangerous to me. I'll have some necessities prepared to take with you. Do you need to borrow some vehicles? Denny asked as he stood up from the table. No, we can't take vehicles. Demetri spoke up. We will need to be as discreet as possible. Denny nodded his head. Come with me, I'll only be a moment, and then I will get you the things you need for traveling. That isn't necessary, Sion said politely. I watched as Denny's eyes came to rest on me. It is necessary. He smiled as he looked at me for a moment and then nodded his head. Furthermore, I insist. He then looked up at Sion. Let me do this. Very well. Sion wrapped his arm around me, gazing down at my eyes. Did you get enough to eat? I felt like that had more than one meaning to it. I smiled up at him and shrugged. The imminent danger of starvation is over for now. I'll try to take care of your needs better, he said, winking down at me. I placed my hand over his as we all made our way out of the pack house. Near the site where Taylor had been killed was a storage facility. There were backpacks that were always ready for traveling and expeditions. I knew we had to head this way, but I really wasn't thrilled to see Drew again, especially with how he was with me last time. I could already hear his loud snarls as we approached the site. I felt Sion halt as his hand gripped into me. His eyes flashed gold as his gaze locked on something. Sion? I whispered, looking up at him. I can see, he muttered as his brows furrowed. I turned to look in the direction he was. The world moved in and out of focus, turning from green to gray. This was when my lips parted in shock. There was a body curled up with their head buried on their knees. It was the soul of the person killed, Taylor. Note, next update will be on the 11th. Clover? Sion? Connor said, making me look back at him. He was looking around as if Sion and I weren't there. Calm your wee self. They just took a stroll to the other side. Stilt said from nowhere. Seriously, this guy needed to wear a collar with a bell on it, so we knew where he was at. I looked at my hand interlaced with Sion and wondered if it was because I was holding his hand that I was able to come here with him. That, or because he marked me, I was able to. It was like we were in an in-between state right now. Not in the spirit realm or in the living. I felt Sion's hand tighten on mine, and I looked up at his pinched eyebrows. It looked like he was fighting against something once again. Keep going. I heard Reapus' voice, though I didn't see him anywhere. She isn't a vengeful spirit. You will need to come all the way, Sion. I could hear the annoyance in Reaper's voice. This guy was getting on my nerves, but at the same time, I felt like he was trying to help. If she wasn't a vengeful spirit, he could have led her to the other side. where she could decide to rejoin the life pool or be at peace. Yet, he had left her, which had me wondering, did he know Sion and I would be together all along? What game was being played here? Sion? I looked up at him and smiled. I'm not leaving your side, besides, this is our destiny anyways. It isn't that. Sion's tone seemed edgier than normal as his eyes flickered to golden. A dark cloud of dust danced around us. I noticed how his arms started to turn colors, and it seemed to control Sion's mood. Was it necessary for him to shift into this Anubis form? It might be the form granted, but he was Sion. He should have control over his forms. I squeezed his hand, digging my nails into him slightly, forcing his golden eyes to look at me. You aren't going into battle, don't shift. A black mist covered us as I stared into his glowing amber eyes that faded to a warm hazel color. The mist swarmed around us in a maddening circle. Then it suddenly fell to the ground with a hissing sound. I was holding on to Sion's hand, and we were both staring at one another. You officially creep me out, Reapus said, and I turned my head to see him standing right next to us. He was examining Sion and me with an odd expression. He was still wearing his hat, only his silver eyes were not hidden by the rim. Only Endymion would collect such a creature. What? I said with my brows furrowed. Interesting, you are cloaked with Anubis, but keeping your form. Huh, well, I'll be damned. Reapus chuckled, leaning back on his heels, looking very intrigued. His eyes then flashed to me, and he stepped closer. May I? He asked, looking at my shoulder. Sion growled and narrowed his eyes at Reapus. Calm down, I just want to see the mark. I'll show it to you then, Sion growled and pulled my front against his chest. He then pulled down my shirt to reveal the mark he left on me. I glanced over my shoulder to see Reapus staring at the mark intently. His lips were pursed and he looked perplexed. Is there a problem? I asked as I turned back around to look at him. Never mind. Reapus cleared his throat and looked away. Never mind? Well, I am not done talking with you. I clicked my tongue as he looked at me, shocked. What is the big idea of giving Sion another mate and wanting him to? His eerie chuckle started off soft before it turned into a boisterous rolling laugh. He finally stopped and his eyes looked at me with amusement. You have some nerve to speak to death like that, but given what you are, I guess it makes sense. He then smiled as he stared at me. You are a clever lady. Follow the breadcrumbs that are being left for you. I can't put a sword in your hand and swing it for you. However, I can point you to the sword and in the direction you should swing it. I can also delay collecting a soul or create a mate to help your mind connect the right dots. His eyes were gleaming at me as if he was telling me to understand. So the mate pull wasn't because you want me to have many mates? Sion looked at him confused and Reapus laughed. You believed that? That was a joke, Reapus snickered. Hilarious, Sion said tersely. So you created a bond with Hazel for a reason, and you didn't collect Taylor's soul because you were giving us the opportunity to talk to her. That means you already knew Sion and I would be together. You already knew that he would. Reject Hazel outright? Die and become Anubis? Yes, to all of the above. He nodded his head as he stared at me. Just keep using that brain of yours. You'll figure it out. Starting with the soul that I haven't collected yet. I watched as a smirk formed on his lips. Taylor? He shrugged and turned his head. Is it though? My eyes widened as I looked behind Reapus. The girl was still sitting on the ground with her head on her knees. However, now I could see her better. This girl was not Taylor. My mouth parted in shock as my mind began to race. Clover? Sion asked as I shook my head. That isn't Taylor, I whispered out, still in shock. If that wasn't Taylor, then did that mean she was still alive? And if she was, then where was she? What? Sion looked at the soul and then at Reapus. Who is she? Reapus sighed with annoyance and motioned over to her with his eyes. He was clearly saying that is why I left her here, so go talk to her. Perhaps if the moment wasn't so serious, I would have laughed. But this was a crazy moment. I needed to know who this lady was and what she knew. Instead, Sion was the one to shake his head and click his tongue. Your dramatic theatrics are annoying. It is really dumb if you think about it. You can't tell us directly, but you can gift wrap us the answers. Sion said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Just accept your gift and be happy there is someone out there helping you. because without it, you would be swallowed up by the darkness that is coming. Reapus' tone was dark, and it didn't leave room for questioning. There was a depth in his eyes, a knowledge of something that made a chill creep up my back. You know what? I really didn't want to know what he knew. What was really at work here? It seemed like whatever was happening was bigger than what was happening to us. I guess that was the answer. We played a role in a much bigger picture. All I could concern myself with was the now. That was what I needed to focus on. I would gather the clues and hints that are left. Reapus was right on that point. Just accept the gift. Right now, I was confused and would gladly take whatever help that I could. I looked at the girl and began to walk towards her without saying anything else to Reapus. Sion stayed by my side as we approached the soul. She stayed there, still quiet, with her head buried in her legs. "Excuse me," I whispered out. I watched as she lifted her head to look at me. She has wet stains streaking down her face, and my heart instantly hurt for her. "Do you, Damen, what should I say?" I didn't want to sound insensitive. "Hey, tell me who killed you. Oh, by the way, sorry you are dead? Do you know what happened? Why you are here?" Sion asked as his hand rubbed my lower back. The young lady nodded her head. "They killed me," she whispered, making my breath hitch. "They? Who killed you? What happened? Who are you?" I asked, and she settled her gaze on me. I didn't recognize her at all. At first, I had thought it was someone else from our pack, but I didn't recognize this face. I came to visit with a group of other ladies. We were visiting packs looking for our mates. This was a normal practice. Sometimes small groups would travel from pack to pack once they came of age, hoping to find their mate. I had been at the sulfur pack for a few days and became friends with Taylor. I watched as she swallowed. A man came to get me and told me that Taylor wanted to see me. I followed him, and he shoved me inside a building. And a man? Who? Someone Taylor was close to. I felt my heart thumping against my chest as I tried to keep my composure. Taylor looked inside the window and smiled, saying my body was identical to hers in size. She said no one would know. Then I watched the woman's hands begin to tremble. She moved from the window, and all I remember is eyes that glowed. Then it was so hot, I couldn't get out. She stared at her hands. I died. I never found my mate. I never had children. There was so much I wanted to do, so much I wanted to pass on. Her voice was now high-pitched in crying sobs. I could see black smoke beginning to circle her body. I felt like this was the beginning of her losing herself. "But you still can." She looked up at me, and I forced a smile. "You can rejoin the life pool. You can be reborn and start all over again." I glanced over my shoulder to Reapus. "He can lead you on to the next path in your life, whatever it is that is planned. But could you tell me something? The man, did he have a name? Can you describe him?" "I never heard his name. He had brown hair and was tall. That is all I know." "Well, that narrows it down to almost anyone. That could be Joey, Jude, Denny, or most of the men in the pack. Logic, though, would point to men Taylor was close to. There was another person there as well. I couldn't see them, but I heard a woman's voice. Once again, this could be anyone. "I'm so sorry for what happened to you." I reached my hand out to her. "You deserve to find your happiness. I'm sure you will be rewarded with it if you are reborn again." She placed her hand in mine. It felt like ice and sadness. There was so much grief pooling inside of me that it was hard to breathe. This was her pain, her sorrow. "Are you ready to walk with me?" Reapus was next to us, his hat covering his eyes once again. He watched as the soul nodded her head. "Then follow me and choose." He took a few steps and turned to look at Sion. "I'll be back for you soon. We have work to do without her by your side." A second later, he vanished with the soul of the girl. I turned to look at Sion. My mind was racing. It was Sion that said the words I wasn't allowing myself to think. Could Jude have been the man? He was Taylor's boyfriend, right? As Sion said the words, I licked my lips and shook my head. If it was Jude, he betrayed us all. He lied. He hated me. Gods, please. I continued to shake my head and I felt Sion's arms come around me. He pulled my head to his chest and held me tightly against him. No matter what, I am here, Clover. We will figure it all out together. His gentle tones washed over me, calming me down. I knew that it being Jude could be a possibility, but I didn't want to believe it. It hurt to believe it. Now what? I whispered in his chest. We shouldn't show our hand. It is the only advantage we have right now. We can use this to our advantage. Not to mention, we don't know who we can even tell. I knew what he meant by this, but I couldn't stomach that either. He was saying we couldn't trust Denny or Joey. Was it wrong of me to have faith in them? Or was this just the pathetic part of me holding on to the fake family I believed I had with them? We follow the breadcrumbs, I whispered, thinking about what Reapus had said. How did Hazel come to play in all of this? He put us on her trail for a reason too. Or was it more about the mate bond? Was this what was suspicious? Could Hazel have been the other woman the soul heard? Did Hazel live alone? Sion seemed to be thinking the same thing I was. Yes, she lived by herself. Do you think Taylor would have stayed with her? Would she have hidden herself at her place? Sion. I pursed my lips and pushed back to look at him. Taylor was working with demons, the same demon that caused. I stopped and could see the darkness in his eyes. He already knew. The same demon that killed his parents, the same one Dr. Snyder was working with. It was all connected. I was still missing what exactly was tying it all together. Unless it was me. Dr. Snyder wanted a Sheya. It was the reason she had the light to notify her of a Sheya's presence. But how was Taylor involved in this? How did she get involved with Dr. Snyder? Where was the connection? This had to do with me. But how did those two work? Taylor would have told her about the possibility of me being a Sheya. Did she know from the day I arrived at the chance pack? Was she already waiting for her opportunity? Then why try to kill me? Why would Taylor set me up to be killed? Or was that not the real purpose? I felt Sion's grip around me tighten, and I looked up at his gold-flashing eyes. I could see he was deep in thought as a growl reverberated in his chest. Did he also put together that I was connected to it? Sion? I can keep you here, Clover. They won't be able to touch you here. Sion? I smiled and reached my hands up to cup his cheeks. We have to save the chance pack. We have a life to live. No matter what, I won't be afraid to continue to live my life, especially now that I have a future. I'm excited to create with you. I could lock you up here, where no one can ever harm you. I giggled and smiled. Now you sound like all the other alphas. I watched as a warm smile reached his lips as his eyes returned to Hazel. Besides, you couldn't even if you wanted to. I watched his eyes dance in amusement. I could just order you to do what I want. Silly woman. He grabbed my hips, pressing himself against me. You could always order me to do what you want, even without your Sheya powers. He then lowered his head and melted his lips against mine. No matter how complicated things were or were about to get, I had Sion. I embraced the warm tingles and inhaled his heady scent. Together, we would overcome this challenge. We weren't in this alone. Even if I did end up dying, I would end up with Sion, here in the spirit realm, for all eternity. Note, update will be on the 15th. Sion wasn't an expert in traveling between the realms. It seemed like he naturally gravitated to the dark spirit realm. It was harder for him to go back to the living realm. However, I was being pulled back to the other side. I could feel the connection, and it was where my body wanted to go. San, I whispered, interlacing my fingers with his. Think about who is on the other side, your friends and family. Let that feeling guide you. You are right beside me. My mind naturally goes to you. It's where I want to be, wherever you are. Who are you thinking of? His voice was a bit edgier with an almost growling tone. Sion is touchier and more possessive as a lupine, or maybe it is Anubis. In either case, is it weird that I kind of like it? I guess it comes from no one ever wanting me. I didn't mind a bit of possessiveness for once. I smiled and squeezed our fingers together, looking at them for a moment. I could feel the warmth creeping over my face as I lifted my gaze to him. I think of our home, our future, our children. We are going to have a wonderful family. We will have a home that you love. We are going to figure everything out, and we are going to come out on top. Remember, we can't tell anyone in your old pack about Taylor. I know. His eyes softened as he looked at me. I know you are close with the officers and Denny, but right now, it is best to assume the worst and hope for the best. I just worry about the danger they are in, without them knowing they are at a disadvantage. His eyes trailed over my face as a small smile reached his lips. My concern is for you. Until we have more information, we have to be cautious. His eyes flickered with a dark amber and hazel coloring. And once we find out who our enemies are, we will destroy them, including their souls. Destroy their souls? I asked, seeing the dark amber of his eyes holding color. Once we kill them, I will pop over to the spirit realm and destroy their souls. For the crimes they commit against my mate and my pack, they won't get a second chance at life. You don't believe in second chances? And maybe them doing better in the next life. I chewed on my bottom lip as I stared at him. He leaned forward, pressing his forehead against mine. His amber eyes glowed, though his expression was softer. Anyone who has malicious plans against you will not get another chance. For messing with my queen, the penalty is annihilation. I can't be benevolent when it comes to you. I guess I could see where he was coming from. If someone was trying to cause Sion harm, I don't think I would be for them having a second chance either. I only felt that way because it was myself. I guess I have some scars that still affect me. I feel like because it is me, they can have a second chance. I never realized the mental number the sulfur pack did on me. I still believe in second chances, but I understood. If someone hurt Sion, I could feel my blood beginning to boil just thinking about it. I understand, however, if any of them are being manipulated, it is different, right? I raised my eyebrows, pressing into his forehead. He chuckled and kissed the tip of my nose. As you wish, my queen. If they are being manipulated and they end up dying, I will spare their soul. Then it will be up to Reapus what happens to it. My lips parted in shock as I moved my head away from Sion's. The whole time, I had been thinking about just eliminating the bad guys. I didn't think about those who were being manipulated. If we end up fighting against them, we might have to take their lives in order to survive. It felt like my throat was constricting as I tried to breathe. We might have to kill innocent people. I just realized how vital it was for me to be able to use my powers. And even then, there could be casualties of the innocent. It was disgusting. How could they use people like that? How could they waste their lives so senselessly? Sion's hand moved and gripped around my back. He pulled me back into him as his other hand cupped my chin. His head came back to mine and his eyes pierced into me. We may have to kill innocent people. What if I can't get my powers under control? The casualties will be even worse. My voice trembled as his thumb tightened on my chin. If we do nothing, the casualties will be astronomical. It will spread through the packs like a plague. They will become mindless zombies doing someone else's bidding. His eyes softened as he looked into mine. We will do what we have to. Innocent lives may be lost, but that is with all wars. Innocent people are always casualties. Don't put so much pressure on yourself, Clover. It is going to be okay no matter what. I have to be able to help. There will be way more lives lost. I felt like I needed to become an expert in my powers yesterday. How long would it take me to be able to cleanse a pack from mind control? Can I master this in just a couple of days? We didn't have much time. We couldn't hold off forever. His soft lips were suddenly locked onto mine. His hot tongue plunged into my mouth as he held me captive. He caressed my back as his other hand cupped my cheek. Don't do this to yourself. We are not the ones who caused this. The deaths are not our burden to bear. We will do everything we can, but we have to stop what is happening. What even is happening? What is the point of all of this? I whispered against his lips. Right now, we don't have an answer to that. But does it matter? Whatever their reasoning is, they are hurting and manipulating others. Maybe, if we know why, we can stop it. I looked up at Sion's golden eyes. He smiled at me and shook his head. We can only work with what we know, Clover, and the things we can do. Sion was right. There was only so much we could do on our own. This was why we needed help. We need to get back. We need to go to the Nova Pack and get in touch with the Diamond Pack. We need to prepare to fight. I could see the sadness in his eyes as his lips curled down some. I wish you didn't have to fight. I snorted and gave him a crooked smile. Do you think I want you fighting? I can't wait until this is all over so we can concentrate on us. I nodded my head up at him. It was sad that we were new mates and we hadn't gotten to enjoy the honeymoon phase. It has been non-stop chaos and danger. I looked forward to living my life with Sion quietly, learning to be parents together. It was like the dream was being dangled in front of me, but just out of reach. Soon, my love, soon. Sion cooed to me as if reading my mind. He pressed his lips against my forehead, holding me close. I felt the shift in the atmosphere as the colors began to swirl around us. The heavy, stagnant air was lifting, and color was beginning to flicker in. Sion was doing it. He was transporting us between realms. Sion, Clover? I heard Connor's relieved voice, and I glanced around, seeing we were back in the living realm. Taylor's father was gone, so that must have been handled while we were gone. I wonder if he knew his daughter was alive, and he was just playing the part. What happened? Denny asked, looking between the two of us. I'm still getting used to this new power I have. I just got sucked into the other realm, and it took me a while to figure out how to come back. Sion said, looking down at me. His eyes were his usual warm hazel coloring. We need to investigate Hazel's home and see if Taylor's scent is there. Sion mind-linked to me. I hated this part. I hated lying to them. I was an officer of the Sulfur Pack, and it feels so wrong to not trust Denny. Luckily, we would pass up Hazel's home on the way out. However, if someone sees us snooping around, it will get back to Denny. And I don't know what to say if he questions me. I trust Denny, and I want to believe in that trust. Maybe it was because we were mates, but I felt like I could believe in him. He came for me when I was being attacked. Jude told him I needed help, and Joey always had my back. They wouldn't have. Right? If one of them was involved, I think something will break inside of me. Clover, are you all right? Joey asked, looking at me intently. I swallowed and nodded my head. He tilted his head down, and one side of his mouth twitched as he pursed his lips together. He raised his eyebrows at me as if to say, I know you better than that. She is fine, Sion growled, pulling me into his side. It is a mental drain traveling between realms is all. If you need to stay another day, Denny began to say, but Sion instantly cut him off. We appreciate that, but we need to get going. We don't know what type of damage is being done each day. This has to end as soon as possible. So if you have those travel supplies, yes, of course, this way. Denny nodded his head towards the storage building. I could feel Joey's eyes on me, but I wouldn't make eye contact with him. What is it like over there, in the spirit realm? Odell asked. I looked up at her and decided I would use it as a means to explain any weirdness Joey might be sensing. It's dark. It is as if the color has been drained from the world. The air is thick. It isn't at all what I expected. It is like a world of death. Are you worried about living there? Odell asked, and I wondered if she was just asking questions or if she was trying to help me out. I opened my mouth and paused as my brows furrowed. It will take some getting used to, but I'll be with Sion. We will manage. I smiled up at him as he smiled down at me. Here are the bags. Take several of them, Denny said. Okay, Demetri, this is where you come into play. Shift and be our pack horse. Logan grinned widely, looking back at him. What a clever puppy we have here. Demetri rolled his eyes, grabbing a bag. I'll carry Clover's. He winked at me with a smile. From the corner of my eye, I could see that Joey still looked concerned. Thank you for the provisions, Sion said politely. You are more than welcome. Let us know what the plan is. We are here to help with whatever lies ahead. Denny's eyes met with mine. And be careful out there. You be careful too. I smiled at him, wishing I could say more. There was something going on in the Sulfur Pack. I don't know what or who all was involved. I felt like I was doing him a disservice by not saying more. He could be in danger here. I felt Sion's hand squeeze my waist gently. I looked up at him and was met with his warm eyes. Ready? He asked, and I nodded my head. Ready. I made eye contact with Joey as we walked away. It looked like he had more he wanted to say. I watched as his lips parted, and then he closed them. This is necessary until we know who is involved. Sion's voice echoed in my mind. Maybe it was necessary, but it still didn't sit right with me. Where is Hazel's house? It will be the last house next to the tree line. I looked ahead and focused on the task at hand. I needed to see if I could pick up traces of Taylor. If she had stayed with Hazel, would she have left with her? Or would she try to hide in the house? So what is going on? Odell finally whispered when we were far enough away. So she did pick up on something. By the looks of everyone else, they all did. We will talk about it later. Sion said, quickly shutting the conversation down. Odell nodded her head and trailed back slightly behind me. I saw the tree line, and my eyes focused on Hazel's house. The closer we got, I started to pick up traces of Hazel's scent. We walked right next to the building and stopped. I didn't smell anyone other than Hazel. I shook my head as I looked up at Sion. His lips pursed as we quietly walked away. We were both reeling in confusion. I think both of us were certain Taylor's scent would be there. We were at the edge of the Sulfur Pack territory when the wind swirled past us. I froze and looked up at Sion. On the breeze were two familiar scents, Hazel's, and it was Taylor's. The scent wasn't fresh, but it was there. Sion didn't know Taylor's scent, but he recognized Hazel's right away. We both started walking in the direction of the scent. We crossed the border and headed into a thick forest heavy with pine trees. The scent was getting stronger, and then my eyes focused on some pine limbs bent strangely. "Sion," I muttered, and he nodded his head. His eyes focused on the same thing. We walked up to it to see a shelter had been made. The heavy scent of Taylor and Hazel were both present. They were working together. But why? Why were they even involved to begin with? What was the connection? And the loaded question, who else from the Sulfur Pack was involved? One answer, and a lot more questions. Sion sighed, looking back at the others. When we went to the spirit realm, we found out that Taylor wasn't killed in the fire. It looks like this is getting more complex. We need to be vigilant and trust no one in the Sulfur Pack. Now that hardly seems fair. A voice called out from behind us, making me snap my head in shock. I squeezed my hands together and bit my inner lip, feeling guilty as hell. His green eyes met directly with mine as I took in a shaky breath. "Joey." Sion took a protective stance in front of me. I watched as Joey immediately scowled and glared at Sion. "Who are you protecting her from?" Joey growled. "Anything and everyone I have to," Sion challenged back. I watched as Joey's eyes drifted to mine. A small smile reached his lips, and he tilted his head to the side. "Do you need to be protected from me, Clover?" Joey said, making my chest ache at the pain in his voice. I stepped forward, out from behind Sion, and shook my head. "Clover." Sion's eyes shifted to the side while he still faced forward towards Joey. "I know Sion, but I pursed my lips together as I looked up at Joey. I trusted him. I know there was a lot at stake, but I hated this. I know she is your mate, and you are just protecting her, but I would never hurt her. I loved her first." My lips parted at the loud declaration he made. He looked at me as if saying, "I told you I really loved you." A rough chuckle left Sion's throat, and Joey straightened up to stare at him. "You loved her first?" Sion snorted. "No, you didn't." "Yes, How long? 1 year? 2 years?" Sion growled. 2. Joey's arms trembled slightly, but he got control over them. I could see just how emotional he was right now. No doubt he felt hurt that he was being treated like a threat. 4, Sion said quietly as he gave Joey a small smile. I was afraid he was going to get angry, but instead it looked like he was calm. I knew he must be struggling, but he was staying calm for me. "For 4 years I have loved her. For 4 years I have searched for the girl who disappeared from my side because of what your pack had done to her. She didn't think that I—" Sion sighed and continued to stare at Joey. "This isn't personal. I told Clover she couldn't tell any of you from the Sulfur Pack. We need answers," and with Sion was in the middle of talking when a growl reverberated in Joey's throat. I watched as he lifted his nose and his eyes darkened. "Taylor, that is alive? Is that what this is about? Where is she? What the hell is going on?" Joey stepped closer, eyeing the shelter behind us. His eyes flipped to mine, and I could see all the questions swarming. "What is going on?" he said softer. I listened as Sion groaned and rubbed his forehead. There are more people from the Sulfur Pack involved in all of this. It seems like this is all connected, somehow. "Where is she at?" Joey asked, looking around. "The trail is old, and she wasn't alone. It leads away from the Sulfur Pack. I don't think there is a point in tracking them down right now. We have other pressing matters that need dealt with first." His eyes moved to mine as he seemed to be contemplating something. "If you want to know what we know, you have to come with us. I'll tell you when we are out of mind link range." I watched Joey's brows pinch together and he nodded his head. "I'm coming." He didn't hesitate. I'll let Denny know I decided to go with Clover for extra protection. He will understand this. I could see something flicker in Sion's eyes. They flickered golden briefly before they returned to Hazel. I imagine it was hard for him knowing Joey's affections for me. Is this a good idea? Connor asked, stepping closer to Sion. At this point, this is the best idea. Clover trusts him. If he breaks her trust, I will break him, Sion said, glaring at Joey. That won't be a problem, Joey said, walking up to us. His eyes moved back to the site. Any chance of her coming back? I watched as he smelled the air again, testing the scent. No, I don't believe so. Sion reached out, pulling me into his side. I glanced up at him, but he didn't look at me. I imagine he needed to calm his beast. Did Denny have any objections? I asked, and Joey smiled at me. No, he didn't have any problems with it. Why would he, since I am some secret spy, right? Joey chuckled, but quickly wiped the smile off his face, seeing Sion's less than amused look. It is a joke. Honestly, I don't understand. You just stayed the night at the Sulfur Pack. You were given our hospitality. Where is this coming from? We didn't know about Taylor. You think we did? Joey looked at Sion. I was glad he looked at Sion and not me. It meant he understood I already felt conflicted. You'll understand soon, Sion said tersely, once we are farther away from here. Is that Hazel's scent I am picking up? Joey watched as Sion stared at him blankly, and he let out a sigh. Well, lead the way. He nodded his head to the side, and Sion snorted. We walked past Joey, our eyes met as I walked past him. I couldn't tell what he was thinking, but it looked like he was happy to be coming along. So, you are Clover's Gamma? I heard Joey ask as he walked beside Kai. Is she a tough boss? The groups began to break off into their own quiet conversations, except for Odell. I wasn't sure where Stilts was, but I imagined he was around somewhere. I needed to find out if he was invisible or if he could teleport. I wasn't exactly sure how he kept popping up. I also didn't know what a gnome and leprechaun mix could do magic-wise. He seemed powerful for such a tiny creature. Clover? I glanced up at Sion as I heard his voice in my mind. His eyes met with mine, and then he just smiled. He didn't say anything else, but squeezed my side into his lovingly. I leaned into his warm embrace as he walked through the woods quietly. Once we were well out of range of mind, linking the Sulfur Pack, Sion quietly began to explain everything. He talked about what really happened when we went to the spirit realm and how we knew Taylor was alive. Then he explained what the innocent victim there had said. All the while, Joey was quiet. I glanced back at him a couple of times to see his lips pursed and his brows pinched together. Finally, when Sion had finished talking, Joey spoke up. No wonder you didn't say anything. Joey's voice was a wounded whisper. I stopped walking to turn to look at him. He looked at me and then at Sion. I didn't know. You have my word. Gosh, you must be so confused, Clover. I am so sorry. I could see the pain in Joey's eyes as he looked at me. It looked like he was in more pain over this than I was. I'm okay, Joey. Yeah, it is all confusing. I stopped and just shrugged, pursing my lips together. Look, I know there are others involved, but you have to know. Joey looked up at Sion. Denny and Jude would never. What about the man that was there when the fire started? Demetri asked, and Joey shook his head. Impossible. Jude was with us. Joey motioned to Connor, Logan, and me. The fire started sometime when we were packing Clover's clothes. Joey was right. I don't know why that escaped me before, but they were both with me during that time. What about Denny? Odell said, clicking her tongue and raising her brows. He would have been with Sion. Joey looked up at Sion, who looked down at the ground. His forehead was wrinkled and his jaw was tense. Not the whole time. Sion's eyes met with mine. He got a mental link and stepped out momentarily right before it concluded. He wasn't gone for long. Maybe a few minutes. I don't know. The timing would have been close. We can't rule it out. Denny wouldn't. Joey began, but Sion cut him off, turning to talk to me. Denny acted ignorant of how Taylor treated you before, didn't he? I nodded my head, but there was just no way. Denny wasn't like that. That isn't the type of person Denny is, I said, trying to defend Denny, but Sion seemed to be ignoring my words. Maybe Denny and his chosen mate, Connor said, and I pursed my lips together. I thought back to the night I was attacked when I overheard his conversation with Andrea. He wouldn't have. I don't see Denny. He wouldn't have. However, Taylor was Andrea's close friend. I could see Andrea being involved. I wonder who the guy was. Geez. Joey ran his hand through his hair as he shook his head. What is going on? Clover, did everyone look normal there? Did you see anything indicating anyone was being manipulated? Demetri asked. I didn't notice anything, I said quietly. I wish I had. At least then I had an explanation for everything that happened. There are wolves tailing you, Stilt said, appearing above us on a limb. How close are they? Sion asked, lifting his nose in the air, trying to test for their scent. I did the same, but couldn't smell them. I can't smell them. Do you know if they are seekers or... I watched as his eyes moved to look at Joey. They aren't from the sulfur pack, if that is what you are asking. Stilt sat on the limb, swinging his legs casually. What do you want to do? Connor asked. Demetri, how long until we reach the Nova pack? Sion asked. Demetri shook his head and looked ahead. We still have a good bit left to travel, Demetri said, as we all looked at Sion for his decision. Let's keep moving. We don't know if they are seekers or not. Maybe they are just curious about the scent and checking us out. If we keep moving, we won't seem confrontational. If it is seekers, we will know soon enough. Their scent will eventually reach us. Sion grabbed my hand and began to walk again briskly. It is best to avoid a fight if we can. He muttered under his breath, glancing down at me. Sion, I can fight if we have to. I watched as a sexy half-smile curled over his lips as he looked at me from the sides of his eyes. I know that, my love, but why take unnecessary risks? Because you would if I wasn't with you, I said pointedly. His grin widened, but before he could say anything, a scent carried on the wind reached us. Seekers. There was no doubt about it. There is a new territory line up ahead. They might be more hesitant to follow us past that point, Demetri said urgently. Should we shift? Connor asked, and Sion shook his head no. No, we are heading into a new territory. We don't have to enter looking like threats. Just run, Sion said, looking down at me. I nodded my head and dropped his hand from mine. I could run better without him dragging me from behind him, which is what I know would happen. We raced through the woods. The trees blurred brown as we crashed through the branches and bushes, making a path of our own. We all smelled the change in the scent as we entered a new territory, but we kept running. Blood-curdling howls echoed in the air behind us, and we knew the seekers had taken chase. They were on our trail. What would they do when they reached the next territory? If they chose to pursue us, we would have no choice but to fight. But how many? The air sounded like high-pitched screams as their howls echoed from all around. The numbers weren't on our side. We did have a lupine on our side. If only I had a grip on my powers, I could order them to stop. I wasn't sure if I could rely on it. I didn't have the confidence in myself with it yet. It always just came to me. The brush was getting thicker, and we were having to squint as we ran. Small leaves fell in the air, twigs shattered all around, and then weightlessness. I was falling, covered in darkness, squeezed into something tight. My arms were tucked at my sides, and I couldn't use them. It was too tight. I heard the snarls from above me as I slammed into a solid surface. I arched my back in pain as the wind left my lungs. Coughing, I gasped for air as I tried to make sense of what had happened. I stared straight up from my back at the tiny hole I had fallen through, a hole too tiny for anyone else to fit through. I glanced around as the air began to return to my lungs. I was in a cave again. Or was this a mine? Fell into an air shaft, did ya? Stilts chuckled next to my head, looking over into my face. Can you get up? An air shaft? Seriously? Of all things to fall into. I gingerly sat up as I rubbed the back of my head. Thank goodness Sheena was with me and healing me. Otherwise, I would be in serious trouble right now. Now what? I muttered, looking up at the hole above me. It was about 20 feet straight above me. Clover, Sion's panicked voice called out in my mind. I'm okay, Sion. I'm in a mine again. My voice was dripping with annoyance. Stilts is with me. I'll see if he can help me find the way out. There has to be an entrance around here. I'll find you. Sion sounded anxious and his words were rushed. Then echoing down the hole were the echoing sounds of growls. Sion. Note. Next update, the 22nd. I could hear the muffled sounds of fighting above me growing fainter as it moved away. I stared at the hole above me until I couldn't hear the sounds anymore. I didn't want to keep calling out to Sion and distracting him. I had to find a way out of here. Stilts, do you know the way out? I turned and listened as the little man chuckled at me. I am not a walking map. I glanced around, assessing the area. It was all dirt and stone with 3 paths. I guess I would just have to choose one and hope for the best. I had just started walking towards the middle path when I could hear the soft sound of footsteps approaching. I froze as the sound got closer. I glanced over at Stilts, only to find the little bastard was nowhere to be seen again. I was beginning to wonder what his purpose even was. The sounds got closer, and I took up a fighting stance, ready to shift if I needed to. A moment later, a young woman appeared from the tunnel, running her fingers through her blonde-colored hair. Her blue eyes lifted up and met with mine. For a moment, she stood there looking at me before a crooked grin reached her lips. "Air shaft?" she said quickly and raised her brows. "Did you fall through the air shaft too?" I nodded my head slowly, and she started to laugh. Thank goodness, I am not the only one that sort of thing happens to. I mean, one minute I was talking with my cousin, and the next down I went. The girl bounded up to me and then leaned forward, bending her neck to look in my face. "My name is Sheya. What is your name?" Her blue eyes were piercing into mine with such a vibrant intensity, but she seemed very friendly. "It is Clover," I said, and she smiled brightly at me. "Well, Clover, I know that path leads to nowhere," she pointed behind her as she looked at the other openings. "So, let's hope one of these 2 leads to the way out. Knowing my cousin, he is probably about to give himself a hernia destroying things trying to get to me. Men, as if us women aren't capable." She giggled and I smiled back at her. I liked this woman. She wasn't suspicious or cautious of me at all, which told me she was confident in her fighting skills and that she didn't deem me as a threat. "What pack are you from?" I noticed her trying to smell for my scent as I shrugged and furrowed my brows. "It is a bit complicated. I am, I guess, in between packs right now. It is a long story. How about yourself?" I knew I recognized the scent, but couldn't quite place it. "The Diamond Pack. My cousin went out on a mission, and I decided to tag along, well, without telling him until he was far enough away." She gave me a sheepish grin. "I left my parents a note. The funny thing is, I came to be of assistance to my cousin, and I gave him more work now." She began to giggle as I stared at her. She was from the Diamond Pack. That was who we needed to talk to. I was actually on my way to speak with someone from the Diamond Pack. She instantly stopped laughing, and her eyes became serious. "I had spoken with the beta of the Diamond Pack Sam before, and that is my uncle. I can take you back to the Diamond Pack with me once we find our way out." I paused and glanced up at the hole above us. "I am with others. We ran into Seekers, a band of rogue werewolves. I fell into the hole, and I could hear the fighting. I need to find them and... Well, woman, what are you waiting for? We can talk and run at the same time. Standing here talking isn't going to get to them faster," Sheya said as she began to trot towards one of the tunnels. "It is a guess either way," she said, pausing for a moment before choosing the one in the middle. "Well, keep up. You must prove the men wrong. We are capable, badass women who can kick ass and find our way out of a mine." She then turned to look at me. "You can fight, right? You aren't one of those I prefer not to fight type of woman, are you?" I laughed as I raced along beside her. "I used to be the Delta of my pack before I left." "Yes, atta girl," Sheya grinned over at me. "Aiden has yet to choose a future Delta, that is, the future Alpha King of the Diamond Pack. Maybe I should put my bid in on the position." She glanced over at me, and I could see her looking at the mark on my neck. "You have a mate? How is it?" "He is perfect for me." I looked over at her and she smiled. I could feel my cheeks heat up slightly, but she was looking straight ahead again. "I feel like I'm related to most of the stronger wolves in my pack." She laughed and shrugged. "I haven't found my mate yet, but I hope when I do find him, he is strong and confident and maybe someone who absolutely adores and swoons over me." That isn't a tall order, right? This was how my Sion was. He was strong, confident, and doted on me completely. And hopefully not too possessive or overly protective. "Like my cousin," she said in annoyance. "I'm sure your perfect partner is out there somewhere." I watched as she grinned, looking at me. "I'm sure he is out there. I am just curious if he will come already trained or not. Although, according to my mother, my father was completely different after they discovered they were mates. She said he suddenly became everything she ever wanted in an instant. Gia's eyes focused forward, and she moved her hand out protectively in front of me as we both stopped. I watched as her expression changed and her eyes glazed over. Her arm dropped back to her side as she let out a sigh. Well, show yourself already? I watched as a tall, muscular young man stepped into view. He had sandy-colored hair, as well as deep brown eyes that were focused on me. He stared at me for a moment longer before he looked back at Gia. We need to hurry. She has pack members fighting against rogues. Gia clicked her tongue as he shook his head. No, there is some weird beast up there fighting. I have never seen the likes of it before, and we aren't going anywhere near it. That is my Sion, I said, looking at him anxiously. He looked at me cautiously and then arched his brow. That weird monster wolf is with you? He then shrugged. Then you don't have anything to worry about. He is destroying everything up there. You aren't mated to a werewolf? Gia asked, looking at me. It's a long story. I paused, remembering that the prince and princess of the Diamond Pack were lycans. He was a lycan, but because of a deity, he is another creature called a lupine. They both accepted this answer with ease, which told me one of two things. One, they were very easygoing wolves, or two, they had experience with weird things like this before. In either case, whatever he is fine. The man said, extending me his hand, My name is Jamie. I am the cousin of this idiot. He then began to snicker as he shook my hand. Can you imagine? It takes a special type of to fall into an air vent. I mean, what type of werewolf falls into a hole? He began to cackle loudly as I stared at him blankly. She fell in the air shaft too, Gia said, looking at him blankly. I watched as his eyes widened and he pursed his lips together. His face began to change into different shades of red before he belted out a rolling roar of a laugh. Gia and I stared at him blankly while he wiped the tears from his eyes. You see, Gia. Jamie straightened up and placed his hand on top of her head. This is why I am protective over you. It has nothing to do with your gender, but that you are accident-prone. I just can't believe another she-wolf fell too. He smirked at me, to which I rolled my eyes. It's Clover, I sighed. I was busy running from rogues and the hole was hidden in bushes. If I was bigger, I wouldn't have fallen all the way through. Yeah, it isn't our fault we have small, beautiful figures. Gia raised both her eyebrows and swatted his hand away from her head. Well, maybe if you didn't snack so much, Gia, you are getting soft in the belly. Jamie grinned mischievously. Gosh, you are so annoying. This is why you don't have a girlfriend. Gia clicked her tongue as he chuckled. And what is your excuse? I'm just being picky, Gia replied, simply shrugging her shoulders. Uh-huh. He chuckled and then looked over at me. So are you accident-prone too? I wouldn't exactly say that. He began to laugh as I stared at him quietly, which means that you are. It is even better you have a lucky name. He snorted and wiped his eyes. The irony of it. No wonder you came along to help him out, I said, giving Gia a sympathetic smile. I know, he is tough to live with. Gia giggled. Hey, I am the future Gamma of the Diamond Pack. I am more than capable, little Miss Gia. Jamie raised his finger and tapped Gia on the middle of her forehead. My eyes were wide as I realized he said he was the future Gamma. This wasn't just any pack. This was the Diamond Pack. The Diamond Pack was the ultimate authority of all the other packs because of the Alpha King and Luna Queen. If you were one of their officers, you also had a power that was a cut above the rest. I couldn't underestimate this goofy young man. If he was their future Gamma, he was a fierce warrior. Clover here was the Delta of her pack, Gia said proudly, making Jamie arch his brow as he looked me over. Tiny here? He said with almost a laugh. Yeah, that's right. I was rather annoyed with his tone. He caught on to it rather quickly as he instantly raised his hands and shook his head. No offense, your wolf must be a fierce fighter. It is just appearances can be deceiving. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. My triumphant smirk rested on my face as Gia howled. Oh, burn! Take that, Jamie! Gia smiled widely as Jamie chuckled. Okay, I deserved that. Truce? He said, tilting his head to me. Truce? Are we going to stay in this mine all day or are we getting out of here? Stilts appeared in front of us. I looked up at the others to see their less than shocked faces. Okay, they must experience a lot of weird things. Well, aren't you a pushy little man? Jamie said, looking down at Stilts. What are you doing out here in a mine? Making sure the little lady here doesn't get into too much trouble. Stilts snorted, glaring up at me. Why would you be watching over her? Sheya began to study me again, this time intensely. I don't sense anything. You wouldn't be able to. Stilts scoffed and shook his head. She thinks because she has some wee fairy blood in her, she can recognize everything. You are part fairy? I asked, watching Sheya shrug. I have some fairy blood in me, but it isn't very strong. How about you? Why do you have Rumpelstiltskin with you? Sheya asked as Stilts scoffed loudly. I looked down at Stilts, not sure what I could say. He was remarkably able to understand what I was thinking. He sighed and nodded his head. These folks here are okay. They are close with the fairy royals. Really, you should have ended up in the diamond pack, but understandably they wanted you hidden. I could see that Jamie and Sheya were intrigued, and I was going to have to briefly explain myself to them. I'm part Sheya. I didn't even get to finish talking. Oh yeah, the one Sam was talking about, Jamie said thoughtfully. He was wondering if we would be hearing from you. My group and I have something we wanted to discuss with the Diamond Pack, but if you are one of the officers, you could just relay the message. I glanced behind Jamie and chewed on my inner lip. I need to wait and see if this is what the others want to do too. I continued to look behind him. I know he said that Sion was okay, but what about the others? Plus, I needed to see if Sion was okay for myself. Ska! A loud sound hissed from deep in the mine. We all turned our heads to look down the path Sheya and I had just come from. Shh, Jamie said, moving to stand in front. Sounds like a knock has picked up your trail. He looked back at Sheya and then to me. Let's get moving. We can outrun it. Ska! The noise hissed out louder as two yellow eyes started to glow down the dark tunnel. Quick, run! Stilts yelled as a roar followed from the eyes. I don't know what this sound was, but it didn't sound like a knock. Whatever it was, I could see real fear in Stilts' eyes. I took a hesitant step backwards before the three of us took off at a sprint. I could feel the malice in the air, and I didn't want to stick around to see what it was. I glanced back once to see Stilts had stayed there, holding his cane in the air, waiting to hold off whatever was approaching. The ground began to tremble as the sound of thundering feet echoed behind us. Then a bright light illuminated from behind us, and there was an ear-piercing screech followed by a yell. My heart raced as the sound of the thundering feet began to pick up again. Whatever it was after us. The tremors beneath my feet were becoming more violent. My back was beginning to burn from the intense heat behind me. It was as if I was running away from lava rushing down the mountainside. Sweat was beating up on my body and making me gasp for air. Keep running, we are almost there, Jamie yelled, glancing at Sheya and me. We should shift. Sheya panted out. We don't have even a second to spare. Jamie glanced behind us, and I could see the white around his eyes. Gods, run faster, you two. I noticed how tense his face looked. I could see his lips pursed together from his side profile. I understood this look. He planned to confront what was coming after us. I was about to say something when Sheya's voice growled angrily. Damn it, Jamie, if you plan to fight, I am fighting with you. Sheya? Jamie huffed out. Quit yapping and run. There shouldn't be any air in your lungs to talk. If there is, you aren't running fast enough. Stilts said, popping up on top of my head. Stilts, I exclaimed, relieved to know the little man was okay. Run, just run. Stilts poked his cane into my head slightly as I felt his body turn to look behind us. I'm only going to get one shot at this. Let's hope you guys are fast enough to get out of the way. I wanted to ask him what he was talking about, but he was right. I couldn't afford to use up my precious oxygen. The ground under my feet was beginning to burn now as whatever it was beginning to close in on us. I could smell a strong sulfur smell as it bellowed loudly. Its breath singed my back. I noticed Sheya visibly wince as her shirt began to burn slightly. Small holes were forming, and blisters were popping up under her shirt. This creature was cooking us with its heat. Faster. I had to run faster. I felt like I couldn't feel my legs anymore. Was it from exhaustion? The scorching heat? I think I was moving from pure adrenaline. The air was hot and thick. It offered little oxygen, which I desperately needed. Yet, in the distance I could see a small speck of light that grew as we approached it. Finally, the way out, but then what? I couldn't think of that. I just had to run. Just a bit farther. A guttural roar behind us made the ground shake. It felt like the blood on my back was boiling as the pain raced through my veins. I wonder if I could command whatever this was to stop. I've done it before. I just didn't have the confidence in myself to do it on demand. I wouldn't have a choice soon. I would have to try. Whatever you do, none of you stop. Just keep running. Stilts yelled out as he began to chant under his breath. I didn't understand the words. They were words of an ancient language. As he spoke, I could see a light beginning to glow around me. "Push yourself, Ja," Jamie growled, and I could see she didn't have much left. Blood was dripping down her back, and I'm certain mine looked the same. Some of her skin was charred, and her shirt was being held by thin fabric strings. Rubble started falling from the ceiling above us. It started to get dusty. The opening was just in front of us, the creature right behind. Then rocks were falling. Hot breath hissed behind me. Dust hit us all. "Jump," Stilts yelled. I jumped forward, rolling as I hit the ground. The crashing sounds of rocks and an angry screech filled the air. Gray powder covered my view as I lied on the cool grass. Grass? I had made it out of the cave. The air began to clear, and I could see the entrance to the mine was covered in stone. "Can it get out?" Jamie asked hastily as he knelt at Gia's side. "Yes, but that should hold him for a while," Stilts said, making his way to me. I watched as his eyes softened as he sucked air in through his teeth. "Why aren't they healing?" "What was that?" I heard Jamie's voice as I closed my eyes. The pain was excruciating and radiating over my back. That was a Salador, a demon lizard, and it was hunting. I opened my eyes to look at Stilts. "It was searching the mines for you." I watched him purse his lips together. "If demons are after her, should we get her to Elysium?" Jamie asked as I watched Stilts shake his head. "Without her, the chance pack is lost. It seems like they are getting desperate, though. Too bad we don't have an extra guardian around." Stilts let out an airy laugh as I tried to make sense of what he was saying. "A guardian? I have heard rumors about guardians. They were protectors of the royal fairies. They were said to be beasts with an unheard of power. Right now, all guardians are at their posts, especially with the recent loss in the kingdom. There is none to spare." I listened as Jamie sighed. "So, what about these wounds?" "It's a Salador, boy. They are lucky to be alive. These are burns from hellfire itself. They won't be healing right away. I've heard the burns are incredibly painful." "Why aren't we burned?" Jamie asked. "I can move in and out, avoiding the heat. The girls blocked it from hitting you. You were faster than them, and they ran slightly behind you. This is why it pays to be quicker." Stilts tried to crack a joke, but I couldn't find it funny. I was hurting, and I needed to push myself back on my feet. I needed to find Sion. Painfully, I lifted to my knees. A strangled cry left my throat as I panted through the pain. "Stay still," Stilts yelled. "We can't stay here." I looked at him. "If that thing gets out, can I stop it?" I watched as he looked down at the ground. "You can't stop a Salador. Maybe, and I mean maybe if you were an expert in your powers. As you are, no." I watched as he nodded his head and he looked over at Gia and Jamie. "You are right. We can't stay here. However, you ladies are in no condition to move. I can carry them both. I can put one over each shoulder, or I can shift and carry them both." "I need to find Sion," I protested. I wasn't going anywhere without him. "Let's just concentrate on getting away from here. Then we will worry about finding the others." I could see the worried look on Stilts' face. If we encountered any opposition right now, we would be sitting ducks. Jamie lifted Gia and walked next to me. "Are you okay, Gia?" I asked, and she gave me a weak smile. "What this? I don't even feel it. Talk about making a mountain out of a molehill," she said, wincing as Jamie sat her next to me. "Sion?" I tried to link to him but didn't get a response. He was either still fighting or the fight led him farther away. "I'm going to shift. Can you two climb on without help?" Jamie asked, looking between us with concern. "We aren't lame," Gia spat out, clicking her tongue. I had to hand it to her. I know she was in agony right now, but she held her aces close to her chest. It was refreshing meeting her. There was a fierceness in her eyes that was unmistakable. Jamie's eyes were now on me. He was assessing my wounds and determining if I would be a light. You heard her. There is nothing wrong with our legs. They were maybe a bit tender, but our backs received the brunt of it. Our legs were moving, and I'm guessing that is why they didn't get burned up. You two are some tough ladies. I'm sorry. I glanced up at Jamie, confused, as his eyes began to water. This shouldn't have happened. I should have been behind you two. Jamie, you were leading us out. Hard to do that from behind us. This isn't your fault. Don't you dare put the blame on yourself, or I'll punch you. Yeah, what she said. I smiled, nodding over at Sheya. Besides, it is probably better it happened to us. Men are such babies with pain. I grinned as Sheya laughed quietly. Gosh, don't make me laugh. It hurts. I watched as Sheya looked at Jamie. We are okay? I'm okay? So don't. Just then, there was a loud thud against the rocks that were blocking the mine entrance. Let's get out of here, Jamie said with a sigh before he shifted into an enormous gray wolf. I have heard that the officers under the Alpha King were larger. Well, larger wouldn't be how I would describe it. As a Gamma wolf, he shouldn't be anywhere near the size of an Alpha. Well, he wasn't. He was even larger. His large gray bows spread in front of him as he bowed down lower. He was still helping us get access to his back. However, now that I see his size, it would have been a heck of a jump to climb on. I still don't see why we can't walk, Sheya said, clicking her tongue as she slid her leg over the gray wolf. I think you already know why you can't walk. The strain will make it harder to heal. You can already feel the effects of hellfire in your body. Your legs may even give out on you. Stilt said effortlessly, hopping on the back of the wolf. I knew my legs felt weird. There was a strange, numb, tingling sensation that was like stabbing needles over my calf. My legs even felt shaky as I swung it over the wolf. I sifted my fingers in his thick gray fur as he rose to a stand. I have to say, nice work there, Gandalf, Sheya said, turning her head so a sly smile was seen on her face. That was almost as cool as the you shall not pass moment. I'm much cooler than that make-believe wizard. Stilt snorted out insulted as he clicked his heels into the side of Jamie. Let's move it, pup. Jamie gurgled slightly but slowly walked away. His ears tilted backward so he could listen to us. He was being very attentive as he took each careful step. It was obvious he was still worried and afraid to hurt us. Though, looking carefully at Sheya's back now, it looked horrible. If my back looked anything like this, it was no wonder it hurt so badly. I watched how Jamie's ears suddenly perked up and moved forward. I also could faintly hear the sounds of fighting in the distance. I wondered if it was my traveling companions. I hoped they were all right. Sheya tried to initiate some small talk while we rode on the gray wolf. It was nice to get some distance away from the mine, and I think we were all feeling a bit more relieved being farther away from that creature. We had maybe traveled a few miles when the sound of a twig snapping made the wolf freeze below us. I felt his claws dig into the earth as he shifted his shoulder blades. A low warning growl reverberated from Jamie's throat as a musty scent rose in the air. Sheya muttered, "Voidless." I stared into the woods as pale clay-like creatures emerged. They were just like the ones I had seen before. We didn't have a choice. We would have to fight. Sheena, I'm here. You ready to stretch your legs? It's going to hurt. I can't heal these wounds on our back. It's taking a long time. It hurts now anyways. I replied with a smirk on my face. I was not going to climb on a tree and watch a battle unfold. If there was going to be a fight, I was going to join in. I pushed myself off Jamie, and when I landed, it was with my 4 silver paws. Right, let's do this, Sheya said as Jamie growled. You can't fight them all, Jamie. Sheya scoffed as she pushed herself off him. Her wolf landed and stood proudly, defiantly facing the voidless. I shifted my paws into the dirt as I eyed the approaching danger. We wouldn't focus on the pain, we would focus on the fight. Careful, they aren't alone out here, Stilt said from up in a tree branch. He was staring into the distance as he lifted his cane in front of him. Of course, there would be others. This was my life after all. It seemed like it was the new normal to face perilous dangers. Okay then, bring it on. Note, next update is the 29th. Who is still with me? Can you leave me a comment if you're here? It's been a rough couple of days. I watched as seekers began to step into view. I bared my teeth at them while laying my ears flat against my head. I tried to command them, but I felt rushed as they began to close in. This was why I needed to practice this skill. I needed to be comfortable, no matter the pressure I was under. Jamie's gray wolf took a forward stance slightly in front of Sheya and me. We were being closed in on an arch formation. Seekers and Voidless all seemed to be focused on me. They all stopped as the anticipation of the attack began to build. I felt my heart pounding. My eyes darted over all of them, waiting for the next move. The wind swirled around us, tossing leaves in the air to dance. Then they attacked. They charged forward, and Jamie collided with them first. The Voidless were over him as the Seekers charged towards Sheya and me. Teeth gnashed and fur flew. Loud growls filled the air. I could smell the blood in the air as Seekers made contact with me. When I felt a claw swipe over my back, the loud yelp escaped naturally. The pain didn't hinder me, though. It fueled me. I felt my anger rise as I dove into the wolves. I made contact and sank my fangs into a shoulder. The blood poured out of him, reaching up and burning my nose. When one would back off, another would fill its gap. Sheya was fighting against two Seekers. I could hear her growls and whimpers. I understood how much pain it was to fight with our current wounds. Yet, just like me, she pressed on relentlessly. The thundering sound of more wolves joined in the fight, and I was covered. I could feel a darkness bursting inside of me, begging to be released. Blue sparks erupted over the wolves and the Voidless. The Seekers yelped and writhed on the ground for a few moments before recovering. I glanced over at Jamie, who seemed to be channeling the lightning. Okay, so he wasn't a normal wolf. He was casting lightning, and in wolf form. No wonder he was the future Gamma of the Diamond Pack. The cascading sparks soon subsided, and Jamie moved closer to Sheya and me. His wolf looked back at us as if he was pleading for us to run. I straightened up. The blood dripped from the dozen wounds I have received, but I wasn't done. Sheya regrouped herself as well. I had more in me. I could feel it. I know I had more to offer, but I couldn't figure out how to tap into it. I glanced up where I had last seen Stilts. Only he wasn't there. I doubt he just left us. Maybe he went for help? I looked ahead, my eyes wandering over our enemy. We were more than outnumbered. This looked like a suicide stand. The Voidless were vicious monsters with claws and fangs. They were like a deadlier and faster zombie. The Voidless alone would have been a hard enough fight, but there were also Seekers. I had to try again. I had to see if I could hold them off. I just needed some time. Jamie. I noticed his shocked eyes as he whipped his head to look at me. I am sure having my mental link push into his mind was something he wasn't expecting. Still, he didn't overly react. Can you use that lightning stuff again? I can, but the spell isn't as powerful hitting all targets. That's okay. I just need to delay them. You have a plan? Maybe? I don't know. I'm still getting used to my powers. If you have something, then try it. We need help here. I nodded my head. This wasn't the time to hold back. I would give it everything I could. I could see the blue light glowing from around Jamie, and I focused on the power inside of me. It was as if the still waters inside of me were slowly creating waves. It crashed against me, but then retreated. I felt rushed. I needed something now. The moment I felt the energy ripple through me, I latched onto it. The lightning that sparked through the wolves and Voidless started to fade. This was it. Channeling everything into the energy, I mentally ordered them, freeze. For a moment it worked. None of them moved at first, but then I felt the burning in my back. It was like battery acid was being poured over my spine, and it momentarily hindered my concentration. Sheena heaved and then coughed. Blood splattered from Sheena's mouth and onto the ground. Slowly the enemy began to animate again. Let it go, Clover. Help is on the way. I heard Stilts' voice as my paws trembled. No. I wasn't letting go. I didn't want to be saved. I wanted to save myself. I wasn't a damsel in distress. You aren't ready. You have a dangerous wound. Don't be stupid. Stilts appeared in front of me, waving his cane in front of me. The next second, he struck me with it between my eyes. It sent tingles through my body, and the enemy was on the move. A ferocious, ear-piercing roar was heard. Then a white blur crashed into the mob. I had to blink several times to adjust to the sight. This was the first time I had ever seen a cat shifter. They tended to keep to themselves like werebears did. An enormous white tiger was slashing through the enemy. It was almost mesmerizing watching the tiger fight. The lethal agility of a tiger was captivating. I didn't know who this person was, but was thankful for the help. A moment later, Jamie and Sheya joined in the fight. I wasn't about to be outdone. Even with the tiger, we were outnumbered. I jumped at a wolf about to attack Sheya. Standing on my back paws, we battled against each other, snarling and swiping our paws. A black streak dove into the seeker I was fighting against. Odell gutted him instantly and then lifted her head to look at me. There wasn't time for a greeting. The voidless charged into us as a familiar guttural roar ripped into the air. I would recognize Sion no matter what form he was in. I knew him by sight, scent, and his sounds. He hadn't arrived yet, but he was coming. This was his battle roar, letting us know he was on his way. Clover! I could hear Sion's desperate voice in my head. Sion! Sharp teeth sank into my back and then was kicked off by hooves. Clover! Demetri raised his sword in front of me protectively. Joey was next to me, fighting a voidless. The loud snarls filled the air as bodies began to pile on the ground. A voidless and a wolf were fighting against Sheya. Jamie was surrounded and couldn't get to her. I reacted, jumping at the voidless. My teeth sank into the creature's neck. I didn't stop applying pressure until I heard the snap and the body went lifeless. I didn't have a moment to catch my breath, and there was another, and another, and another. All the while, my blood was dripping onto the ground. Voidless hands were all over me as I struggled to break free. I was being lifted and moved away. The long taloned fingers sank into me, the arms squeezing me as they began to carry me off, as if I would just melt in their arms and allow them to do this. I fought and snapped at the voidless. As I resisted, I felt my body being sliced and cut from their dagger fingertips, but I didn't care. I was in so much pain that I felt numb to it. I would rather be dead than captive. I managed to kick my back end free, but was still hanging there, twisting to get loose. I could hear Odell's roar, Demetri's yell, and then I was knocked loose. My feet landed on the ground, and a red wolf stood in front of me protectively. A smoky blur destroyed the voidless almost instantly, and then turned his raging fury on the seekers. I watched as Sion mercilessly shredded the wolves and the voidless. His golden eyes flickered at me for a moment before ruthlessly eviscerating a voidless. Logan and Connor were attacking the voidless around Sheya. If her pain was like mine, she was barely managing. Sheena was healing the wounds from the voidless, but the nauseating pain on my back was still there. I slowly moved over towards Sheya. Kai was attached to my side. Now that the others were here, the fight wasn't ours anymore. Sion and the white tiger were eradicating the enemy. This battle was over. Jamie came back towards us, looking over at Sheya. I decided it would be best to shift, seeing the deadly glares from Kai, Logan, and Connor. It felt like my skin was being pulled off my back as I shifted into a human. A whimper escaped my throat as I rested on my knees. Dear gods. I heard and glanced back to see Kai had shifted, as well as Logan and Connor. Their eyes were glued to my back. Clover. Yeah, that was a fun time. I smiled through my pain and looked over at Sheya. Brace yourself. It's going to hurt like hell. Jamie quickly shifted and looked at Sheya with concerned eyes. I'm right here, Sheya. A cry came from Sheya's lips as she shifted back. She was panting and clenched her teeth together as she bore the pain. She handled it like a champ, though. This woman only continued to impress me more and more. Jamie gently eased her into his side for support. His face was taut and his lips were pursed. Sheya, don't say some stupid sot like it should have been me, or I swear I will deck you. Sheya growled out. Your girlfriend is sweet. Connor chuckled and Sheya snorted. Is that your way of asking if I am available? She cocked her head to look at him. We are cousins, Jamie said, shaking his head. It is my job to. Jamie, don't say it. It isn't your job to protect me. Don't piss me off. Sheya growled and Jamie chuckled lightly. As an officer, it is my job. Jamie corrected her. Well, she is simply precious. Connor grinned, making his way to my side. He went to pull his shirt off and I shook my head. Don't. I can't bear anything covering my back right now. I don't care how indecent I look. Right. If men can walk around with no shirts on, we should be able to, too. Sheya snorted out as Jamie shook his head. They are just boobs. I wouldn't mind that. Connor shrugged. You won't see me protesting that. Prime example of why you can't, Logan snickered out. There are too many out there that will get a cheap thrill from it, not to mention possessive mates that will be ready to kill. Stand aside. I heard Sion's voice as his knees landed on the ground beside me. I smiled as I looked at him. Sion, what happened? I felt his trembling fingers on my shoulder as his eyes scanned over my back. Who did this to you? His eyes glowed golden as his fangs began to protrude. It was a Salador, a demon creature that was after Clover. She will mend. It will just take time. Stilts said from up in the tree. Stilts, thanks for getting us, Odell said as she stood staring at Jamie and Sheya. Who are they? The Diamond Pack wolves that were watching the Sulfur Pack. Sion said, not even sparing them a glance. They have the exact same scent. You have been spying on my pack? Joey growled, coming over to their side. Easy, Joey. They are friends of mine. They help me. I said and watched as he nodded his head. If they helped my queen, then they are friends of mine too, Sion said, brushing my hair from my eyes. Does it hurt? I'm okay. How bad is it? Sion asked, his eyes flickering between colors. Imagine having your skin peeled off your back and then dumping acid over the wound. It is worse than that. Sheya grunted out as she tried to straighten up. A loud growl made all of us turn our heads. Demetri was facing off against the white tiger. The tiger was in an aggressive stance, hissing and baring its teeth. Demetri held one of his hands up as the tiger swatted at him, making him dance backwards. Is the tiger a friend or foe? Kai asked as the tiger began to pace side to side while glaring at Demetri. Well, Stilts began as the tiger let out another loud roar. The white tiger pounced forward, snarling as it landed on Demetri, taking him to the ground. Note, next update will be by the 2nd, hopefully earlier. Much love. My body tensed and started to react as the tiger bared its fangs near Demetri's throat. Easy, Sion said, holding my shoulder. Look at Demetri. I could see Demetri didn't look upset. He wasn't even struggling. Actually, a strange smirk was playing on his lips. Guess someone is in trouble. Odell snickered as she leaned against a tree casually. All right, Nadine, you've made your point. This means you missed me, right? Demetri said, lifting his hand up to the tiger. She swatted at him and backed away. She shifted into a beautiful dark-haired woman with beautiful hazelnut skin. Shut up, ass! The woman shook her head and flung her hand in my direction. You aren't doing your job. She was in danger. You said she would be safe under your watch. You said, a lot has happened. That is why we are here. We are going to the Nova Pack. Whatever, don't talk to me. The woman hissed as Demetri got back up and inched closer to her. Don't be like that. I listened as Demetri cooed to the woman, gingerly resting his hand on her arm. She jerked away from him and turned her ferocious glare upon him. We will talk later, she snapped, and then marched in our direction. I watched her lips part in shock as she looked at me. Oh my, what in the world? A Salador, Stilts said, and I watched her lips tighten. It never touched them, just seared them with its heat from being too close. That must hurt, huh? She frowned, squatting lower near me. Sion growled as his eyes flickered. Don't be a ridiculous male. I'm obviously not here to hurt her. She is my Luna. I had a lot I wanted to talk to her about. She was a member of the Nova Pack. My mind was racing with a million questions that didn't surface. Instead, I watched her quietly as she shook her head and let out a heavy sigh. What the hell was a Salador doing here? We need to get her to a healer, the other lady too. We have one in our pack. A healer? Joey asked, arching one of his brows. The Nova Pack isn't like most packs, Nadine said smugly as she rose to her feet. I watched as Demetri tried to reach out to her again, and she turned her head to look at him sharply. Don't. Lovers' quarrels are the best, Odell snickered. Ex-lovers, Nadine growled. Nadine! Demetri said with a small pout. Will you stop? This is about Clover and the other miss. Focus. Nadine looked at me. You two need to be carried. I have to return to the Diamond Pack, Jamie said, looking at Sheya. They will be expecting us. About that, why were you at the Sulfur Pack? I asked. I knew Joey was dying to know this too. After the meeting, there was the fire, Jamie said, and I nodded my head. The Diamond Pack has a lot of experience with magical creatures around the world. Our Beta Sam was certain it was caused by a demon. After hearing everything from Sam, the princess ordered that the pack be investigated in secret. And, Joey asked, raising his brow. And the princess will hear my report directly, Jamie smirked at him. Well, go back to the diamond pack. We will take the woman with us. She is in no condition to travel that far. Nadine said, looking at Sheya. I am not leaving, Sheya. Of course you can. Sheya, is it? You aren't afraid to come with us, right? Nadine asked as Sheya let out an airy laugh. What is this fear word you speak of? Sheya forced a smile through her pain as she glanced up at Jamie. I could see the reluctance in his eyes as he slowly shook his head. Jamie, our parents will be worried. You can get there faster without me. Besides, I am in no position to travel. This hurts like hell. I watched as Jamie slowly nodded his head. All right, Sheya, I'll come right back for you. Please, take care of her. He turned and looked my way. I could see he didn't know who to trust. Don't worry, we will take care of her, Sion answered, meeting with Jamie's eyes. Do you need me to give you directions? Nadine started, but Jamie shook his head. That isn't necessary. No matter how secretive you are, the Diamond Pack is aware of the Nova Pack. Jamie grinned and placed his hand on Sheya's head. Stay out of trouble. What? No fun? Sheya teased. What are you waiting for? You want me to cry and say don't leave me alone? Her lips curled up as Jamie laughed. All right. Jamie straightened up and then shifted. He sprinted away without looking back. I think he was the one who had the harder time leaving. So which unmated male is going to carry me? I need someone it is okay to lust after, Sheya said, making me choke on air. I'll be your huckleberry. A broad grin was spread over Connor's face as he gently lifted Sheya up. Her face winced in pain, but she didn't make a sound. I guess you are tasty enough, Sheya said with a crooked smile. She was doing her best to ignore the pain. It seemed we had a lot in common and I really liked her. Too bad you are injured, Connor said, winking down at her. Oh, and why is that? I heard Sheya ask as Sion delicately picked me up. Even as gentle as he was being, it still hurt like hell. You seem like someone who likes to have a good time, and I could use a good sneeze. I began coughing as I looked over at Connor mortified. To my surprise, Sheya seemed to like it. She laughed, wincing slightly from the pain. Wow, that is so flattering. Thank you for thinking of using my as your tissue. I am sure this gets you all the girls back home. Though, when you are fishing for a real woman, you may want to try something else. Connor chuckled. I'll keep that in mind when I find a real woman. Yeah, well, if you don't view me as a woman, you should probably quit staring at my tits. Oh my gosh, Sheya was like this crazy mixture of a woman. Confident, full of sass, and not afraid to say just about anything. I was embarrassed for her, but at the same time, I really liked her confidence. She reminded me of Odell. Just more sex, UL. So, would a woman like yourself like it if a man plays motorboat between your two pillows? Sheya began to giggle, and her voice cut out with a stiff sound. Don't make me laugh, she said with a tense smile. I looked at Connor and could see his eyes soften. He held her more into his chest and looked down at her. Lean your head on me and try to rest, he said in a low tenor tone. His voice was tender and calming. So you are a lichen, just like our prince and princess? Sheya asked, looking up at Connor, and I felt Sion's arms tense slightly. We are due a conversation with your prince and princess. Maybe after everything calms down again. Sion answered as he slowly followed Nadine. Sion was trying to walk as smooth as possible. It didn't seem to matter, though. The rippling pain was tearing through me. I was trying to keep a brave face, though. I didn't want him to worry. I looked up into his eyes that were already looking at me. His eyes were flickering with different colors, showing his emotions were all over the place. He was trying to act calm, but inside there was a storm brewing. I placed my hand on his chest and decided to step out of character. I would do something off the wall to steady his emotions. What's bothering you, Sion? Are you wanting your own sneeze? He stopped walking and looked down at me. He blinked a few times and the warm hazel color returned. His lips curled up and he began to laugh. Once you are well, my queen. Sion leaned his head down and kissed my forehead. Thank you. He smiled down at me, not needing to say anything else. I could feel the curious stares on us, but Sion began to walk again like nothing happened, only keeping a faint smile on his lips. Demetri, do you want to talk to us about? Logan asked, making a cat claw with his hand and slashing it in the air. Meow. Sk. Yeah, I can hear you. Nadine huffed from the front. There isn't anything to tell. He is my ex. You don't mean that, Deanie, Demetri said with a hurt tone. She sounds like she means it to me. Odell chirped, clearly enjoying the drama. She turned and looked at me with a wide grin. These two are always like this. It is better than a soap opera. So glad we can be your entertainment. Demetri scoffed while I watched him trot up beside Nadine. Don't be mad, I heard Demetri say while brushing his shoulder against hers. I've been keeping her safe. How did that happen to her back then? Nadine growled, elbowing him away. She fell into a hole, a mine air shaft. I got back to her as fast as I could. Not good enough, Demetri. You should have wedged your ass in that hole after her. That's my Luna you are slacking on protecting, and you are being a pitiful beta to her. I wondered if I should say something on his benefit. It looked like this wasn't a real fight, though. Maybe it was how they worked their skull tension for later. I could see Demetri move beside her again, and this time she didn't push him away. He whispered something to her so quietly that the supernatural ears couldn't hear. I was curious how Sion was after I fell into the air shaft. Last time I vanished from his side, he turned into a slasher. What happened after? I fell in the hole. I asked quietly, looking up at Sion. Well, Loverboy was ready to go dark side and kill everyone again. Luckily for us, the Seekers showed up, and they received his wrath. Logan chuckled. We ended up getting divided up as the Seekers split up, which is why we were a little bit later than everyone else. You should have seen him, Odell snorted. He tried to fit down the hole at first. I mean, I couldn't even fit down there. How did Muscles think he was going to fit? At least he tried, I heard Nadine scoff, glaring at Demetri. In the future, you should just handcuff her to you. It can be a multi-purpose tool. It will keep you two from getting separated, and later it can be used for your stimulating pleasures. Connor said, and I watched as Sion tilted his head while looking at me. It's not a bad idea, Sion murmured quietly. His eyes were concentrating on my face. There was a softness there that was just for me. I leaned my head against Sion, closing my eyes and breathing in his scent. It might seem like something small, but it helped soothe me. I was in so much pain that I couldn't even be excited to see the Nova Pack. My back felt like millions of wasps were stinging me as I was lashed with a hot iron rod. I knew I had to keep it hidden, though. I didn't want Sion to be more concerned than he already was. I felt his nose brush in my hair. His lips feathered the top of my head. I'm so sorry I wasn't there to protect you. Sion's voice entered my mind, and I opened my eyes to look at him. I knew he was beating himself over this. He had a wounded look in his eyes as if he had caused me pain. If Connor had fallen in the mine and ended up injured, would you be apologizing to him? Or would you be making fun of him for falling into a hole? That is different. No, it isn't. We aren't going to do this to each other, Sion. We are not going to live our lives blaming ourselves when the other gets hurt. You died, Sion. You died because you left your pack for me. That is way worse than the wound on my back. Do you want me to? You were right beside me. I should have held on to you. You should be treating me like you would the others. If Logan fell, if Kai fell, you should be treating me like that. You wouldn't be blaming yourself, especially if they were just wounded. I'm hurt, not dead. In fact, I can walk. I tried to move out of his arms, but his fingers locked around me. He growled slightly, and I snapped my defiant gaze up at him. I brought you to my pack to give you a better life. I wanted you to see what it was like to be part of a pack, to be my family. Instead, you had to run away from my pack. You have been in constant danger. I looked into his hazel eyes that were focused on me. I have found my family with you. I have you. I've bonded with your officers. I found my own officers. I can't think of a more epic bonding experience. Once we have the chance pack back, everything will be perfect. Everything has happened the way it was supposed to. Even your death, it has made you stronger. It has made us stronger. Sion, we aren't normal humans. We don't live in a suburban neighborhood full of regular people. You don't have a 9-to-5 job. That isn't our life. We are fighters. We have both killed before. I'm going to fight. I'm going to get hurt sometimes. You can't blame yourself when it happens, but you can be there to take care of me. I'm sorry, Clover. I don't want to be that guy. I don't mean to. Since I have changed, I feel even more protective and possessive over you. I think it is because I need you on a level that probably isn't healthy. My very sanity is attached to your well-being. I know that isn't healthy, but that is just how it is now. Maybe you had the right idea running away from me the first time. It's too late for you now. You are mine. This dark, protective, possessive love is your responsibility now. We'll save the dark stuff for the bedroom. I listened as he chuckled lightly. I know that he has been struggling with his darkness. Something happened when he became Anubis, and it enhanced the battle he already had. He now could control himself better when I was by his side. I think to a certain extent, this was how it was for all mates. It was just more extreme for Sion. I love all of you, Sion. Even the darkness that you fear, but you don't have to worry about that when I am with you. I'll protect you, Sion. Even from yourself. His feet slowly shuffled to a stop as he stared at me. Then slowly he dipped his head down, tenderly taking my lips with his own. I felt the sparks and the sweet heat of his lips. It was like his touch was medicine to my soul. No one else existed. There were no problems in the world. It was just us. If only it could really be like this. Welcome to the Nova Pack. I heard Nadine's voice awaken me from the magical cloud I was on with Sion. Luna, meet your pack. Note, I'm going to try to update on Monday the 5th. I stared in front of me, but I didn't see anything. I glanced up at Sion, seeing his brows pinched together. Cloaked? How? Why? I heard Sheya ask from behind me. We don't have a lot of trust for others, Nadine said with a small shrug. And like I said, the Nova Pack isn't your normal pack. She nodded her head at Sion in the direction in front of her. Well, I wish I weren't in so much pain. I wanted to relish this moment of meeting others who were originally from the Chaos Pack. We walked forward, and the world began to change. I was looking at nothing but dense woods one second, and the next, a modern-looking community. There were stores, maintained roads, and houses in the distance. I heard a bellow in the distance and could see various shapeshifters fighting against a monstrous-looking creature. If I recall, they were called a worm. It was a dragon without wings and legs. I felt Sion pause and glare in that direction. Oh, it is just a sparring session. He is harmless. It is a big, scaly pet, Nadine said, motioning for us to follow her. Demetri moved back so that he was now walking beside Sion and me. Sion's eyes moved to him and then back forward as someone hastily approached. I'm here. Let me see the wound, an older woman said as she hiked her sleeves up over her arms. She was short and stout, looking very no-nonsense. This is one of our healers, Suzetta. She is a witch who has dryad in her lineage. She is the most experienced healer here, and I trust her completely, Nadine added as the woman approached me. Oh yes, you are definitely going to need patching up. Suzetta's eyes moved over to Connor and Sheya as she clicked her tongue. You two are lucky to be alive. Okay, bring them. Sion stayed with me the whole time during the healing process. He growled and protested greatly when they asked him to set me down. He was like a child that had his candy taken from him. He insisted they could tend to me while in his arms. Finally, he relented, but he wasn't leaving my side. He held my hand and watched me with a predatory intensity. I was surprised that the healing process was quite painless. I didn't feel anything. Suzetta and another healer sprinkled something over my back. They said some sort of spell and then repeated the process. It was only an hour later when they finally told me the healing was complete. They brought me new clothes and left me to change. Sion was still treating me like my back was gashed open. He insisted on dressing me, and his eyes flickered to mine with every movement. Are you sure you are all right? Sion asked as he helped me to my feet. Sion, it is like nothing happened. I feel fine. I interlaced my fingers with his as we stepped out of the room. We were in a small medical facility. They put me in one room, and Sheya was taken to another room. Your friend is still being healed, but you are free to go. Your companions are waiting for you just outside, a young woman said from behind a desk. It is great to finally meet you, Luna, the woman said, and I gave her a small smile. I didn't know any of them. It was hard to feel like their leader. As we approached the door, I could hear loud voices. Sion's arm came around me protectively as we slowly opened it. I don't like it. What are we supposed to do now? The idea was that she would lead us here. She is part of another pack. She is our Luna. She is their Luna. Okay, it seemed like some were not okay with the situation. As the door opened completely, I could see a crowd of people had gathered. Our group stood protectively in front of the door, blocking the steps from anyone who wished to approach. The crowd drew quiet, and all their eyes were now on me. A man with amber-colored eyes stepped forward. He came as close as Demetri would allow him before he stopped. He looked up at me with a kind smile on his face. He looked to be the same age as me. His hair was the color of the sun, with skin that was so white it almost glowed. My name is Doug. I am the acting leader of the Nova Pack. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Luna Clover. I heard some quiet murmuring in the pack. Their whispers were meant for me to hear. One of them said that I was intended to be Doug's mate. I know Sion heard this too, because his fingers tightened around me as a low growl came from his throat. Please, just call me Clover. I glanced around in front of me. I looked at Logan, Connor, Kai, Odell, and realized Joey was missing. I started to scan through the crowd, but he wasn't there. Where is Joey? I asked Demetri. His eyes moved to mine as a small smile reached his lips. Joey has found his mate. The two of them went to talk. I didn't need him to say any more. For most, when you find your mate, they immediately claim them. Usually the claiming is very intimate. I felt a sense of relief in my chest. I'm so glad that Joey found his fated mate. Now, what is going to happen? I heard someone ask from the crowd, bringing my attention back. Relax and have some respect. Doug snapped his head in the direction of the voice, and the crowd grew quiet. It was obvious the pack respected him. The pack is conflicted since they don't want to absorb into another pack. They thought you would be moving here. Demetri's voice rang into my mind. I think each member can be free to choose. Obviously, my place is with Sion. I think if Doug is doing a good job here, there is no reason the Nova Pack can't be handed over to him. I don't know, Clover. The pack wants their alpha's daughter to be their leader. I think the best we can do is make the offer. If anyone wishes to join the Chance Pack, they can. Otherwise, they will stay under Doug as their new leader. How is he, by the way? Is he alpha material? I glanced at Demetri, who nodded his head. Doug is a good leader. He is calm and level-headed. He is strong, too. That was all I needed to hear. I looked over the pack and then at Doug. We can have a discussion later about the Nova Pack. Right now, I need to get to work on learning to control my powers. Right, that is long overdue, Stilt said, sitting on the porch railing next to me. This time it didn't shock me. It seemed like this was his thing. You can work with, Doug began to say, but Stilts cut him off. Me, Stilt said. I am here to help her, and no offense, but I am guided by a goddess, so anyone else can stuff it. He stood up on the railing and looked over at Demetri. Bring the beasts to the training ground. We will start with them. Are you sure you should be getting right into this? Sion frowned as his fingers traced over my side. I'm fine. You don't need to worry. We have bigger issues that need our attention. I glanced behind me. Odell, can you wait here for Sheya? I'll wait for her. Connor volunteered and I smiled. It was obvious he had an interest in her. I glanced up at Sion, who nodded his head, giving Connor permission. Everyone steer clear of the training grounds. We all know that a Sheya's power can be touchy while they are learning control. Doug spoke clearly as he eyed the pack. Don't worry about the other stuff. Clover and I will discuss the Nova Pack later. All right, follow me, Demetri said as the crowd parted for us. Sion's tight grip never left me as we moved through everyone. He didn't loosen his grip on my side until we were walking up a steep hill. The grass was just below my knees as we marched upwards. At the top of the hill was a clear, level field. Perfect, now get the beasts, Stilt said, popping up in the middle of the field. At times, his eyes flickered blue. I was certain this meant Shiva was watching during these moments. Well, it's time, my boy. I snapped my head up to the familiar voice. Standing only a couple of feet away was Reapus. He had the same round-billed hat on that covered his eyes. He had a long weed stem hanging out of his mouth that moved side to side. Go away, Sion growled. Your mate is busy now and is in a safe area. This is the perfect time for you to work on your own skills. In short, you have work to do. Also, you don't have a choice." Reapus grinned, letting the weed drop from his mouth. I looked up to see Sion's eyes flickering angrily. Honestly, I hated this. I felt like I needed to be with Sion. I am sure he felt the same way about me. We were always being separated, and that wasn't how it was supposed to be for mates. Unfortunately, we weren't like most normal mates. We both had new powers that we needed to learn about, and for some reason, we have attracted the attention of the gods. "You plan to take him to the spirit realm?" I asked and watched as Reapus nodded his head. "How long are you going to keep him there? What if he has trouble coming back on his own?" I glared at him as he titled his hat up to reveal his eyes. "How long are you going to stay here at the Nova Pack?" he asked with a glint in his eyes. "Until you master your powers, right? Well now, it seems like you have your answers with me then. But you told Sheya." I heard stilts say from the field as Reapus snapped his gaze in his direction. "Sheya's not here though, is she?" Reapus smirked with a shrug. Yet there was a strange look in his eyes, almost as if he wanted to provoke her. "I need to be with Clover," Sion said as he looked down at me. He wasn't saying it like he needed me though. It was more like in the tone that I needed him. Was he worried about me being here in the Nova Pack? I wonder if he was concerned hearing that I was intended to be Doug's mate. "Well then, don't take a long time figuring out how to use your powers." Reapus stared at him, unwavering. "You need this, Sion. You need to learn to walk in the in-between realm. You'll be cloaked from sight. This will be invaluable in recovering your pack." My lips parted slightly as I stared at Reapus. He was doing this for Sion. He basically spelled it out right there. He was going to train Sion so he could walk around undetected between the two realms. You could lose her without this. If a certain demon gets a hold of her. Reapus shook his head. "I can't claim her until she dies, and she can be kept where not even you can get to her." "What demon?" Sion growled. "The demon of demons. The demon king Marcus." Reapus stopped and pursed his lips together. "Knowledge is power, but it is also dangerous. Just know that greater things are at work here. Powers that you can't even imagine." He sighed loudly and shook his head. "We have work to do. Do you understand? This needs to happen now while there is still time, while you still have someone you can protect." Okay, I didn't like that last part, and neither did Sion. His fingers pulled me tight against his side as he narrowed his eyes at Reapus. "What do they want with her?" "To drain her. They want her essence, but they can keep her alive and continue to drain her over and over again. It is a cruel fate, but he won't risk exposing himself. So as long as they don't get a hold of her, he won't come for her. She is just an insurance policy anyways. There are greater beings he is after." Reapus trailed off quietly. "Clover?" Sion's voice was a pained whisper. I looked up at him and could see the hesitation in his eyes. I was dying inside, knowing I would have to be parted from him. Even an hour was too long, and I didn't know when I would see him again. I had to put on a brave face. For him, Sion. I reached my hand up to rest on his cheek. I gave him a faint smile as I took in a deep, calming breath. I watched as his irises flashed in color as he battled with his emotions. I understood it, since I felt the same way too. Luckily, I was able to hide it better. This had nothing to do with being strong or brave. This was survival instincts. You were not supposed to be away from your mate all the time. It wasn't natural. I needed Sion and he needed me. How would he be without me there? Who would help him control his emotions? "Why do I have to keep getting ripped apart from my heart?" Sion whispered into my hand as he kissed it lightly. "You can do this, Sion. Master your power quickly and come back to me." I felt a pressure in my chest that I smiled through. We both have tasks that we need to complete. I'll learn how to control my powers, and you will learn yours. Then together, we will reclaim your pack. "Then no more being apart," Sion said, and I nodded my head. "You'll be around me so much you will suffocate, I promise." He smiled and shook his head. "Impossible. You can't suffocate on oxygen." He leaned his head down to mine. "I love you, Sion." "Only and always you, my love," Sion said as his lips melted against mine. "Don't worry, we will keep her safe," Kai said as I breathed in Sion's breath. "Keep me safe?" Sion was the one who would be all alone. Who would keep him safe? I know he was strong, but he still needed someone. No one wanted to be alone. And I can't exactly say having Reapus around is company. "Looks like your first lesson has arrived," Reapus said as a loud bellowing sound echoed from the field. "Time for yours, Anubis." One moment, Sion was there. His head was leaning against mine, and I was breathing in his sweet breath. Then the next, he was gone. Again, I took in a sharp breath, wanting nothing more than to follow after him. I know this was necessary, but why was there this heavy pain in my chest? Why did I feel like something terrible was going to happen? Habit, I couldn't do this to myself. I needed to push on and do what I came here to do. "Clover," Kai said from behind me. I just want you to know that I am here." I nodded my head, staring at the empty space in front of me. Sion was alone. The loud bellow echoed out again, making me turn my head. My eyes fell on a large bull-like beast, dark brown shaggy fur with large protruding muscles. It had 2 large horns from its monstrous bullhead. Looks like my first lesson will be on a minotaur. Okay, I needed to focus. Sion was learning to control his powers, and now I would learn to control mine. Note, several apps have been selling my book unauthorized. Dear thief, stop stealing my books, okay? Thanks. Next update will be by the 9th. Sion. The world changed around me. One moment I was with my angel, and the next I was plunged into darkness. I looked around angrily until my eyes landed on the source. "How dare you?" I wasn't done telling her. "You never would have been done. It never would have been enough time. Trust me, this is something I know all too well. Everyone wants to tell their loved ones goodbye one last time. At first, I used to accommodate this, but it was never long enough for them." "This isn't the same thing," I growled. I couldn't believe this man. I understand I made a deal with him for my life. I even understand that I have to learn to control my powers, but at least let me properly say goodbye to the woman I love. I felt anxious leaving her. Everyone was saying she was safe, but my insides burned with rage. The moment we stepped into the Nova Pack, I felt the hairs on my arms rise. I didn't want to leave her there. Something seemed off. I needed to hurry back to her. I wanted to warn her. I wanted to tell her to stay close to our officers. Reapus was right. I would never be prepared to leave her. That wasn't what this was about. This was about me warning her. Maybe it was nothing. The pack didn't seem excited that their Luna had returned, though most of that was because they were disappointed. They expected her to take Doug as her alpha. Just thinking about that made me want to rip him apart. He is lucky he didn't look at her in a lustful way, or there would be pieces of little Dougie everywhere. We should have brought Clover with us. I sighed, trying to shake this feeling in my chest. "You need to learn to control your powers without her," Reapus said, stepping towards me. I shook my head as he stared at me. "What is it?" Something felt off. The moment we stepped through the barrier. I don't feel comfortable leaving Clover there. There was this strange sense of dread. "Is that right?" I watched as a knowing smile spread over his lips. "You know something? You know what it is? Is she in danger?" I squeezed my hands together as they trembled angrily. "The world is in danger." Reapus shrugged. "The Kai bastard. She is my world. What about her?" "Well, I guess that will depend on you. Better master your skills quickly. MN gods and their sadistic games. I don't give a shit about the greater picture. To hell with the world. That is their job to take care of it. My job is to protect Clover and my pack. But no, they insist on playing these idiotic games by pulling the puppet strings. They try to trick the other powers by saying they are not directly manipulating anything when, clearly, they are. They all are. I am not a piece on your chessboard. I am not interested in your games. We are the ones who suffer from you pulling the strings. Suffer? Pfft, you are alive because of these games. You seem to forget who you are talking to. I am not your buddy. I am not your pal. I am not your pack member. I am a god, your god, Sion, and I have given you a power that will allow you to protect the ones you love. I'm going to teach you to use it so that I won't have to interfere. I watched as he straightened up. He tilted his hat up as his eyes bore into mine. You want to protect your mate? Then do it. You want to get back to her? Then go. I'm not stopping you. I watched as a smirk curled over his lips. Oh, but you'll have to get past the sandworms, and on your own. So I suggest you embrace what you are so that you can fight. Oh, and What in the actual hell, Reapus? A woman's voice cut through the dark world like a knife. A blue light appeared, followed by the goddess with blue hair, Sheya. Not now, Reapus said, trying to sound annoyed, but he looked like he had anticipated this. It is always not now with you. I'm not having it. Sheya clicked her tongue and folded her arms across her chest. As she did, frost spread across the ground, creeping under my feet. It's a school day, Sheya. You should come when I am not with a student, Reapus said, flashing her a broad grin. That student is the reason I am here. My student? I watched as Reapus turned from me to face Sheya. There was something between these two, but I imagine, being immortal gods, they were bound to have history together. You can't play these games, Reapus. You're going to make them mad. Sheya hissed out in a harsh whisper. I don't give a damn about them. I told you that before. I do what I want, not what they want. If our interests align, fine, but I am not going out of my way to make them happy. Don't you think they've caused enough trouble? They don't mean to cause trouble. Bull. Shit. You don't really buy that? Or are you that naive? Get off your... Damn it, Sheya, admit it. They are the reasons you sealed yourself away from everyone. You hid from the world. You locked yourself away with your pets to pass the time. You made yourself a prisoner because you were afraid. Afraid of what? Me. The atmosphere felt tense, and the thick air made it even harder to breathe. This was a private conversation that somehow I was caught in the middle of. Yet it was like a train wreck. You couldn't help but watch. Besides, I was curious what was going on. Maybe there was some clue about this them Reapus was speaking about. No, I heard Sheya's voice whisper out. You don't get to say that. You don't get to put the blame on others instead of yourself. You didn't give me a chance to say anything. You wouldn't even hear me out. You heard a piece of the information, and that was it. Poof. Gone. Sealed away from me. Now you pop out all casual like nothing happened. You know what? I watched as Reapus stormed up to Sheya and grabbed her wrist. She yanked it back as ice shot up his arm, but he didn't let go. We are having this talk now. We are not doing this anymore. I don't want to talk about this. I watched as Reapus moved his arm around her, holding her flush against his body. Then, without hesitation, he planted his lips on hers. At first, she fought against him, but slowly her body changed. Her arms moved up around his neck. I watched as his hand began to slide up her back, as their kissing became more intense. Here I am, stuck. Did they even know I was still here? Maybe I'd been quiet for too long? If I made a sound now, would I just be reminding them I was here? Or was I now considered a pervert? I didn't want to watch this. I needed to get back to Clover. I turned my head away so that I at least wasn't just standing here staring at them. I waited for the sounds to quiet before I glanced back in their direction. The reason I was late that day wasn't the reason you were told. Yes, I was intimate with the celestial maiden. Reapus gripped Sheya tight as she tried to break free of him. But that was before you. Not once was it during. I never would have done that to you. Then why were you with her? Sheya spat out. You are such a hot-tempered woman for having powers of ice. Reapus pulled her closer. I had gotten you a present. That is why I went to see her. Then you made your assumptions, because busybody Moon can't mind her own business. She wanted us separated so that she could use us. Everything she does is a calculated plan. Even now, I am sure she knew this would happen, so she felt okay with meddling. You thought I was cheating, and didn't even give me a chance to explain. You cloaked yourself from me, so I couldn't find you. I could see the shocked face of the goddess. She looked almost numb. Her strong composure was gone, and she didn't look like the fierce goddess she did moments ago. You were getting me a present? I watched as Reapus nodded his head, a small smile reaching his lips. You and your damn grudge. I hope you have grown up a little since then. Luckily, we are immortal gods, and your little temper tantrum was just a torturously long blink of an eye of our lives. What kind of present? Sheya asked. Do you still have it? I listened as Reapus laughed. The dark wall he had up around him faded, and I could see the human quality about him. I could see the way he was looking at Sheya, and now it all made sense. His cold demeanor and harsh undertone, it all reflected someone who was wounded. I am sure I would be much worse if something had torn Clover and I apart like that. I felt like I understood Reapus more at this moment. Yes, I've kept it for you. I know how much you like rare creatures, and I remember that the celestial maiden had primordial pets and immortal animals. There was one that I knew was perfect for you. I watched as Reapus snapped his fingers and an icy-looking seal appeared. It looked like it was made of solid ice. A crystal seal! Sheya stared up at Reapus' eyes, and I was afraid they were going to make out again. No offense to their sweet moment, but they didn't need me here as a witness to it. I finally decided to clear my throat to let them know I was still here. You are still here? Reapus finally acknowledged my presence. You are wasting time. I would hurry back to Clover if I were you. Exactly how do I manage that? You need to move between realms. Once there, you'll have to fight against the sandworms. You'll need to use your power to make them submit to you. Once they learn you are their master, they will not bother you again. After that, you will be in the in-between realm. You will be able to see both places and walk around unseen. I don't get it. Is that all I have to do? I watched as Reapus smirked. You really don't get it. You already have everything you need inside of you. Mastering it will only require one thing for you to accept who you are. You are not the same person anymore, Sion. You have to let go of Alpha Sion of the Chance Pack. You are much more than him now. But I am still Alpha Sion of the Chance Pack. Why do I have to let that go? I asked and watched as Sheya placed her hand on Reapus's arm. He words things badly. What he means is, you must accept who else you are. You need to embrace your new powers and fully embrace the new you. Then your powers will be one with you. They will answer your call when you need them. This is what Clover must do too. She has a barrier up inside of herself, keeping her wolf and Sheya separate. I watched as her eyes flickered blue as a frown formed on her lips. She is going to need her wolf at full strength. Wait, why? I asked as Sheya looked back at me. She's going to have to fight, alone. Fight? You mean while learning her powers? Or is there something else? I felt my eyes flicker as dark energy crept through my veins. The Nova Pack, what is it? I felt like something was off there. The welcoming seemed to fall flat, as if they were anticipating something else. Sheya nodded her head. Something else would be accurate. I clenched my teeth together. Damn, Nit, I need to be with her now. This one is Clover's fight, Sheya said as I felt the dark swirling inside of me beating against the pink energy there. It is never just Clover's fight because she has me. Use that, Sheya said as Reapus snorted. His lips curled up slightly as he looked at me. But can you get to her in time? Reapus sighed, clicking his tongue and shrugging his shoulders. This wasn't some reverse psychology class. I'm not a moron. I don't need him to say that to motivate me. Going to Clover was motivation enough, but hearing she might be in trouble fueled me. I didn't need Reapus' commentary about getting there in time. I had a feeling his attention would now shift from me. Now that he was seemingly back together with Sheya, I think he will be preoccupied. Why was Clover going to have to fight? What was going on in the Nova Pack? She was their Luna. Would they really hurt her? This didn't make sense. It didn't have to make sense, to be honest. I just needed to get back to Clover so I could protect her. I felt her pink ribbons of energy inside of me. There was a small tug from them that almost helped guide me. Then my insides began to spin as black dust swam around me. Was this my darkness? My energy? It was so different from Clover's warm pink glow. I wasn't afraid of it. Instead, I allowed it to drive me forward. This energy wanted the same thing I did, to be reunited with Clover. We had the same goal. I could feel what it wanted, as if it was a life of its own. The same way I felt my lupine and lichen before that. We were one. This was me. My vision became blurry. No, it wasn't my vision. It was the world. I was shifting between the realms. Only now it was as if I was stuck in something else. There was a tan haze blocking my view from both planes. A colossal creature rose out of the ground. It looked like a giant worm with rough tile-like shapes over its body. Then those shapes met with circular rings that encompassed the whole body. It had a wide mouth full of many sharp, jagged fangs. No eyes that I could see, but I don't think it needed any. It could sense my energy and body movement. The worm bellowed at me and began to create a suction. It was inhaling the air that was trying to pull me closer to it. Did this creature think it was going to eat me? I didn't feel fear as I faced the worm fully. Instead, an overwhelming surge of confidence embraced me. Suddenly, it was like a veil was being lifted. Dark energy swarmed around me like a tornado and then fell upon me like a blanket. This was it, the peace I had been afraid of. The veins in my arm turned black as the darkness entered my body. It cascaded all over me, absorbing inside of me. I had left a part of it here before. Now it was fully joining with me. Reapus was right. I was different now. The energy began to awaken inside of me, and I felt the new power swarming. At this moment, another worm came from the side. It didn't stop, though. It kept coming, hungry for my energy. The pale clay creature blurred towards me at incredible speed. I lifted my hand as I stared at the worm. A black orb began to glow from my fingertips as the monster closed in on me. And then there was an explosion of gray meeting black. A wave of tremors rippled over the ground, sending sand clouds in the air, followed by a moment of deathly silence. I tried to look through the thick cloud as I shielded my face with my arm. There was the sound of one worm screeching, and then a chorus of bellows rippled through the air from all around me. Note: the next chapter will be up by the 13th. Clover, you aren't trying hard enough. I think you need some motivation, Stilt said, turning his head to look at the Minotaur. Let him run her down. Hell no, Demetri growled. She needs a push, and besides, she has her wolf. She will heal just fine. Stilt said, looking back at me. You've got to be kidding me, little man, Kai snarled as he stared at Stilts. You can all act this way, but we need her to get a handle on her powers. She is in her head too much. She needs to react and not think. Stilts stared at me. I watched as a smirk spread over his lips. I knew that look didn't mean anything good. 1 second, he was there. The next, he vanished. Then the Minotaur bellowed out loudly. I saw Stilts whip his cane in its direction, and a spark flew out. The beast was now at a full angry charge and heading in my direction. Okay, I didn't want to become flattened like a pancake. Stilts was right. I would heal and be fine. But who wanted that? This should be easy, right? I just needed to connect with my Sheya powers like I did before. All right, do something. I watched as the beast drew closer and closer. Anytime now. Stop, beast. Stop. Why isn't it working? Why can't I feel it like I did before? I closed my eyes and braced for impact. Suddenly, something crashed into me and grabbed around me as a rushing breeze blew past me. I opened my eyes to a chest. I looked up to see Kai holding me close. His eyes were laced with concern one moment and then anger as he flipped them in the direction Stilts was. What the hell? This isn't a game. This is my Luna, Kai growled angrily. No, it isn't a game. How much time do you think we have? She needs some tough love. I felt Kai grip into me protectively as a low growl left his throat. It's okay, Kai. I have to get this down, I said, and he looked at me with disapproving eyes. Sion would never allow this. Good thing Sion isn't here then. I gave him a crooked smile and he sighed. I won't watch you get hurt. It's not like I want to get hurt. I laughed, but he clearly didn't find it amusing. Yeah, I'm not down with this plan either. Odell snorted, crossing her arms next to Logan. Well then, I suggest. I stopped talking as I watched several people come walking up the hill. I thought Doug had told them to stay away from this area. What is going on? Demetri asked as he trotted over towards me. He kept his body to the side so that it blocked me. It was at this moment I realized that even Demetri was not fully trusting of the pack. I watched as Nadine and Doug walked with stiff, agitated movements. You could see the two of them talking back and forth, but in a tone that was too quiet for me to pick up. Nadine looked livid, and Doug looked, well, I couldn't tell how Doug looked. There seemed to be a lot of different emotions on his face. His eyes met with mine as they both continued to approach me. Careful. You might be the acting alpha, but I serve the pack's true leader, Demetri growled as I stepped next to him. I've got this, I said as I tapped his side gently. I looked back at Doug and Nadine and quirked one of my brows up. Is there a problem? There is, Doug said as his eyes drilled into mine. It's about to be your problem, Nadine growled as she stepped closer to me. Tass, I don't know what is going on, but if you don't back away from my Luna, Logan growled, and I lifted up my hand to stop him. Let's see what is going on. At the very least, I thought we should hear him out before they go all bloodlust. I looked back as Doug and his amber eyes settled on me. Can we talk? Privately? I heard his voice enter into my mind. I think it will be best to talk to you alone, first. So, talk. He was already talking to me privately through the mind link, but for some reason this wasn't good enough. I watched as he pursed his lips and looked out in the distance. I didn't understand this. My brows pinched together as I tried to study his face. He met with my eyes and offered me a small smile. Please, give me a moment to speak with Doug alone, I said, hearing the immediate objections. I wasn't asking. I continued to look at Doug, and he held a smile, nodding his head at me to follow him. Clover, Odell protested, but she stopped with just one glance from me. I know none of them like this, but I was just going to talk. I didn't understand why he wanted to talk this way, but I was sure there was a reason. I followed behind Doug, glancing behind me once to reassure the others. I watched as Kai and Logan paced side to side while Odell kept her eyes fixated on me. Thanks, Clover. I looked back at Doug, who continued to slowly stroll through the field. What is this all about? I asked. He remained quiet, slowly walking farther away. The sun shined on his hair as the wind played with his golden strands. He finally stopped walking as we reached the far end where the trees greeted us. He turned around and looked at me. I stood there quietly waiting for what he was going to say. He didn't say a word. Instead, he stepped into me and wrapped his arms around me. Just hold still, he whispered, but that wasn't enough for me. I tried to push him back again, only he held on to me firmly. Please, trust me. What are you? I started to say as I felt a tear land on my cheek. He was crying. I stood there shocked as he held me close. What was going on? Run, Clover. His words were not what I expected. Run away from here. Run away from this life. Disappear where you can hide and be safe. I felt his arms squeeze me into him gently. He was holding me as if I was someone precious. He was saying goodbye to that. I pressed back from him and looked up at him. He kept me captive in his arms, but left enough gap so that I could look up at his face. What are you talking about? They all just want to use you. All of them. You can't trust anyone. What happened to your mother, we can't let happen to you. There is a spy here, Clover. I don't know who it is, but I am certain one is here. They have probably already made them aware of our location. A fight is coming. You need to run and not stop. Disappear from the world. I glanced back at the pack members in the distance. Wait a minute. What is all that about? Doug sighed. They want me to claim you as my mate. It is either I claim you or they want to battle for the title. That is why I brought you away from everyone. I'm giving you the chance to run. I'll hold them off as long as I can. Run so that you can live. Your parents, they were good to my family. It is because of them that I am here. I'm an unwanted hybrid, part vampire and part wolf. Your parents gave my parents a place to live without worry. My father was your father's officer. The Nova Pack naturally shifted into my care when I was of age. Doug, I'm not going anywhere. I'm here to fight. I'm here to end this. Those people are my friends and I love my mate. I trust him unconditionally. I won't run in fear. I will eliminate what should be feared. I watched as he shook his head with a frown. Clover, the pack has a way of doing things here. They will make you run the gauntlet to prove you are worthy to be their leader. What if I just hand the title over to you? I don't want it. I am not a leader. I am an officer. This is your pack. Most of them want you to claim it, but like I said, it isn't safe. This pack is dangerous because I don't know who the mole is. I could see his eyes pleading with me. I can't keep you safe here. You have to leave. I can keep myself safe. I stared up at him, still seeing tears in his eyes. What are those tears for? He was acting like I was just given a terminal sentence. You don't deserve this. I tried so hard. I wanted this pack to be your safe haven. Are you certain there is a spy here? How do you know? Some time ago, I sent out an expedition group. They were searching for more answers about what is going on right now. It was shortly after we encountered the Voidless for the first time. They vanished and we never heard from them again. They left in secret. No one knew outside of our pack. The chances that none of them ever returned tells us the enemy had annihilated them. All of them? Not one made it back. I already had my suspicions before, but this cemented it. The only others who would have known about the expedition were the Omegas serving us that night. Which one, though? I watched as he shook his head. I am not going to lie. Hearing Omega had me thinking of Hazel, which was probably silly. There wasn't a connection there, right? Okay, one thing at a time. So you don't want to be the leader of the Nova Pack? I watched as he shook his head. No, I mean I can if it will help you, but I think we can give them a choice. If they want to come with me to the Chance Pack, they can. Like I said, it isn't that simple. You have to run the gauntlet and prove you are their leader first. What is this gauntlet? I asked and listened to him sigh. You will have to fight against the top pack warriors and win against each of them. Can't I just fight against you? I watched as he titled his head to the side in deep thought. If I challenged you for the position of Alpha, then yes. Good, we will do that. But if I lose, as the winner I can determine your fate. I watched as he smiled, nodding his head. They know how I fight, though. I can't hold back. You understand what happens if I win, right? I shook my head. I get kicked out? His amber eyes looked at me as he slowly shook his head. You would become mine. That is why the gauntlet would be the better idea. Not if we potentially have a fight heading our way. We need to end this fast. Yeah, but you can't beat me, I said certainly, and watched as a crooked smile reached his lips. You haven't seen me fight. Remember, I'm not a normal wolf. I smiled as I looked at him. What a coincidence. Neither am I. I was talking about more than being part Sheya. I was also connected to Sion and through him, Anubis. I had Anput's powers in me. I felt them stirring inside of me. I imagined they were responding to Sion and what he was doing now. They wanted to be by his side and were waking up. I can't just let you win. I snorted and stepped away from him. I just hope your ego doesn't take too big of a hit when this is over. He laughed. My ego? You are overly confident, aren't you? You do know I was chosen as the leader here for a reason. Clover, like I said, you can't win against me. I was confident. I could feel it in Sheena's bones. She was ready for the challenge, and so was I. There wasn't a chance that I would lose. No matter what, I wouldn't belong to Doug. Besides, it was a moot point. If by some crazy reason I lost, the moment Sion returned, it would be over. He wouldn't allow it. He would challenge anyone on my behalf and kill if he had to. Not that it would come to this. I had alpha blood, and this was my pack. Nature alone gives me the advantage. The wolf part in him will want to submit to me. As we walked back to the others, there was a part of me that wondered if this was what he wanted all along. I had trust issues. However, if this was the case, all the more reason to put him in his place. I was a trained fighter and had real experience. No matter what challenge he presented, I could win against him. I was certain of it. I could see all the curious eyes on us as we approached. My officers instantly came to my side as Doug moved to face the Nova Pack. I challenged Clover to the position of leader of the Nova Pack. Doug said loudly, making the Nova Pack cheer loudly. My officers were not happy, though, and Nadine roared ferociously at Doug. Demetri grabbed my shoulder as he glared in front of him. You don't have to do this. He cannot win against me, I said, feeling a dark energy encircling me. Sion felt closer suddenly, and I could feel his energy elevating. He was fighting. I felt the wind swirl around me, bringing me the faintest hint of his scent. Something primal in me was sparking to life. Something new and powerful. For the first time, I felt Sheena and my Sheya powers at the same time. They were being embodied by a dark cloud in my mind. I opened my eyes to see Doug shift into an enormous light blonde wolf. Stand aside, I said calmly to my officers. Energy was twisting inside of me, combining with the others. Usually I stopped it. I kept it separated, but this time I embraced the change. The moment I did, everything felt clearer. There was a mental clarity that almost knew what to do. Doug charged at me. It was at a speed that was almost hard to keep track of. Almost. Yet in this moment, I couldn't help the smirk that reached my lips as I connected with Sheena. Quick and easy? I asked, and Sheena snorted, slow and domineering. Sheena answered as black wisps enveloped me, a moment of darkness, and then I stood on 4 feet. The blonde wolf leaped towards me as I reared up to clash against him. Not as a wolf, not as a Sheya, not as Anput, but as all 3. Note, next update 16th. P.S. To the one who is stealing my book, I have made an official copyright complaint with the lawyers. Doug lunged at me, His snow-white fangs were exposed as his wolf moved closer. He came at me at lightning speed, but it was as if it was in slow motion for me. I stood there waiting for him with confidence. Black smoky wisps escaped from me as Sheena's forelegs held our weight evenly. On the outside, it would look like I was wide open to the attack, but this was their mistake. A second before he should have made contact, I acted. I charged into him. Sheena's paws slashed into him, sending black electricity at him. His body slammed onto the earth, skipping across it before coming to a stop. I barely touched him. I was certain of that. I didn't want to hurt him, yet his wolf wasn't moving. I took a hesitant step forward. My ears were back and my tail was lowered. Oh God, I didn't mean to. Maybe it wasn't as bad as it looked. That was only wishful thinking. My nose caught the scent of blood only a moment before I saw it trickle from his body. I did this. I wasn't trying. It was an accident. I hurt him. I quickly shifted back and ran to his side. Everyone was holding still, just staring. They were in shock too. My knees came down near his head as I tried to assess the damage. Nothing. There were no wounds on the outside of him, yet the blood trickled from his mouth. This meant his injuries were internal. Doug. I felt like my lungs were robbed of oxygen as I tried to call out for him. Was he breathing? Gods, it didn't look like it. Doug! I yelled and bodies began to swarm in, some pack members, some my officers. I felt Kai's hand on my back as the sounds of whispers began to litter the air. I didn't mean to. I whispered as Kai shushed me gently. It was a challenge. These things happen, Kai said as I stared at Doug. These things? What does that mean? Injuries? Yes, injuries happen, but death shouldn't. I don't even know what I did to him, but I was starting to understand Sion's fear of this darkness. It was strong, more powerful than I had anticipated. If this was me taking it easy, he is going to be okay, right? I managed to say in a fragile voice. I was shaken. This was not my intention. Did you see that? What is she? Can you imagine having a leader that powerful? It wasn't even close. Did she kill him? He isn't breathing. The whispers began to all blur together as I stared at the still wolf. Get him to the healers, quick. I heard Nadine growl. I watched as his body was lifted and they raced away with him. I stayed there on my knees, trying to make sense of the situation. I felt like a murderer. Is there any chance of survival? My mind was racing as I replayed the moment over and over in my mind. I know I hardly put anything into it. What did that mean then? How strong was I? Clover? Clover. I heard a familiar voice, but I just kept staring in front of me. Clover, what happened? I saw knees of someone kneeling in front of me. Then I felt hands on my cheeks, lifting my gaze up, allowing my eyes to focus on the face in front of me. It was Joey. Before, I was so curious about his mate. Now it all seemed to fall short. Not far behind him, there was someone, but I couldn't look at them. I tried to swallow the cotton in my mouth. It was a struggle to even breathe. Their voices blurred together as I blinked blankly in front of me. I wanted to shut down and pretend it never happened. I wanted to ignore that I had just killed someone by accident. However, Doug had told me that there could be a spy here, and there was a chance the enemy was coming. I needed to get my head right. Slowly, I willed myself to move. I lifted myself up, finding my legs and the strength to lead. I had just removed the Nova Pack's leader. This was who would have led the pack. Who was next in charge? I know the position is basically mine, but they need a voice they trust. I looked over at those who were still around and then beyond them. I could faintly hear children laughing and playing. I looked at the houses with families and loved ones. This is what it was to be a leader. It meant you pushed aside your pain and focused on the safety of others. I couldn't think about what had just happened. What if an army was almost upon us now? We needed to be ready. Who was Doug's beta? I asked, glancing over the people. That was me. I turned my head to look at Nadine. How are the Nova Pack's defenses? I asked, and I watched her raise a brow at me. We don't really have defenses since we are cloaked. So, anyone can walk through it? I asked and watched her nod slowly. It isn't a barrier. It just gives the illusion that nothing is here. Damn, that wasn't what I wanted to hear. We have scouts, though. If anyone sees anything that could be concerning, they will send out an alert. I guess that was something. No one has warned us at this point. Well, considering they were still alive. JM snap O for mate's sake, steriel ted. All rights reserved. All right, listen up, I said, filling my lungs up with oxygen. We need to assemble all of the warriors. We need those who can't fight to be in the most center buildings. I don't know if there is anything to be concerned about, but we are going to prepare for war. I heard the gasps, and I scanned over everyone. I was hoping that maybe the spy was among them. Maybe if they knew we knew, then it would get called off. If it was even coming, I would rather be prepared and look overly cautious than to not prepare at all and be massacred. Luna, what is coming? Nadine asked as her brows pinched together. I don't know, but Doug was concerned a fight was heading our way. You heard your Luna. You have seconds to clear out and get organized. Move. Nadine growled, and immediately everyone dispersed, except for my group and Nadine. She stepped closer and her eyes were fixated on me. What did Doug tell you? She asked, and I explained everything. She nodded her head, showing that she was already aware of the spy situation. She told me that there was still no evidence to validate his concerns. Only theories. He pleaded for me to run. He didn't want to fight. I didn't mean to. I trailed off quietly. Of course, you didn't mean to. You have had so much happen to you and you were just freshly marked. You have no idea what your powers are like. Demetri said, trying to reassure me. Thanks, but that wasn't going to make me feel better. What were those black sparks that flew from you? Nadine asked, and I pursed my lips together. I didn't exactly know myself. It wasn't just my power as Anput. It was like everything was now combined together. I didn't understand it to know what it was or what it did. I think that's enough questions, Joey said, making me turn to look at him. His green eyes were looking at me, full of concern. I stared at him for a second before my gaze shifted to the person behind him. A woman with raven-colored hair, sun-kissed skin, and violet eyes was quietly standing there observing the interaction. On her neck was a fresh red mark that was still shiny from the healing skin. Joey followed my gaze and smiled, motioning for the woman to come closer. Clover, I'd like to introduce you to Stacy, my mate. I watched as Stacy lowered her head to me respectfully. Luna. Her voice was light and sweet. She looked back at me with a shy smile. Stacy is one of our hybrids. She is a wolf and a fairy. I'm sure you've noticed the Nova Pack is a bit of everything. Nadine said in a hurried voice. Anyways, we need to send out another set of scouts. We need them to go farther to give us more warning time. I don't mean to throw you in the deep end to see if you will swim, but we don't have time for anything else. I guess a proper conversation with Stacy will have to come later. Nadine, you know the pack. I trust you to appoint the correct people for the tasks. I paused for a moment, pursing my lips together. As an officer, can you... It is only an officer by name. We were never the true leaders of this pack. I was just his next in charge, but he wasn't the alpha, nor I his beta. Not in that sense. It was just fake titles to make it easier. So no, I can't feel if. Nadine trailed off, and I glanced towards the medical building. I needed to focus, but looking at the building did remind me that Connor was still there, and so was Gia. We needed to make them aware of what was going on. Logan, go inform Connor and Gia of what is going on. He nodded his head and sprinted to the building. I then turned to look at Demetri and Nadine. I think it will be best to have every rest normally until we have concrete evidence there is a problem. Doug was guessing, but his hunch couldn't be overlooked. There are too many lives that are at risk. The spy is gone, probably going to call off the attack now. Stilts said, suddenly appearing between all of us. His clothes were shredded, and I could smell the fresh irony blood scent coming from him. What do you mean? What happened to you? I asked and watched as he glanced in the distance. Your spy is gone. She knows her cover is blown, so she won't be back. She? Did she do this to you? I already knew Stilts was powerful, so to see these wounds on him, this wasn't done by an Omega. Who? Nadine growled. Stilts laughed and looked at the tiger. Darcia. That Omega couldn't, Nadine began to say, but Stilts began to laugh loudly. She really had you fooled. It was only her wolf that was weak. Do you know what she is? I watched as Nadine nodded her head. Yes, she is part witch. Ha! Stilts sneered. That wasn't no witch. You let evil in through the front door. You embraced it and kept it near. When the whole time it had one purpose, Clover. He looked at me and then back to Nadine. That was a demoness. A high-ranking demoness. You should have told us, Demetri started, but Stilts chuckled, shaking his head. She would have killed you all. The little lady isn't ready for her yet, but she will be. That is what we will work on now. How do you know she won't come back with an army? I asked, and Stilts paused thoughtfully. I guess we don't. He smirked at me and waved his cane to the open field. We had better get to work. I pressed my lips together and couldn't stop the feeling in the pit of my stomach. You have to get control over them so you know what they can do. It is the best way to prevent further accidents. Stilts said, practically reading my mind. I understand that, but I sighed and looked back at where they had taken Doug. If the moment wasn't quite as urgent, I needed to see him first. I wish Sion was here. He would be able to see his soul and could explain to him that it was an accident. Maybe Doug's soul could see me? If so, it was even more important for me to go and apologize to his body. I didn't want him to become a vengeful spirit. As Sion's mate, I should also be able to see souls, but I think this will only happen after I die. Until then, I need Sion near me to see them. Yes, I needed to see Doug first. It was the only way I could at least push this back for now so that I could concentrate on fighting. Though, I wouldn't be able to simply forget. I had a feeling this was going to be another scar I carried on my heart. I have to show my respects to Doug first and tell him how sorry I am. In case his soul is around, I want him to know I didn't mean. I stopped not being able to finish the sentence. Then let's go to him, Demetri said in a soft, gentle tone. I turned my head to see his sad, gentle eyes looking at me. Doug would never hold a grudge against you for this. He couldn't wait for the day when you would come here. Nadine stopped talking abruptly, and her face paled. Her lips parted as her eyes glazed over. Impossible. Note, next update will be by the 20th. I looked at Nadine anxiously, waiting for her to speak. Her brows were knitted together for a few moments before the creases faded away. The glaze from her eyes disappeared and she let out the breath she was holding. What is it? I asked, and watched as her eyes flashed down to me. You need to come with me, she said softly as Kai scoffed. He shook his head and moved in next to me. No offense, but I don't trust anyone here. This pack is whack. Kai snorted as Nadine growled at him. Don't forget who came to her aid when she was fighting earlier. You know, when you were nowhere to be seen. Nadine's voice was lethal and icy, but she slowly inhaled and nodded her head. Although I understand how you feel, the gauntlet probably seems weird to you, but it isn't intended to be malicious. It is to prove the strongest is leading the pack. Yeah, we don't have to do that sort of crap, since a proper alpha is always the strongest, Kai retorted hastily. Feel fortunate that you have never lost your alpha without having their heir old enough to take their place. With her words, he instantly pursed his lips together. Your gauntlet is just a nice way to say challenge for the alpha title. Not to check who is the strongest, but for the one who wants to be the leader. I cleared my throat and patted Kai's back. I think this is all going off topic. Nadine has not given us a reason not to trust her, and she isn't saying you can't come with me. I glanced at her, and she nodded her head with a small smile on her lips. Don't worry, I am ready to shred anyone at a moment's notice. Clover's safety is of the utmost importance. I'd gut Demetri here in a second if I thought he was trying to hurt Clover. No offense. Odell glanced at the centaur, who simply shrugged. None taken. I think that is normal, Odell. How about you, Kai? Would you attack Connor to protect Clover? Kai chuckled and looked at me with a small smile. I would even fight against Sion to protect you. Not that I would have to, and it would be a death sentence. He ran his hand through his hair as a sheepish grin spread across his face. But would you protect Sion if she attacked him? Because I would still be on her side, Odell said with a crooked smile. I watched as Kai's brows furrowed together. Kai is my officer now, but he was first Sion's. He has been with Sion longer, so naturally he would be more protective over him. I honestly didn't think it was a fair thing to say. Kai, you don't have to, I began to say, but he answered. I would too. He smiled at me as I looked at him in shock. From the moment I met you, I felt a responsibility towards you. I was separate from my wolf for so long, and I have him back now because of you. In a way, it was like a type of rebirth for me. And when that happened, my loyalties have shifted to you. I think I was always meant to be your officer. I didn't know what to say. I was honestly really touched to hear his words. I mean, I never had that before. Not that I would ever want him to fight against Sion, even on my behalf. Still, it was nice to hear. I have heard that some wolves have a natural connection to others. Some have thought it was because their wolves knew the other in a past life. Most believe there is another type of connection. Just like the mate bond, there is the chosen mate bond and the multiple different fated mate bonds. Then there is the officer's bond. There are the chosen officers, but then there is the other level. Some believe some officers are fated to their alpha. This is why a lot of officers come from former officers. The bond carries down. The word officer isn't heard in our minds. Our wolves don't say officer like they do mate, which would be sort of funny if they did. It was more like a feeling or the need to protect, while the other has the feeling of safety and is naturally comfortable around them. And just as the alpha is strong because he has to lead the pack, the officers are strong so they can protect their alpha. I always felt comfortable with Kai. Maybe this is why. Even his wolf, Aces, was open and comfortable with me. When I first met Demetri, I was comfortable with him as well. I felt the burning in my nose as I blinked away the tears. I know this may seem silly, but it was like I wasn't seeing it before. I finally realized that even without Sion, I would never be alone. For someone like me, this was like a poor person being told they won the lottery. I won the emotional lottery, and finally, I could feel the connections inside of me. Copyright 2022, all rights reserved. JM Snap, oh for mate's sake, I composed myself nicely. I didn't need to get all emotional right now, not when I already had so many things weighing on me. I cleared my throat and looked at Nadine. Lead me to what you want to show me. I watched as she smiled. There is no need for that now. She looked up and I followed her gaze. I saw Logan running our way. Behind him were Sheya and Connor. Sheya looked all healed up, which was a relief. Then another small group followed behind them, and leading them was Doug. My eyes widened in shock as Logan rushed towards me. He's alive! He pointed behind him as he caught his breath. The lucky bastard lives. My eyes were on Doug's. What was he thinking? How was he alive? He was dead, wasn't he? His eyes were fixated on me as he got closer. I took in a shallow breath as he approached. I pursed my lips together and braced myself for however this was going to unfold. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I said quietly. Hey, Doug's voice was soft and gentle. He gave me a small, sad smile, but I could see there was pain behind his eyes. I know it was an accident. Honestly, I am lucky to be alive. How are you alive? Demetri asked, and Doug's amber eyes began to water. I felt my chest constricting as he took in a staggering breath to talk. I listened as he swallowed. He was in a lot of emotional pain. My wolf gave his life for me. He unlinked himself from me, allowing the vampire side to take full control. I gasped, cupping my hand around my mouth. I killed his wolf. My chest squeezed together in pulses as I felt my whole body tense. I am so sorry, Doug. His eyes softened as he looked at me. Clover, this was an accident. I'll miss my wolf, but you know what he told me before he left me? He told me to protect our badass Luna. Your power is what this pack needs, Clover. We will follow you, our true leader, Doug said, making a declaration on behalf of the Nova Pack. The wolves behind him nodded their heads as well. Good he is alive. Yay, his wolf died. How sad. The pack wants their Luna. Woohoo. Oh, but wait. The Luna hasn't mastered her powers yet. Stilts jabbed at me with his cane. Let's see if you can get your energy under control, eh? Come on, Stilts. Give her some breathing room. Demetri growled, and Stilts' eyes twinkled up at me. His lips curled up like the Grinch, and I knew this meant nothing good. I guess you can wait. I'm sure Sion can hold out a bit longer. Is Sion in trouble? I couldn't take any more. I felt my energy surging inside of me, threatening to destroy the world if it could. Is he? You tell me? Can't you feel him? Stilts said in his snarky little voice. Little asshole. I could feel Sion, but his power was fluctuating in massive waves. Was this part of training, or was he really fighting? It felt like the surging was ongoing. He was exhausting himself. He was working hard. I had to too. I wanted to be ready with him. I was ready to fight too. I started walking, without a word, up to the training ground. Well, let's do this. I was keeping an eye on Sion's energy. It felt stronger near the field, as if he was right here. Of course, he was, just in another realm. Who is my opponent this time? I asked, as Stilts appeared in front of me suddenly. Okay, he couldn't run that fast, so he was able to teleport when he faded in and out. Me, he said with a half smile on his lips. I shook my head. I didn't want to be responsible for killing anyone else or any part of them. He began to laugh as his eyes gleamed at me. "Ah, you afraid you might kill me? You'd miss me that much, huh?" He cackled. Okay, I was feeling like it would bother me less and less. You aren't there yet. Besides, I have a layer of protection from the goddess. I think it is cute you think you can, though. Hey, getting your mind right is half the battle. Good job, he said in the most patronizing voice ever. Yep, the feeling had faded. Let's see what you can do. His voice was full of arrogance as he held his cane in front of him. His posture was very relaxed, and he almost looked bored, which only further aggravated me. Well, are you going to just stand there? If so, let me know so I can break out the tea. Give him hell. Clover, I heard Sheya yell from behind me. Yeah, I need to wipe that look off his face. I heard a sound in the distance, and my eyes traveled to it. There he was, the Minotaur from before. It was like the mental wall that was up before was no longer there. Easily, I sifted my voice into his mind, but it wasn't just my voice. I felt a part of him inside of me as I spoke to him. For a moment, the Minotaur froze. Then one foot, then the other, and at a full sprint, he charged towards Stilts. It was as if Stilts was anticipating this, and he effortlessly blinked out of view, letting the beast run by. When he reappeared, though, I was also ready. I felt the black energy swirling inside of me, and the familiar tingle of the electric pulses as well. It felt like an extension of my body as I hurled it towards him. It was both exhilarating and shocking. I had never had this type of power before. A deadly combination spiraled towards him, and I watched as he swiftly raised his cane. The lightning snapped at his stick, and for the first time I saw him begin to strain himself. With a grunt, he pushed his cane back, sending out an invisible pulse. He was focused and occupied, and this was my real plan. While he was busy, mentally I pushed my presence into his mind. The air was just starting to clear when I saw his eyes widen. A small smirk reached my lips as I inhaled a satisfying breath. Drop. Your cane. I gripped onto the struggling force that tried to regain control. His hand began to tremble, and then I watched as the cane left his hands. It wobbled to a stop on the ground, and I released my control. I felt my knees begin to buckle as something trickled from my nose. The lesson's over for today. Stilts growled as he hurried up to me. You shouldn't have been able to. Too much, he muttered as he looked up at me. He held a handkerchief up to me with his lips pursed. Wipe your nose. How are you feeling? I looked at him a bit confused as I took the fabric from him. I blotted at my nose and it left red globs on the white material. I glanced back at him as his eyes studied me. You broke through Shiva's glass. You broke the Nembrant glass inside of me. Clover, that is remarkable. Stilt's words shocked me since I could see the sincerity in his eyes. How do you feel? My legs were a bit shaky, but they are already feeling better. I reached up to wipe my nose again, but the blood had already stopped. Clover, I heard Demetri's voice as a group rushed up behind me. Let me see, Kai said, tilting my chin and cautiously examining my face. I'm fine. Hell yeah, she is fine. She kicked your ass. Odell snorted and Sheya giggled. She did, Stilts admitted calmly. She has accomplished something incredibly rare. She destroyed an implanted Nembrant glass. I watched as he frowned and then looked at the others. They will be desperate to capture her. Right now, there isn't a fix or cure for Nembrant glass, which means Clover is invaluable to us all. Demetri's words were shaky as his eyes looked at me with fear. We need to hide you. No, I need to help who I can. I need to save the Chance Pack. As the words escaped my lips, the ground began to tremble. I felt the vibrations, and through them I could hear a distorted roar. Sion. Note, next update will be the 23rd. Sion. The sandworms were like a hive. They kept coming out of nowhere. These repulsive creatures were relentless as they continued their onslaught against me. And where exactly was I? It wasn't the in-between realm, since I should be able to see both sides, right? Instead, I was seeing sand and worms. What was it that Reapus said? I would need to use my power to make them submit to me. Well, at this point, I was in eradication mode, and they were still coming after me. He did mention that I would be in the in-between after the worms learned I was their master. So what was the connection? I sent out another dark wave, slicing a worm in half. The bellows across the sandy field echoed, and I felt the moving ground. More were on their way. How was I supposed to get them to see me as their master? I have already proven that I am stronger. This was my test. Of course, this wasn't something simple. It was more than just strength. I stared out as the sand swam around me, pelleting against my skin. I was beginning to hate sand. I used to think I would love living near the beach, but screw sand. I was wearing a layer of it right now, and I would take dirt any day. The ground erupted from behind me, and more sand engulfed me. This was endless. I needed to strategize a new plan since just killing them wasn't working. If the worms were like a hive, then maybe killing them was only fueling them into attack mode. What was I supposed to do then? One of the worms began to eat the pieces of the mutilated parts, and then another joined in. I watched as their bodies began to get bigger as they ingested parts of another worm. What if they were not a clue of worms? What if it was a bunch of segments that combined equaled one worm? If that's the case, killing each segment wasn't going to win it over. It would be looking at me as if I was the enemy. I dodged out of the way as one of the bodies dove towards me. It smashed into the sand, disappearing beneath it. Beneath my feet, I could feel movement, but it moved farther down or away until I couldn't feel it anymore. I felt the pink ribbons inside of me fluctuating and could sense Clover's presence. Wherever I was in an area that was close enough that I could feel her. It was like another plane, another world that existed much like the other realms, only the barrier between the worlds was thinner. I even caught the faint smell of her scent. She was so close and yet very far away. I needed to get back to her. I wasn't sure what was going on, but I needed to be by her side. I had to trust my instincts that told me there was something off in the Nova Pack. I might have my trusted officers there, but no one would protect her like I would. Suddenly, a worm erupted from the ground. It had been quiet. I felt nothing, yet its body hurled towards me with its disgusting mouth open. I lifted my hand in its direction. Its face met with my hand as a black wave held it in place. Sparks of black lightning rippled from my hand as wisps of smoke sprang up around it. I pushed out a wave of pulsing energy, which sent the worm hurling back to the ground. Screeching wails echoed around me as the ground shook angrily. Loud swishing sounds sent sand flying in the air as worms popped up all around me. At this rate, I was going to end up killing every segment. I had a feeling if I did that, though, I wouldn't be able to move forward from this plane. I was here for a reason. There was something I was supposed to discover about myself, or I'd like to think there was a purpose here. I didn't end up here before when I traveled from the spirit realm, which meant Reapus planned for me to end up here. Unless this didn't have anything at all to do with a show of power. What if it was something else? I stared at the worms. It didn't look like they had eyes, but maybe they saw a different way. Maybe they could make out shapes through vibrations and could sense the waves of energy. Could it really be so simple? I took in a slow breath and focused. I felt my body begin to change as I pushed for the form of Anubis. Gods were often petty. I chose not to shift into the Anubis form. What if the worm would only acknowledge me in that form? It sounded stupid, which was making me think this was exactly right. Gods were petty beings with too much time on their hands. This time the shift was much easier. Just like when you first learn to shift the next time, it is easier. I stared at my clawed fingers and the short black layer of fur that layered my body. I straightened up, now noticeably taller as I looked out at the segmented worms and waited. Slowly, the worms began to move together. Each worm began to meld with the next as it grew in size. It grew in stature until it was as tall as a large building. The shadow from the worm overlapped me as it raised its body. It arched over me as if it was trying to discern who I was. I waited, ready to defend myself against the monstrous beast in front of me. It lowered its head to me, and I thought that it was going to try to eat me. I felt it exhale a breath that smelled like musty, wet dirt. I waited for it to strike, but it didn't. Instead, its head began to lower until it was bowing to me. I was right. I shook my head in agitation. This was all about me shifting into Anubis. I looked around, half expecting the plane to dissolve, but it didn't. Okay, the worm submitted to me. Now what? In the breeze, a scent hit my nose, one that had me gripping my fists together angrily. Clover's blood. She was bleeding. She was hurt. The feral growl ripped out of my throat as I threw my head back angrily. I felt pure rage building up inside of me. I was ready to kill anyone and everyone just to be by her side. The ground began to move under my feet and the worm dove into the sand. As it did, an opening was made in the sand. Deeper in the hole was a blurry darkness. This was the exit. This is why I wouldn't be able to leave without the worm, because the exit was under the sand. I walked up to the edge and didn't hesitate. I jumped into the abyss, entering a gray area. This was it, the area where I could see but the living and spirit realm. And there I could see Clover. She looked like she was looking for something, as if she could sense me. She probably could. I let out a sigh of relief. She looked fine. I shifted back from Anubis and looked at this in-between area. I could use this to get information against my enemies. I could also use this to pull Clover to safety. It was weird. Before, I felt like I didn't know what to do. I didn't understand the different realms and planes. I didn't feel that way anymore. I could see Clover, and I knew that I could be next to her in a second. It felt easy, as if all I had to do was will it. The colors began to seep into the gray as I kept my focus on Clover. I watched as the world became clear and the air light again. Her eyes focused on mine, and no one else existed. I cleared the distance between us in mere seconds, pulling her into my arms. I felt her delicate hands grip around me as I lowered my nose into her neck. I inhaled her scent, not being able to satisfy myself with it. I couldn't stand being away from her. A moment away from her felt like an eternity. "Clover," I murmured into her neck. My nose traced over her sweet skin and I lifted up to inspect her. "Are you all right?" Her lips curled up as she smiled at me. "I'm fine, Sion." I sniffed the air, smelling her blood. I narrowed my eyes at her, ready to kill whoever injured her. "Who hurt you?" I watched as she shook her head. "No one did. I guess technically I hurt myself." She gave me an adorable smile. I raised my hand up to stroke her soft cheek. "She was able to break the nembrant glass, Sion." I turned my head to look at Demetri. Momentarily, I forgot there were other people around. My focus was all on Clover. "She is an incredible asset to us and a dangerous one for the demons," Stilts added, and I understood his meaning. She would be in demand from everyone. Even more reason for me to always be by her side. She was my special mate, and I wasn't feeling very generous about sharing her with anyone, let alone the demons. A low growl reverberated from my chest as I pulled her in flush against my body. I lowered my head to hers, letting my lips brush over her forehead. I welcomed the tingles that erupted from having contact with her. It was as if she recharged me, only I needed her constantly. She looked like she was doing just fine without me. My sole motivation for fighting was to get back to her. "Sion," she whispered into my chest, "I missed you." I can't explain exactly what her words did to me. It felt like my heart was going to explode. Did she really feel the same way I did? I felt like my feelings were extreme, and in a second, she erased all my doubts. That she missed me, just like I missed her. I pulled back from her and tilted her chin up. I gazed into her eyes and couldn't help the smile that reached my lips. My beautiful mate, I love her so much. I couldn't stand it anymore. I needed to taste her lips. I leaned down and gently brushed her soft, plump skin with my own before fully capturing them. I flicked my tongue over her bottom lip and then moved it between her lips. She eagerly opened her mouth to me, and I plunged my tongue in with the invitation. I couldn't stop myself from the neediness of my kisses. I kept stealing her breath as she came up for air. She was clinging to me as if she couldn't bear to be parted from me even an inch, which fueled me more. I wanted to bury myself into her. I wanted to feel her body go wild beneath me. I wanted the rush of delirium only she could bring me. Gods, did she have any idea the fires she ignited within me? I had very little self-restraint. Even though I knew we were in public, I couldn't help the intensity of the kiss. I wanted more. I want a lot more. I didn't think I would be able to stop the raging fire that was starting to burn out of control. I didn't want to stop it either. I wanted to take her somewhere private and reward myself with her body. Nothing was going to stop me from tasting her again. They spotted an army. Yet those words snapped me out of it instantly. I lifted away from her lips to see her wide eyes. There was a possessive, protective rage taking over the lustful flame. If they were coming for her, I'd destroy them all. Note: join Fact 3B Tag JM Snap, Snappers Society to see when the next update is Clover. Doug sent out additional scouts to gather more information. We didn't know much. We didn't know where the army was headed or who it was. Nadine and Odell went out as well. I was sitting at a long table inside a great hall building. Next to me was Sion, as well as our other companion. The whole pack had gathered as we waited for more news about the army that was seen. Sion and I filled in each other on what had happened during the short time we were parted. I told him everything and the part about killing Doug's wolf. He didn't look shocked or fazed at all. He was attentive to me and asked me how I was doing. He wiped my tears with his kisses and told me how proud of me he was. When I told him about the Omega Darcia, I watched as his eyebrows knitted together. I wasn't sure if it was a coincidence with her being an Omega and Hazel being one. It was probably just a coincidence, but it was something we couldn't ignore either. Sion. I stared into his warm hazel eyes and gave him a small smile. I don't think we should wait any longer. I think we need to reclaim the chance pack as soon as possible. I am afraid that the burden on you will be too great. I want to reclaim the chance pack, but I won't risk losing you. You are not going to lose me, Sion, I began to say, but I could already see it in his eyes. He knew what we had to do too. He was just anxious for me. I know I won't lose you. I will drag you to the other side if I have to in order to keep you safe. I watched as the warm color grew darker as he sat there in thought. We were on the brink of war. One way or another, we would be fighting. There was an army out there that we might have to fight, and then we had to save the chance pack. We didn't want to fight against the chance pack if we could help it. It was a tricky situation, and right now a lot of it would come down to me. I wasn't a master of my skills, but I wouldn't become a master anytime soon. We couldn't wait for that. I had to trust that my instincts would help guide me. All rights reserved. JM Snap, oh for mate's sake. I reached over and intertwined my fingers with Sion, feeling the sweet sparks from our touch. There was an energy that swam between us, and when we were touching, it was like the circuit completed. The flow was stronger, and our bond grew in those moments. I glanced down the table, looking at our friends. Sheya and Connor seemed pretty close. There was a gentleness in his eyes as he looked at her. Her eyes seemed to sparkle up at him as well. There was a connection between them, even if they weren't mates. I glanced back to look at Sion, to see his eyes on me. We stared into each other's eyes until the room grew quiet. We both snapped our heads up and looked down the middle aisle of the large hall. Doug walked in, followed by Nadine and Odell. However, right behind them, two other large men came in, radiating with power. One of them I recognized. It was Sam, the beta from the Diamond Pack. "Daddy," I heard Sheya gasp as she jumped up from the table. The one man ran up the center aisle as Sheya ran to him. He scooped her into his arms and lifted her off the ground. "My baby girl." I was so worried. I heard him whisper as he sat her back on her feet. "Do you have any idea how worried your mother and I have been?" "Daddy, you don't have to worry like that about me. I'm not a little girl anymore." "You will always be my little girl," the man said as Sam came and patted him on the shoulder. "You've worried my sister to death. I told Susan that you knew how to take care of yourself, though." Sam winked at Sheya, who smiled up at him. "What are you doing here, Uncle Sam?" Sheya asked. "And how did you get here so fast?" "There is a lot to discuss." I watched as Sam lifted his eyes up to me. "This pack has been wrapped in a time paradox. It's been days, but it hasn't felt that long for you guys." He looked over at Doug, who stepped forward as the crowd began to murmur. "This is the Alpha King Wyatt's beta, Sam. What he says is the truth. The Omega Darcia was actually a demon living among us. Through her, she slowed time in here after Clover arrived. This would give the enemy time to assemble, while time seemed to hold still in here. When we left to investigate the army, we wandered through a fog. We didn't realize until we ran into Beta Sam and Delta Adam of the Diamond Pack that so much time had passed. Doug then looked at me and Sion. The army seems to be on the move, but they are heading away from us. It is a small army, which probably means... Doug's eyes were on me as Sion finished his sentence. They are grouping together for an all-out assault, Sion said as Doug nodded his head. This makes the most sense. This is why they needed time. Time for all the small armies to gather together. Doug said, and then Sam stepped forward. This is an all-out war for you, Clover. I was given a message from Alpha King Wyatt, and he wants for you to go to Elysium, the fairy kingdom where you will be safe. I looked at Sam as I felt Sion's fingers tighten with mine. Is it an order? I asked and watched as Sam shook his head no. It is a highly encouraged request and a privilege to be invited to stay in Elysium. I understand that, and I appreciate it. However, there is a job that I must do. I have to save the Chance Pack. They are being controlled, and I won't run away. Not when I can help them. I looked at Sion and smiled. If a fight is coming, I will not run from it. If they want me, they'll die trying to take me. The fight isn't against normal werewolves, Sion said with a deep, rich voice. His eyes were fixated on Sam as a wave of authority washed through him. I am no longer bound by the Alpha King and his laws. I am my own king, and Clover is my queen. We will use the powers granted to us to eliminate any threat that we can. Even the Nycrops, Meryl, should fear where I can send her. He rose to his feet, pulling me up to his side. Tell your king that the king of the spirit realm has joined the fight. We fight for ourselves and for our future. I watched as a smile spread across Sam's lips. Because you fight for the future, you have already joined our side. We fight for the same thing. The right to live in peace. The right to live our lives. The right to exist without fear. He paused for a moment as he stared at Sion. There was an unreadable knowledge in his eyes, as if he knew so much more than he was telling. Anubis, he said, and I almost gasped. How did he know this? The Lycan princess and prince will be meeting with you soon. I will head back to the Diamond Pack now and let them know of your predicament. The fairy queen is working on a solution to this mind controlling. She will have an answer to this. When she does, they will help everyone. That is the type of person she is. She was the previous Luna of the Diamond Pack, many years ago. All rights reserved. JM Snap. Oh, for mate's sake. I had heard of the rumors before about the fairy princess that was mated to the Alpha of the Diamond Pack. The rumors were that was why the Diamond Pack was chosen to have the next Alpha King. I am sure this is why they were given a Lycan prince too. Something about the Diamond Pack had always made them powerful, though it was a good thing since they were always helping out the other packs. They formed strong alliances with other species too. Even having the Alpha King's daughter married to the vampire prince, they solidified treaties through a blood bond, one of the strongest bonds. It is why even regular humans have sealed treaties with marriage, to create a child with a link to both sides, a powerful, unbreakable connection and a bridge between the two places. I heard that the Alpha King's daughter loved the prince, though I always felt sad thinking of arranged marriages. Everyone deserves the chance for love, but I suppose love can grow. And through those arranged marriages, countless lives are saved. It isn't always ideal, but it can be necessary. Daddy, I'd like to stay with Clover. I heard Gia say as the large man shook his head. No, you are coming home where it is safe. I glanced over to look at Connor. His body looked tense and rigid, as if it was all he could do to manage to stay where he was at. He knew it wasn't his place to speak, and he looked like he had to fight to hold himself down. Could he really have such a connection with Gia? Or was this all in my head? I think this is where I am supposed to be. Something inside of me is pulling at me to stay with Clover. I watched as she looked at Sam. My fairy blood calls on me too. Gia, I promised your mother. Adam. I watched as Sam rested his hand on his shoulder. Susan will understand this. We have a connection that is different. A part of us is always listening and can feel the fairy queen's wishes. This might be something that Queen Lily wants, or it could be something else. He paused as he looked at Gia. In either case, your daughter is a young woman and a valuable asset. Plus, who knows, maybe it is her wolf calling her to go to the chance pack for help. Ja hasn't met her mate yet. Maybe her wolf senses he is there. I watched as Adam's arms trembled slightly. His eyes were watery as he stared at Gia. He pursed his lips and pulled Gia into his arms, holding her against his chest. I know you are a young woman now. I'm just not ready to say goodbye. I am not ready to let go. I feel like you were just born. I remember that day like it was yesterday. Daddy, I'm not leaving you forever. I'm just staying to help. There was a sad, knowing smile on Adam's lips, almost like he knew it wasn't a temporary thing. You grew up so fast. I always thought I would have more time, that I would get to do more with you later. He sighed and nodded his head. You're a beautiful young woman, and I am so proud of you. I'll be back to help. With or without the Diamond Pack army, I will come back, he said as he stared at Sam. Of course, we will both come back to help out in the fight, no matter what, Sam said with a gentle smile on his face. There was something warm and endearing about Sam. He made me feel calm and comfortable. There was a wisdom to his words that made you feel safe, and he carried himself with so much confidence. I hoped one day I would carry myself half as well. His eyes met with mine, and there was the kind smile again. Despite everything that is going on, it looks like you found where you belong. I smiled and leaned into Sion's side as his arm came around me. I did. I found my person, and I belong wherever he is. The time paradox is broken now. Time should resume normally. Gia, use the fairy messengers to keep us informed. We need to know your movements so we can come to your aid. I watched as he then turned, taking a couple steps before pausing. He didn't say a word, but he stood there waiting as he turned his head slightly to look at Adam. Be careful. I watched as Adam softly kissed his daughter's forehead. Don't worry, I will be. I watched as Adam turned to walk away, and Sam resumed walking on his own. Gia remained there for a couple of moments. She stood there staring at the door where her father and uncle disappeared from. Then, Connor was there. I didn't even hear him move, but he was by her side. His arm came around her, and she looked up at him. A smile reached her lips, and her body leaned into his side. Okay, I wasn't imagining it. There was something there. The two walked back to the table together, and the focus reshifted to Doug. Clover, you are our Luna, our leader. Our place is by your side. Your fights are our fights. Your army is ready at your command, Luna. I listened to Doug's words as the whole pack rose to their feet. The sound of chairs screeched against the floor, and then my eyes widened in shock as they all lowered themselves. They placed a fist over their chest as a loud affirmative roar ripped through their chests in unison. All rights reserved. JM Snap, O for mate's sake. Luna. Note, join JM Snap Snapper Society to see when the next chapter will be released. I didn't know what to say. I stood there quietly staring at everyone. I felt Sion's warm arm come to rest around my waist, and I looked up at him. His sweet hazel eyes were glowing down at me. It looked like he was so proud. I felt bad that the first thing I would be doing to the Nova Pack was to drag them into a war. Looking over everyone, none of them seemed to have any reservations. It was as if the battle with Doug erased any doubts anyone may have had. I watched as Doug walked up in front of me, and he nodded his head in reverence. It is time we finally have our ceremony binding you and your mate to the pack, Doug said with a small smile on his face. Will the Nova Pack be fine with combining with the Chance Pack? I asked and watched as his eyes lit up. The pack will follow and merge with you. This is the will of the pack. He lifted his hands up as an affirmative yell was heard from everyone. He then looked over at Sion. Just like when the Alpha title passed over to you, you will both feel the merger of the pack. You understand how intense this can be and may wish to prepare Clover for it. Can't you just say, here is the pack? Odell asked with minor annoyance. I am not asking them to move into a house. They will be taking on the pack itself. There is a leadership bond that must be formed. Uniting them as their leader, we are all part of the roots, and they will be the trunk of the tree. So Doug started to explain, but Odell waved him off. Whatever, she said and shook her head. Give me a couple hours to have everything prepared. Doug nodded to me and then turned and began delegating orders. So, What will this mean for Doug and Nadine? Kai asked as he walked up behind us. They will fall in line with whatever roles given to them. You both still have openings for deltas, Demetri said, tilting his head to the side with his brows raised. We will see how things look in the future, Sion said as I watched his eyes travel to Connor and Sheya. They both were still back near the table, lost in each other's gaze. Excuse us for a moment. Demetri, we will need a quiet space so I can prepare her for the ceremony. I watched as Demetri nodded his head, and then Sion pulled me away. He gently led me towards Connor and Sheya. His eyes were taking in the scene, and then he was looking at Connor. As we approached, I noticed Connor stiffened and straightened up. Connor, I watched as Sion stared at his cousin, and then he looked over at Sheya. We can't have any issues with the Diamond Pack, so this can't be something that will end badly. Never. I don't plan to mislead her. Connor's eyes flashed to Sheya and then back to Sion. I watched as Sheya stepped into his side. Placing a reassuring hand on his arm, he smiled and then looked down at Sheya. You feel something between us too, don't you? I watched as Gia's eyes widened. Her body looked tensed as her face began to stain the color red. Then she slowly nodded her head. I don't understand it, though. You aren't my fated mate, but... Sheya began, but Connor pulled her closer into his side. There are many different types of mates in this world, Sheya. Some fated and some chosen. Some are even bound together through magic and powers, ordained mates. There are also the rare soulmates and true mates, but even then, it isn't limited to that. I watched Sion study Connor, and then his lips parted slightly. Are you saying? I don't know yet, but I think she may be my kismet. A what's met? I didn't know what this meant, but Sion seemed very intrigued. He also looked shocked. What exactly was this? What is a kismet? Sheya asked, and I was glad I wasn't the only one who didn't know what this was. It is an uncommon mate bond that forms through your compatibility. You can force one into existence. You can't choose it, just like a fated mate. It is when a mate bond forms by your souls recognizing their counterpart in another. A chosen mate is a mate you choose. A kismet mate is a mate your soul chooses. It is a deep connection that once formed is unbreakable. Sion said, and I watched as Gia's face scrunched in confusion. Isn't that a soulmate bond then? She asked, and Sion shook his head. No. A soulmate bond is extremely rare. Those are bonds of the soul that are already destined. Some even claim they are mates whose souls reincarnated but refuse to only recognize the same soul as their mate. A kismet mate is your soul choosing their mate. It happens over time, and it isn't immediate. Sion pulled me closer, and his fingers brushed over my arm gently. How do we know if that's what this is? Sheya asked, and I watched as a sweet smile reached Connor's lips. You'll hear it. If a mate bond forms through kismet, we will hear it. My beast will claim it, and so will yours. Lycans have true mates out there, right? I asked, and Connor looked at me nodding his head. They do, just as those who take chosen mates have fated mates out there. I watched as he looked down at Sheya. I would be a fool to deny what I have right in front of me. A kismet mate or not, He stared at Sheya with a small smile. When your father came for you, I didn't want you to go. I was desperate. My mind was flipping through every scenario of how I could keep you with me. I don't know why, but I don't care why. I just want to be around you more, and I want to know everything about you. I didn't want to leave you either. I didn't realize it until I saw my uncle and father. I knew they had come for me, and I instantly made the decision not to leave. I don't want to walk away from whatever this is. I have never felt anything like this before. And I'm curious about this feeling. I don't know why I am drawn to you, but I am. I just want time to explore whatever this is. I watched as Sheya shook her head slightly and smiled. I'm not saying anything concrete. I'm just saying She stopped as if she was searching for the words she wanted to say. You don't want to miss out on something great, Connor said, and I watched as Sheya smiled up at him. I think a blind man could see the connection between them. Whatever the reason, it really didn't matter. If you feel that strongly about someone, that should be enough. Well, Sheya, Connor is strong and confident, though. I think he will be the overly protective type, I said, reminding her of our conversation from in the cave. Those were qualities she wanted in a mate. Honestly, I think her and Connor were a good fit. As a bonus, that would mean I would get to see Sheya all the time. She would join with Connor since he was Sion's beta. This could be a really good thing to help with relations with the Diamond Pack. I understand Sion's concerns before. They didn't need anything else causing a rift with the Lycan princess. How long does it take for a kismet mate bond to form? And how do you guys know about this? I asked as Sion chuckled. This is ancient knowledge that most werewolves have lost over time. Lycans pride themselves in their knowledge, and it has been passed down to us from each generation. Drilled into us, you mean? Connor added as Sion nodded his head with a laugh. We may have lost our Lycan form for a while, but the pride remained. This knowledge is part of our heritage. It was what everyone clung to. Sion's hand brushed up my side, and his fingers brushed over my cheek. If it is a kismet bond, it will depend on the bond. It can be anywhere from hours, days, weeks, or even months. Those bonds form differently. If a bond is there, then it is there. I watched as Connor looked at Sheya again as he searched her eyes. This doesn't depend on that. All I want right now is to be near Sheya. I just want to be near you too. Sheya admitted with surprising boldness. Just make sure you don't cause any unnecessary wedges for us with the Diamond Pack. Sion said with a wink as his hand put pressure on my side. I need to prepare Clover for the ceremony. Link me if there is anything of vital importance if you aren't too busy. I watched as a sly grin reached Sion's lips as he guided me away. I think those two would be good together, I said and watched as Sion nodded his head slowly. That's up to them to decide. Is there a lot of mental strain for the ceremony? What was it like when you became the alpha? I watched as his lips curled down as his eyebrows knitted together. I had been preparing for it for years. It is almost like your mind feels fuller. You can feel everyone's connection inside of you. You will be able to mind link with anyone as long as they are within range. A part of their connection is felt inside of you, but it isn't like you are constantly aware of it. Usually, you only know someone is missing when you try to reach out to them and can't. At first, however, it can feel overwhelming. There is a lot of pressure that you have to breathe through and accept. He looked ahead at Demetri, who walked over to us. 3 houses down from here is a vacant house. You can take Clover there where it will be quiet. It will still be a couple hours until all the preparations are ready. Demetri looked at me and smiled. This is a special event, and the pack wants it to be done right. Thank you, Demetri. We are not to be disturbed. This is vital to make sure she is ready. I watched as Demetri nodded his head. Understood. We will let you know when we are ready. Sion guided me out the door, and we were greeted with the cool night air. The air was fresh and welcomed into my lungs. The grass was slightly damp from dew as it brushed against my feet. We walked past a couple houses, and then we arrived at the 3rd house. It was a gray house with white shutters. There was a white porch that covered the front of the 2-story house. Is this it? I asked, and Sion nodded his head. Yes, you can tell from the scent no one lives here. It is just a guest home. We walked up the stairs and entered into the house. There was a wooden hallway that stretched in front of us. Off to the side were brown carpeted stairs with a white railing that led to the 2nd floor. To the other side looked to be a living room. It had a light tan leather couch and a flat-screen television over a fireplace mantel. The place looked quite cozy and had a comfortable atmosphere. Sion interlaced his fingers with mine and then pulled me up the stairs. I looked around curiously as I took in the layout of the home. On the 2nd floor, there were 3 white doors and another long hallway. He led me down this hallway, and I looked up at him curiously. Did he even have any idea where we were going? We have never been in this house before, or was he just checking the house out to make sure it was empty? Finally, at the end of this hall, there was another door. He opened the door, pulling me in behind him. It was a large bedroom with a king-size canopy bed with beige curtains. There were 2 large windows against the wall that streamed moonlight into the dark room. Another door was opened slightly, and I could make out that it was a bathroom. I'm going to prepare in here? I asked and looked up at the hungry eyes looking down at me. I felt my body shudder in response to his lustful eyes as he stepped into me. Yes, I'm going to completely prepare your body. His head dropped down to mine, and I felt his hot breath searing my lips. I think it is best to start with the Alpha and Luna becoming one for the pack. I breathed in his sweet breath as I felt my heart racing in response. We have both fully merged with ourselves as individuals. Now we need to do it as a mated couple. Clover. I felt his fingers trembling as they climbed up my sides. Is it okay if I don't hold back? I smiled and let my tongue trace the bottom of his lip. Only if it's okay if I don't hold back. With a growl, his lips smashed against mine, and pure fire ignited between us. Sion and I had cleaned up again and were now back in clothes. Sion said it was going to be hard enough to resist temptation that we had to leave the bedroom. I really hope they planned to have the linens laundered. His arm came around the small of my back as he escorted me down the stairs. Things felt perfect between us. Not only were we connected with our powers, but we were more linked together as a couple. Sion was my everything, and the future was something to look forward to. Clover, Sion said as he pulled me down on the couch next to him. The ceremony will be just fine. It is more about being mentally ready to lead the pack. You are a natural. I have felt it since the first time I met you. You'll be fine. What we need to prepare for is the next steps. They will expect for us to give them a plan. This is why we really needed this time. And here I thought you wanted to have S3x with me. The corners of my lips twitched up as he chuckled, planting a kiss on my neck. I've been caught. I won't deny my main motivation. Sion caressed my thigh with his hand. However, don't you feel much more at ease now? Perfect for being ready for the ceremony. I shrugged my shoulders and looked in front of me. I don't know. I would have been just as happy with some ice cream. I teased him and felt his fingers wiggle on my skin. Is that right? He laughed as he began to tickle my squirming body. Stop. I tried to squirm out of his reach, but I started giggling uncontrollably. Sion, stop. I turned around in his grasp and kissed him. He pulled me closer to him and held me flush against his body. Tell me my lips taste better than ice cream. I smiled against his lips, breathing in his sweet breath. Much better. My lips brushed against his as I said it. He chuckled and tensed his body in a way that I could tell he was holding back. What is the matter? I playfully situated my legs around his torso. No. He laughed as he buried his face into my neck. We gotta hold out until after the ceremony. He raised his head and met my eyes. We don't have time to do it again. Not enough time for my liking. I don't want it over fast. He finished with a wicked grin as he brought his forehead down to mine. I wasn't sure if he was trying to get across a point or if he was trying to torture me. However, I knew how to torture him as well. You think that is possible, my love? You don't want to pleasure my body again? I whispered before I bit his bottom lip, then kissing him. Sion moaned softly as his fingers gripped me. I think we should just stop before we can't, he whispered back. I'm serious. I don't have a lot of willpower. I'm ready to just pick you up and carry you back to the bedroom. Screw the ceremony. It will have to wait another day. Yeah, this was a dangerous game to play. I eased myself off his lap to stand in front of him. Now you are too far, he growled, placing his hands on my waist. I giggled and shook my head. This was nice. For a moment, it didn't feel like we had a burden on our shoulders. It was a glimpse of what our reality would be like in the future. It was bittersweet. I hated we couldn't have it now, but we would. We were almost there, and finally, Sion and I were ready for the battle ahead. What are our plans for the chance pack? I was thinking that we would arrive at the pack like normal. Since you're the alpha, they will be expecting you to return anyways, and I started to say, but watched as Sion shook his head. I want to take a look around the pack first. I can stand in the in-between and have a good look. I can gather anything that will be useful to us. Maybe even find out more of Dr. Snyder's plan. I think part of that sounds okay, but I don't want you digging deeper into that wannabe doctor. If the Nycrops is anywhere near, she may be able to see you. I don't want her to catch you all alone. She has an army at her disposal. I looked at Sion and could see that he wasn't changing his mind. Sion, I am serious. Clover, this is information we can't just get on our own. This is a necessary risk. His eyes pleaded with mine as I pursed my lips together. Then let me at least come with you. He chuckled and shook his head. You are impossible, aren't you? I won't lose you again, Sion. I won't live without you. And if they capture you, it would be as a trap to get to me. I'm telling you right now that I don't care if it is a trap. I would come for you anyways. I listened as he growled and scowled. You would walk into a cage willingly? I wouldn't just skip in there with my pillow and sleeping bag. I would come to save you, regardless of the risks. I watched as he opened his mouth and I pressed my finger on his lips. My point is that I might as well be with you. At least with the two of us together, we won't get separated. I watched as he dropped his head with a sigh. You won't lose me again. He stood up and wrapped his arms around me. I felt his lips brush over my head as he held me close. He groaned and I felt him squeeze my body tighter against him. Fine, I'll take you with me. I knew you were smart. I teased and felt his chest rumble under my hands. Just then, a knock was heard at the door. I looked up at Sion and he curled me against his side as we walked to the door. He opened the door to see Nadine standing there. Are you ready, Luna? She asked, and I smiled, nodding my head. I am ready. I watched as she fidgeted slightly and then held her hand towards me in a fist. I stared at it and she nodded her head to me. I reached my hand out and something cold dropped in my hand. I lifted the silver chain up to examine the round, circular object looped through it. This was your father's ring, Nadine said in a quiet voice. We have saved it for you. I felt a lump form in my throat as I spun the silver ring in my hand. It had a wolf on the ring that looked to be growling. I moved my fingers over it and then brought it close. This was my father's ring, something that belonged to my parents. I don't know why I was getting choked up all of a sudden, but I was. I could feel my nose burning as my eyes watered up. I never knew them. I would never know them. They were gone. I have no memory at all since I was just a baby. This ring was all I would have of them, and that hurt. I never realized I had this pain inside of me until just now. Thank you, I whispered out as Sion's arms wrapped around me, pulling my back into his chest. How did I miss someone that I never met? How did it hurt so much losing people you never knew? I pulled the chain over my head and patted the ring against my chest. I swallowed down the lump and forced a smile over my lips. I guess we are all set then, I said, trying to sound cheerful. Go on ahead, Nadine. We will meet you there, Sion said as Nadine smiled and walked away. Sion spun me around and tilted my chin up with a frown. I'm sorry. I wish you could have known your parents. It's the one hole in your heart I can't fill completely. I smiled and shook my head, swatting away the dampness from my eyes. I'm okay. I wish I had a memory of them. I wish I had some memory in my mind of them. I'll never know them, and I guess now that I know I wasn't abandoned, now that I know what happened, it just really sucks. I looked up at him and could see the pain in his eyes. Pain because of my pain. I might not have my parents, but I had Sion. I reached up and cupped his cheek. You can fill this hole, Sion. You can fill it with your love and a family of our own. He kissed the palm of my hand, and a faint smile reached his lips. I'll give you all the love in the world, Clover. Just so you know, it is okay to still miss them. It is okay to be sad that you didn't get to know them. I'll always be sad my parents are gone and that they never got to meet you, but we will live for them and have the life they would want for us. I love you. He leaned down and left the lightest, sweetest kiss against my lips. I love you, Sion. I took a deep breath and smiled. Let's claim our pack. The night air was cool, and the wind tousled through the trees as we walked towards a large fire that was lit right in the middle of the small town. Everyone was gathered, and their eyes were on me as we got closer. Doug was standing in front of the fire, and next to him was Demetri and Nadine. Luna, Clover, and Alpha Sion. Doug nodded his head respectfully. The Nova Pack does things a bit differently than a normal pack. This ceremony will officially bind the pack to the two of you. You will become the immediate heads of the pack. Where you lead, we will all follow. On behalf of the Nova Pack, we swear our allegiance to you. We submit ourselves to your will and vow to protect you both. We swear to be faithful and bear true allegiance to Luna, Clover, and Alpha Sion, their heirs and successors, from now until the ends of time. So, say we all, so say the will of the pack. Doug's voice was drowned out at the end by the pack raising their voices loudly in affirmation. Demetri stepped forward, holding a circular golden globe that seemed to shine. Each member of the pack has placed their oath on this sphere, all swearing their allegiance and acceptance to their new Luna and Alpha. Both of you place your right hand upon the sphere. I looked up at Sion, who looked at the globe with interest. It seemed like this was something new to him as well. We both slowly placed our hands on the metal object to find that it was surprisingly warm. The moment our hands landed on it, it glowed around our hands. Luna, Clover, and Alpha Sion, do you both claim this pack as your own? Do you promise to nurture the pack and protect it from all enemies? Demetri paused and looked at us. I do. I do, we both said in unison. The moment the words came from out of our lips, the glow spread up our arms in a golden flash. My mind became full, and a warm glow formed in my chest. With it, I could feel each and every member of the pack. It was as if I knew them all inside of me. I recognized each different life force. Nova Pack, Demetri roared out. Greet your Alpha and Luna. All voices erupted into the night sky as their beast cried out happily. They all enthusiastically were welcoming us, Sion as their Alpha and me as their Luna. I smiled and looked up at Sion happily. His eyes were on me, and I could see the love that was radiating in his eyes. I leaned in his side as he cradled me against his body. Suddenly, his arm became tense and his body rigid. The smile on his lips quickly faded as I saw his serious face. His brows were pinched together, and a scowl rested on his lips. A strong breeze ripped through the air, and with it a familiar scent. I felt my body tense as a low growl escaped through Sion's curled-up lips. Silence blanketed the pack as they all watched us. They were on alert to see their new Alpha acting aggressively. Noses were in the air as they tried to find the threat. Joey ran up to me with wide, wild eyes. You smell it? Why is she here? I shook my head, but there was no denying Taylor's scent, but she wasn't alone. I got a whiff of Hazel's scent, too. They were traveling together and were not far from us. Why were they coming this way? Unless, could they have been working with Darcia? I asked as I tried to think. Darcia was a half-demon living in this pack. She was here as an Omega, but that was just her cover. Hazel was working with Taylor, and she was an Omega in the Sulfur Pack. Honestly, it was the perfect cover for them. No one would give an Omega a second glance. Omegas are weak and are not a threat. You are at times invisible as an Omega, which would mean you could get away with a lot. You were unnoticed. Hazel could have left the pack every night and no one would have known. This would be a great way to relay information. The thing is that usually even Omegas were loyal to their leaders. Was there more to it? Or was their ranking just a coincidence? I was digging up more questions than answers. If I wanted to know the truth, we needed to ask the source. Darcia is a demon, right? Connor finally said, with his arm gently resting behind Gia's back. He looked up at Sion, and I watched his brows knit together. Do we know what kind of demon? Where's that little paramecium that has been hanging about us? He glanced around, and I did as well. I didn't see Stilts, but that didn't mean he wasn't around. What are you thinking, Connor? Kai asked. I'm just saying, could this demon be our fire demon? Is it possible for a half-demon to be that strong? Sion and I looked at each other with wide eyes. Could Darcia be the one behind killing the innocent girl? Not just her, though. Sion's parents and some pack members, Kai's mate, they were all killed by a fire demon. If there was a chance that Darcia was the same fire demon, then she was incredibly strong. However, we were getting ahead of ourselves. We didn't even know if she was a fire demon. I looked around trying to find Stilts, but he still hadn't shown himself. Maybe he went to investigate. What do you want to do? Logan asked. Sion and I were staring at each other. He was studying my face as he mulled over his thoughts. We have to find out what they are doing out here, I said as Sion pursed his lips together. It could be a trap. They have been preparing and maybe they are trying to lure you to them. He started to say, but I quickly cut him off. He wasn't about to tell me to stay here where it was safe if that was his angle. I am not going to sit here while... I started to say when Sion began to chuckle. He pulled me against his chest and his lips pressed on my head. My Luna. He pulled away from me with a sweet smile on his face. I was suggesting, instead of risking our pack, that you and I go. We will investigate this situation together. We will travel in the in-between. He bent his head down so that his nose brushed over my forehead. I mean, I would love for you to stay here where I know you are safe, but there is no way you'd wait quietly for me here if I asked, right? I smiled and tilted my head up to him. How about you wait quietly here while I check it out? I flashed him a bright smile as his chest rumbled with a nod. We are stronger together. Honestly, I would also feel anxious leaving you behind. What if that is the intention, and because of that, we should order the pack to be prepared for battle? I nodded my head to Sion, and he tenderly kissed my forehead. He hugged me against his chest, and I could feel the tension in his arms. All he wanted was for me to be safe, but at the same time, he wasn't going to fight about it. Not that he could force the issue anyways, but I appreciated this attitude. He was right, we were stronger together. I don't like you two going alone. Demetri pursed his lips together and I smiled at him. We will be in the in-between, so we shouldn't be detected by most. It is better than risking the whole pack. We need to know what is going on. We need answers. Have the pack ready for battle, just in case. I watched as he nodded his head but could still see the anxiousness in his eyes. How long until we should come after you? Connor asked, looking at Sion, who shook his head. If we don't return, you are not to come for us. You are to prepare the pack and stay here. Be ready for war, but do not move from here. Contact the Diamond Pack for help. Sion looked at me and I nodded my head in agreement. If we don't return, they should go to the Diamond Pack for help. They were the royal pack, and the Lycan princess would be their best hope. Luna, Alpha, Doug said, and I watched as he glanced around, and I nodded my head in understanding. He was right. We should address the pack and ease their concerns. I was still a bit unfamiliar with this sort of thing. I looked up to Sion, who smiled, nodding his head. It was so nice having someone who understood you like that. With just a look, he knew what I wanted. I love him so much. I don't know what I would ever do without him. Nova Pack. Your Luna and I will be going to investigate a possible threat to the pack. We want everyone to remain here and on high alert. We shouldn't be long, and we leave our officers and the former officers in charge. This is just a precaution, but the pack's safety is our #1 concern. Parents, you can take your children to bed and rest soundly, knowing the pack is being protected. Everyone else, you are to take your battle roles. Direct your needs and concerns to any of the officers. We shouldn't be long. The pack began to move after that, each going to their posts or positions for defense. I was happy to see that this was a routine they practiced. It was important when there was an emergency that everyone knew what to do, and luckily they did. Ready, my love? Sion asked. I looked at our officers and gave them an encouraging smile. I better not come back to find any of you slacking. I teased to lighten up the mood. Sion pulled me into his chest and the air suddenly shifted. It became a bit colder and the colors began to fade. I could see everyone, but they were not as bright and warm-colored as before. I watched as they looked around. They are gone, Joey said, with his mate at his side. I still hadn't gotten a chance to talk to her, but as long as she made him happy, that was all I cared about. They should be fine. I can't even sense them. Odell said, trying to reassure Kai, or maybe she was saying it out loud for herself. It is this way, Sion said, redirecting my attention to him. I looked up at him as he lifted his nose in the air. You can smell them? Oddly enough, I couldn't anymore. Yes, but I have already died once, remember? I think that connects me more with this realm. Sion laced his fingers with mine, and then we began to walk. I glanced back once to see our officers were no longer standing there, and had also taken on tasks of their own. I'm glad the pack seems to have been run well, I said, and watched Sion nod his head. Yes, me too. We walked in silence. Sion would periodically test the air with his nose as we headed further away. The pack was well out of sight, and we were somewhere deep in the woods. Sion stopped and turned to me. He wrapped his arms around me and held me flush against his chest. I love you, Clover. I love you too, Sion. I inhaled his heady scent and let the tingles embrace me. It goes against every fiber of my being to lead you towards potential danger. I listened to his quiet voice and smiled in his chest. Same goes for me. He leaned his head down and buried his nose in my hair, taking gentle whiffs of my scent. We will get the information we need and then get out. We don't need to overstay. I don't want to risk anything. Sion's breath tickled my head as I nodded. I agree. I lifted my head up to look at him. Everything will be fine, Sion. The two of us together are strong. In the worst case scenario, we can fight. Worst case scenario is what I am afraid of, because even the strong can be killed and captured. The Alpha King isn't in his own pack right now. He is strong, but knows there are still dangers. The same goes for us. We might be strong, but that also puts a target on our backs. He sighed, and his hazel eyes gazed into mine. You are everything to me. Without you, there is no point in this life or any life. If I die, I'll just meet you in the spirit realm early. I teased and smiled up at him. Sion, I have a life worth fighting for. I have a future I want, a future family with the love of my life beside me. His lips covered mine feverishly. His hot tongue plunged in my mouth as his hands held my face captive. Pure passion and love. This is what he gave me. Always. I can't believe in the beginning I was afraid to get close to him. He was the answer to every prayer I ever had. It was hard to believe that I was given someone who became my happiness. I live for him. I breathe for him. My Sion. He pulled away and kissed the tip of my nose, then leaned his nose against mine. Life with you is the greatest reward I could have ever asked for. I cursed the world when I lost my parents, but having you, he stared into my eyes and smiled. You are perfect, Clover. Suddenly, he lifted his head up abruptly. He gazed out in the darkness as I did as well. Was it a spirit or was it Taylor and Hazel? We were in the in-between, so it could be anything. I just love it when things go according to plan, a voice hissed. I desperately turned my head trying to locate the sound. Then through the darkness, I could see someone coming into view. A woman with long, gray, straggly hair spilled over the dark cape she was wearing. She had dull, lifeless skin with dark orbs for eyes. Shockingly, these orbs were staring right at us. Oh gods, I know where I saw this woman before. She was the woman from my vision, and she could see us. This woman was the Nycrops, Meryl. Note, buckle up and brace yourself for impact. Join JM Snapper Society for when to expect the next update. It will be pinned in featured posts. Meryl stood there calmly as her soulless eyes were directed at us. Sion held me tight as he defiantly stood in front of her. There was an eerie calm about her, as if this had all been calculated and planned. As if meeting us here was always the plan. But how? Maybe she intended to meet just me? However, it wasn't just me. Her cold, ruthless eyes seemed greedy and ready to swallow us into their dark. Her head tilted slightly as the corner of her lips curled up. I felt an instant chill rush up my back. I knew we were standing in front of pure evil. You do not belong in this world, Sion growled as black wisps of energy emanated from his body. She tilted her head to the other side as she held her position. She seemed to be enjoying herself. There are many creatures that shouldn't exist, but they do. She raised her bony finger to point at me. That one is the perfect example. With that, Sion let around a ferocious roar. The darkness around her eyes seemed to glow as her lips parted in a happy grin. His roar shook the ground, and it trembled below us. Or at least I thought it was his roar that did it. The tremors worsened, yet Meryl stood there unwavering. A cruel smile rested over her lips as the ground exploded around her. 2 large worms emerged out of the earth, directing their fury at the Nycrops. Right before they came in contact with her, they froze. I watched as Meryl's bony fingers wiggled about, and I heard 2 high-pitched screams from the worms. It was agonizing, knowing they were in pain. A moment later, they combusted into nothing, not even dust remained. The Nycrops let out a raspy chuckle and shook her head. A young Anubis, formidable but not yet pup. Meryl rasped out as she glared at me. Or at least I think she was looking at me. It was hard to tell with her eyes full of the abyss. I can't believe that you have been kept a secret from me. I mean, I suspected, but didn't know. You don't even realize. She sighed, shaking her head. So much preparations and planning, all for nothing. No matter how clever you are or how much you see, it doesn't matter. The board has already been set and the pieces are falling right into place. What was she rambling on about? I had no idea. It seemed like she was gloating, but wasn't it too early for this? She had no idea of the strength of Sion, and I combined. Like hell, she had already won. JM snap, all rights reserved. It was all a waste of time. No matter. You have finally been found and within my grasp. The woman's dark eyes gleamed at me as her lips curled up in a wicked smile. You, after all, walked into my trap willingly. All you needed was a familiar scent to lure you out. I inhaled sharply and narrowed my eyes at her. She was talking about Taylor and Hazel. Are they working for you? I listened as her raspy voice cackled. Disposable pawns, idiotic wolf packs, they have been periodically replacing omegas with demons for years now. They are barely even wolves once the demon changelings take effect. They are just a vessel, a host for our demons. And with such a weak wolf, arrogant mutts suspect nothing. Of course, there is a problematic pack we haven't been able to infiltrate, but no bother. I've left them with the ultimate little bundle of joy. Her grin widened as she appeared to be thinking about whatever it was. I had to do this since they have the nullifying scales now. A minor bump in the road, just a minor one. It doesn't matter. What is going to happen will happen, and the Moon Goddess's champions can't stop the destruction. She really liked to ramble and brag about the future. My thoughts were on Hazel and Taylor. Were they both demons then? Taylor wasn't an Omega. Was she a demon too, or did she hate me so much that she teamed up with Dr. Snyder? How did Dr. Snyder really fit into all of this? Breanna Snyder, I muttered, and Meryl lifted her head up to look at me, as if I snapped her out of the delusional vision in her mind, and she realized she was in reality now. She sneered at me and clicked her tongue. She is a child that was part of my living past, another abomination that at least tries to atone for her parents' sins, the product of a werewolf and a witch. She has been giving me the energy and essence to help enhance the Nembrant glass. In the end, it wasn't enough. I thought I was going to need, well, you, she said as she stared at me. But it turns out I was able to tap into a greater source. However, you are a dangerous existence to have around, a strange power that needs to be controlled. It is best to keep you at my side. Like hell, I'd let you touch my mate. Sion growled as Meryl stared at him blankly. This match is already over, Meryl said with little interest. I am not done with you. Sion's voice was clear and commanding as he held me at his side. You are the living dead. No matter what you are still a decaying corpse. I have been given command over the dead. As such, I can... A black cloud shot at us, and something sharp entered my eye. I winced and felt Sion stagger beside me as the Nycrops cackled loudly. You are right. As Anubis, this meeting would have been different. However, I was able to strike the first blow. This isn't the same Nembrant glass. She gloated as the pain stung my eye. Waves of searing heat sparked through me like lava, a nauseating, burning sensation that almost made me numb. It attacked me and my body responded to the foreign invasion. I reached up to cover my eye and could feel Sion stagger away from me. I could fight this. I saved stilts from the Nembrant glass in his eye, and I could do the same for Sion. I just had to get rid of the one inside of me first. It was trying to pull me into something cold and dark. An incredible evil was just waiting for me, but I wouldn't give in to it. I pushed out my energy angrily as I tried to disintegrate the shard in my eye. You are incredibly powerful, little Sheya. You can struggle all you want, but you can't fight off this Nembrant glass. Not now that it has been infused with the essence of a god, even a powerful Sheya like yourself. I shook my throbbing head as something tried to force its way into my mind. My energy lashed at it, halting it from going any farther, then slowly pushing it back. Interesting, I heard the grotesque creature mutter. Oh well, at least I'll claim one of you. No, Anubis, you foul, disgusting, pathetic excuse of a slug. Get out of the vessel, she screeched angrily. I blinked my eyes to see how Sion was doing. It hurt so bad to even open my eyes, but what I saw hurt more. Sion was on his knees in pain with his hands on his head. He glanced over at me as his one eye flickered red. His shaky hand reached out to me as his bottom lip quivered. I fell down to my knees next to him and grabbed his hand. Keep fighting it, Sion. I can help us. Believe in me and keep fighting. His hand was trembling in mine. I love you, Sion. Just hold on. His eye was flashing back and forth as he stared back at me. Only you. I'll only love you forever. I didn't like this. I could hear the defeat in his voice. Sion, I pleaded as liquid iron poured in my eye. I had to focus for him, though. He needed me right now. His lips shakily kissed my hand, then he ripped it away and held his head. His eye flickered again, and he grunted in agony. He lifted up his head to the sky and roared loudly. I went to reach for him again, but he shot a dark cloud towards me. "My love, I'm sorry." He gasped out as if it took every ounce of his strength to speak. "Live and be safe." He muttered with such a sorrowful look in his eyes as something dark began to swallow me up. The last thing I saw was stilts appearing between Meryl and Sion. A blast of power came out of his cane towards Meryl. My eyes were focused on Sion and his eye that now glowed red. Then darkness. I was falling through the worlds. I was fighting off whatever was trying to capture me. This speck inside of me radiated with a foreign poison, but it wasn't going to take me. With Sion's face ingrained in my mind, I was ready to explode. I screamed in the dark, forcing a wave of energy through me. Ribbons of power spun around me and swirled in the air. Then a strange sensation burst in my eye. It was gone. The maddening pain, the waves of control that tried to swallow me. I had won. I was kneeling on the cold, hard ground, and I was finally able to look around to see where I was. I blinked as I tried to control my breathing. The dark gray world was a dead giveaway that I was in the spirit realm. Sion had used his energy to send me here, trying to protect me. I had to get back to him. "Damn, knit Sion, how could you send me away from your side?" I had to be there to help him. With a shaky leg, I lifted myself to my feet. I needed to help Sion. And stilts, how did he get to the in-between? He could die standing against Meryl. "Wait," a familiar woman's voice said. I turned my head to see Sheya and Reapus standing not far from me. Sheya was looking at me with concerned eyes, while Reapus looked beyond livid. "You are in no condition to go back yet," Sheya said as they walked up in front of me. "Sion," I began to say, and Reapus growled angrily. His arms trembled with a deadly rage as he gritted his teeth. "We know. I am not happy about this. I am ready to break these demon rules. It's not like the demons are playing by them." Reapus scowled as Sheya placed her hand on his arm. "Only this time they are. They learned to not directly interfere, and that is what is happening now. We can't do anything for Sion. We will see about that." His voice spat out bitterly as Sheya shook her head. "You can't, or everything will be ruined. You have to let him go." I heard Sheya's voice, and I shook my head trying to make sense of it. "What do you mean?" My voice trembled as the breath of air barely came to me. Her pained eyes moved to me, and she frowned. I felt like my world was beginning to crack. I didn't like this look. It meant nothing good. "Sion has been lost. He is under Marcus's control now, the Demon King." "What?" The air wouldn't enter my lungs. There was a large ball in my throat, and I had no spit to swallow. I struggled with fast, narrow breaths as I shook my head. "I can help him. I will help him." It was a statement, but also a question. I looked at Sheya, who turned her face away from me, closing her eyes. "No, this isn't how it was supposed to be. I wouldn't believe it. No, I won't believe it. I'm going to bring him back." I stood up defiantly and clenched my fingers together. "Sion is gone. He is lost to us." Sheya said a bit more sternly, and I glared at her boldly. "A deity's soul is merged with the glass in Sion's eye. He isn't Sion anymore. He is Anubis. He is Wicker, not a god, not a demon. A scornful, vengeful soul has taken his body. That is not the man you love, only his body. Sion is lost." "He isn't lost to me. I will get him back. He is still inside, and I can get him back. I will risk my life to save him. To hell with this world. Without Sion, it isn't worth it. I'll risk it all." My voice choked out in painful sobs. "I will use every ounce of energy in my body to save him. I'll either succeed or die trying." "Are you willing to really pay this price?" Her voice was almost a scoff. "You have a piece of Sion. Will you chance losing it? Will you risk the life of your unborn child on a slim to nothing chance?" Sheya's words made me freeze. I was pregnant? Note: join JM Snappers Society for when to expect the next update. My hands came down to rest over my stomach as I looked down. I was pregnant with Sion's baby. The family we had talked about and wanted was already starting. A small smile spread over my lips, and I looked up at Sheya. I was determined and had an unwavering conviction. I would save Sion, and I would have my family. If this is true, then all the more reason for me to bring Sion back. I won't give up on my child's father. How could I ever face my child? I could see Shiva getting ready to interject. This is my life, my future, my family, and I am not going to give up on it. You are telling me it is impossible, but I am telling you that it is. I looked over at Reapus. I will bring Sion back. Whoever this Erebus person is, no matter how strong he can't have my mate. I won't let you leave. We can't risk something happening to the future you are carrying. Shiva sighed, but I folded my arms defiantly. You'll have to fight me then. I didn't care she was a deity. Nothing and no one would keep me from my mate. Child, you are no match for me. There is no way I am letting you. Let her go. An unknown voice said in the darkness. A warm yellow glow shined around us as a figure hid in the now blinding light. I don't think he wanted me to see who he was. But what about what Celine said? There is nothing that can be done to change the war that is coming. One of the world's protectors will become their fiercest enemy. There is only a shred of hope. The masculine voice said as his figure pointed to me. The Locke's and Faust's destinies will soon be forever intertwined. The shred of hope will come down to their descendants. This is their fate. This is their burden. If she dies, the future will lose their chance. Shiva looked at me as the faceless man hummed. No, even if she dies, she belongs to Reapus, and so does the soul of her unborn child. Oh? More favors? No offense. Actually, to hell with it. Lots of offense, but Endymion, you and Celine piss me off. You just go around commanding others as if you are our leaders. Reapus, Shiva hissed, and I could see the nervous glance in her eyes back to the other figure. No, seriously, don't forget what Celine did to us. It is her fault we spent so much time apart. No, that would be Shiva's fault for jumping to conclusions, technically. The voice, who I guess was Endymion, said, Endymion was the fairy deity which also made him my deity. The light continued to shine so that I couldn't see his face, but his demeanor looked relaxed, which wouldn't have happened if she didn't meddle. Everything she does changes the course in someone else's life for herself, for her visions. Hell, look what she did to the damn Locke family in order to get you back. What she continues to do with the war that is coming. Reapus seemed very irritated, but Endymion's calm voice cut him off instantly. Would you rather she did nothing? Let the demons win and consume this world. Let their sickness spread through all worlds. Give up on this world and turn a blind eye. Is this what you want? Of course not. You are right. She interferes, but for a reason. She does what she does because she can see the bigger picture. A burden you cannot even fathom having. What do you do, Reapus? You collect and guide what has already ended. She sees a future that is always changing. She is trying to help guide events without disturbing the balance completely. How dare you say her name with such disrespect? Careful, god of death. Be very careful. Endymion's voice was level, crisp, and clear. There was so much authority in his words that I could feel his confidence. I think he was upset with Reapus, but his tone never gave him away. Don't lecture me. You know nothing of my burden either. The pain and sorrow of every soul wanting to go back to their loved ones. You are right. I don't see the future, but don't dismiss my job. Don't dismiss any of the other gods. We all carry our own burdens. Maybe you are the one who should be careful, because some may take your attitude as elitism. There was no mistake in Reapus' tone. It was challenging and aggressive. Let's get back to the topic. What about Clover? Is it even possible? If Erebus has claimed him, Shiva said, and I listened as Endymion made a humming sound again. What does that mean? Reapus growled, and honestly, I was with him. I wasn't in the mood to play games. I was ready to get Sion back. You would think being in the black hole all that time would have humbled your ass, but you are still so arrogant. And the light around Endymion pulsated as I watched a slight smirk reach Reapus's lips. This was what he was going for. He was wanting to make this deity angry. Their issues were not mine. And right now, I only had one concern, and that was getting Sion back. I cleared my throat and felt the attention shift to me. I am still here, and I don't have time to stick around and watch you guys work out your issues. Sion needs me. Stilts could be dying right now. I stopped talking as the deity embodied with light stepped towards me. He reached out to me, and his hand stopped before touching me. The glow surrounding him began to fade until I could see the deity they called Endymion. His blue eyes were kind, and his blonde hair draped over his forehead. "May I?" he asked as he looked at my abdomen. I slightly nodded my head, unsure what he wanted, but I didn't feel like he meant any ill will towards me. When his hand touched my abdomen, I felt a gentle warmth from his touch. A smile spread across his face that soon became broader. "A son." He moved his hand back away from me as I looked down, placing my hands over my stomach. "You will have a very strong son." My eyes flipped up to him as the kind smile rested on his face. "If you are to have more children, only with Sion." I could see a smile resting on his face. "Why do I feel like you are stalling me?" His grin widened, and then he looked past me. I turned my head to see a man with fire-red hair with a young woman with light blonde hair and pale silver eyes. Who were these two people? In order to get to the spirit realm, they had to be more deities, I guess. This is Lycaon, the Lycan deity. The woman next to him is Diana, the Lycan princess. The Faust family and the Locke family must unite for the future. Endymion said, and I could see how Diana's body grew tense. "However, I need to tell you both a story." Visions began to play in my mind as his voice began to speak in it. JM Snap, all rights reserved. There were once two identical twin Lycans. One of them fell madly in love with the Lycan princess and begged to have her as his mate. The other brother fell in love with Eris, a cruel fallen deity. Sion overheard his brother and this woman plotting against the Lycan kingdom, and he took matters into his own hands. He would act like he was on their side so that he could stop their plan. However, Shane's jealousy got the better of him and he locked his brother in a tomb of silver. He then took on the role as Sion, stealing the royal scepter and destroying the Lycan kingdom. After he completed his mission, Eris abandoned him. Alone, he went back to free his brother. He explained what had happened and Sion went mad with grief. He was in so much pain that Shane injected him with an amnesia potion. He then took on the role of Sion and started calling his brother Shane. The fake Sion became an Omega wolf, abused and weak. Eris never did show herself to him again. And the real Sion was not forced to be an Omega, but became a powerful Alpha. Only the moon goddess knew the truth to who the real Shane and Sion were. The real Sion was given a fated mate by Selene and was given a blessed life. That was until Shane, overwhelmed with jealousy, confessed his sins to his brother. Once the story was heard, the real Sion remembered Diana and what had happened. He told his fated mate and children his very sad story. He told them to remember and to pass it down so that the truth would always be known. Sion couldn't forgive his brother for what he had done, so he asked his brother to meet him far away from the Pack territories. In a painful fight, he killed his brother and then himself. He couldn't allow his brother to live, but he couldn't bear killing him. Sion loved his fated mate, but Diana had captured his heart. When he remembered Diana, he felt as if he was cheating on her. He couldn't move on. So that night, both twin brothers died. Clover, Sion is the descendant of the real Sion, a good man who was betrayed by his brother. I watched as his eyes moved to Diana's. Her silver eyes were watered up as she stood there quietly. He didn't betray you, and now it is time to embrace his line. The next generation will need to unite, but this time, the choice is yours. Two queens of their own right will decide the fate of the world. This is your part to play, and this time, you two will make the decision. I looked up at Diana, whose silver eyes were staring straight back at me. I am pregnant with a son now, but my mate, he needs my help. I might not have any more children. A daughter, the Lycan princess said, and my brows knitted together. We will only accept this treaty if you have a daughter. She will be the one to join the Diamond Pack, and this will only happen if I have a son. Only if these conditions are met, so I guess that means you better get your mate back. I liked the way she was thinking. We would only unite if I had a daughter, which would only happen if I got Sion back. Do you agree to these terms? If you have a daughter and she has a son, you will betroth them? Endymion asked me with interest. I looked at him cautiously as I tried to think over the terms. I was checking to see if there was a catch there that I was missing. If I have a daughter with my mate, Sion, she will be engaged to the prince of the Diamond Pack, if they have one. I watched as his lips curled up and his blue eyes looked over at Diana. A vow. I want to hear a vow. Endymion said, and I watched as Diana also eyed him suspiciously. Isn't this something between the two of us? Why do you need the vow? She asked in a calm but icy tone. Power emanated in her words. She held herself upright and stared down the deity as if she were his superior. Wow, now that is a future queen. This agreement is bigger. It means a possible future. It is a glimmer of light in a dreadful dark. Your oath tells me that sentimental mothers don't change their minds later. Endymion stared at her, and I watched as she turned to me. This will only happen if I get Sion back. I know there is a war coming, but I can't see that far ahead. However, I know that if I have a daughter, the Diamond Pack would treasure her. If our children being together can help save the world. I started to say as Diana nodded her head, we owe the future generations this chance. She walked up to me with the red-headed man right behind her. She lifted out her hand and smiled. A binding agreement. For the children of tomorrow, I said, clasping her hand with mine. Our hands glowed for a moment until we released them. I have heard about the Chance Pack and their dilemma. I have sent warriors to the Nova Pack to assist you. If you need more help, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. The Lycan Prince should be returning soon. I watched as she stopped and pursed her lips together. I remembered that she has been separated from her mate. He went to Elysium while she stayed with the pack. I am sure she was anxious to see him again. Thank you, I said with a small smile. Right now, there really wasn't anything for anyone to do. It was all up to me, and that was including getting Sion back. I hope you are reunited with the prince soon. I'm sure it has been difficult being apart. She nodded her head and then looked up at the deity next to her. We are finished here, she said, and he placed his hand on her shoulder. A second later, they were gone. I took in a slow breath and turned to face Endymion. I am going after Sion, I said, and I watched as he shook his head. No, you won't be going after him. His icy blue gaze was locked on me as I narrowed my eyes at him. What game was he playing? Did he ever plan on letting me go? But he needed me to have a daughter, unless... My eyes widened as I took in a shaky breath. JM snap. All rights reserved. He lied. I am pregnant, but not with a son, but with a daughter. He never planned on letting me go to Sion. It was all a trap to make a deal with the Lycan princess. I squeezed my fingers together as the rage built up inside of me. The ground rumbled below me as my anger reached a new level. Pure fury was ready to erupt, and this Demen deity was my target. Note, curious when the next update will be? Join JM Snap, Snappers Society on Face. Want to know more about this spin-off? Read Dr. Luna, books 1-4. I felt my lips curl up angrily as raw burning rage boiled over. I wanted to lash out and cause pain, an emotion so strong that it threatens to consume your entire being. The anger was building up inside of me like rapids in a raging river. I felt like I was being forced to enter a door to a world without Sion. That wasn't going to happen. I wasn't the carpet for these deities to walk on. How dare he lie to me? I just found out I was pregnant and already my daughter is being promised to another. I did everything right. I may have made some mistakes, but hell, I have paid for them and then some. Why must I live without my mate? Why was it that everything in my life always ended up a Emin mess? Was this some curse because of the sins of my parents? What was it? Why was I being denied my mate? Why would my child have to grow up without their father? I wouldn't allow it. I had enough. I wanted to scream. My blood raced through my veins as wisps of energy swirled around me. I was unraveling. The fury was building like pressure in a volcano ready to erupt without thought of the consequences. Regardless of their reasonings, this was my life. I might fail, but at least I would try. In the wicked storm that was brewing inside of me, a serene calm suddenly came over me. It allowed me to think rationally. I wasn't a mindless creature of bitter rage, no better than a vengeful spirit. If I went down this path, I was going to lose myself. I couldn't lose my sanity. I needed to keep my wits so that I could succeed. I am better than a mindless monster. The spear of dark anger came close to capturing my heart. I could still feel the fiery tingles pricking my skin as I took in a slow, steadying breath. The pink ribbons inside of me burst out and vanished into the darkness, as if they were seeking to bring the light. The ribbons almost seemed to have a life or conscience of their own. Were they a reflection of my will? The energy is mine, but there was something different about the pink ribbons. Endymion. Reapus growled and was at my side. I felt his hand rest on my shoulder and squeeze it gently. Don't think you are immune from feeling another god's wrath. There is a limit, and you have reached it. I'm over this. I'm over all of it. Anubis is mine and Fu. Your balance. I'm bringing him back. I glanced up at Reapus, shocked, but also relieved. I felt like finally I had someone in my corner. My eyes then narrowed on Endymion to see his reaction. His eyes seemed calm and friendly. There was caring in his eyes, as if he was watching his child. A humming chuckle came from his lips as he smiled. Reapus, I can appreciate how much you care. However, remember what happens when you interfere with plans. Rogio isn't the only one who has clout with the deity council. Remember what happened to the Kraken? Your fate could be even worse than cursed to the ocean. Is that a threat? Reapus's voice dripped with a venomous tone, and I felt his fingers dig into me slightly. I've had enough of this from both of you. Shiva clicked her tongue and rubbed her forehead. This is why Selene usually handles these things. She is a bit more tasteful in her approach. Endymion, you can use your words. I know you were swallowed in darkness with no one to talk to, but communication would be nice. And for the record, I think it is that you can know what is going on while we all can't. I don't. I just do what my love tells me to do. The deity replied. His eyes were still watching me, as if he was assessing me. I know she has the best intentions. I don't have to know. I just listen and help where I can. I think you are a hypocrite, I said with more bite in my tone than I intended. I heard Reapus let out a stifled chuckle next to me as his hand left my shoulder. Endymion raised his eyes and his brows pinched together. Hypocrite? Elaborate. His voice was level and once again had almost no emotions. I couldn't tell what he was thinking. He was very good at hiding how he felt. You are telling me not to go after the man I love. However, I think that if something happened to the woman you love, you wouldn't give a MN about the consequences. You would do anything to get her back, wouldn't you? Even at the cost of ruining everything. Even if it destroyed the world, wouldn't you risk it all for her? I already knew the answer, but I wanted to hear him say it. Of course, he would. He was holding me to a different standard. I know I would. To hell with the world's balance. If Shiva needed my help, I'd send all the souls to hell in order to save her. The deity beside me said with no contrition in his tone. His lips were pursed together as he waited for Endymion to answer. Instead, I heard a small sound come from Shiva, and she turned her head away from us. You are such an idiot, she mumbled, not showing us her face, but I could tell she was happy to hear that response. I heard Reapus chuckle as he left my side to take her in his arms. Why would I care about anything else if you weren't by my side? I've been apart from you long enough. I won't do it again. I'm sure Endymion feels the same, don't you? You've been parted from Selene once before. Would you bear living without her again? Never. Endymion's voice cracked slightly, and when I looked at his eyes, I could see the pain. I will never be parted from her again. Exactly what I thought. I wanted to slap some sense into him. Was my love for Sion not good enough for them? Did they place themselves on a higher level? He should understand the reason I was willing to risk the world for Sion. My love didn't have any less value because I wasn't a deity. Then you understand, I said as Endymion looked at me again. You know the pain of being ripped away from someone you love and feeling this growing emptiness inside of your chest. When you think about not being with them again, you don't want to remember at all because the pain is all-consuming. I won't give up on him. You can never make me give up on him. I will save him, and then I'll save the chance pack. For once, I am going to have it all. I will have my pack and my family. I will see Sion hold our child in his arms. I won't accept anything less. Save the consolation prize for someone else. I stood there quietly as Endymion gave me a sad smile. You are looking at me as if I'm the bad guy here. Do you really think that we are that cruel? Do you think we would want to separate you from the man you love? We don't get pleasure from your pain. It hurts us. The sorrow in your heart, it hurts me. You are one of my creations. You especially have a big role to play. Your descendants will be one of the keys to having a future. JM Snap, all rights reserved. You lied to me. I spat out bitterly. You told me I was pregnant with a son. I didn't lie. You are pregnant with a son. I watched as a calm smile rested on his lips as he waited for me to continue. I will only have children with Sion. I furrowed my brows as I waited for him to speak. I felt my heart beating angrily against my chest as if it was declaring war on the god. If he expected me to have a child with someone else, it wouldn't happen. I'd cut my uterus out to make sure of it. Is she pregnant with twins? A boy and a girl? I heard Sheya ask, and my eyes widened as I glanced at Endymion. No, she is only carrying a son. He smiled at me as I shook my head, slowly trying to think what this meant. Then, I can go to Sion? I asked. No. His voice was calm and matter-of-fact sounding. Well, I am not asking. I am going to him. I watched as his lips curled up and his warm eyes met with mine. I don't need to ask. Honestly, this is going beyond manipulating things if you hold me against my will. I'm going to go and save Sion. It is too late for that. What do you mean? I felt a lump form in my throat. He wasn't beyond saving. I didn't want to hear anything like that. I could feel Sion. I was connected to him. My lips parted as a massive black cloud formed behind Endymion. I watched the dark mist as my heart raced. I felt him. I smelled him. But how? I stood there frozen as Sion stepped into view. By his side was an agitated Stilts. Gah, get me out of this stale place. It gives me the creeps. I told you to leave me be. Stilts grumbled as he poked his cane at Sion's foot. Sion's eyes were on me, his beautiful hazel eyes. I couldn't move. I could barely breathe. My eyes began to water as the tears began to fall freely, streaming down my face. Clover, I heard his voice, and he ran to me. I took a few staggering steps forward as he wrapped his arms around me. I grasped his body tightly as the sobs escaped from my throat. My Sion, he was here. They said deity had control. They wouldn't let me go to you, Sion. I hiccuped and buried my head in his chest. I felt him rest his cheek on top of my head as his hand ran over my back. It's okay. I'm okay. Sion cooed to me. I'll always make my way back to you, I promise. You sent me away from you. I'm so mad at you. I mumbled in his chest as I felt his lips brush over my head. I was so relieved. I was angry. I was all the emotions right now. I still couldn't believe that everything was okay. It was right. I had been inwardly preparing to go to war to save Sion, and here I never had to. What the hell was that about? Not that I am complaining, but this wasn't what was supposed to happen, right? I heard Reapus's voice as I sniffled quietly. Wasn't he supposed to wreak havoc on the world? JM snap. All rights reserved. I never said he was lost forever. Endymion's voice had a light tone in it. Now he was showing emotions. I moved my head slightly so that I could look at the deity. This will be a problem in the future. Anubis will take control of another, but he couldn't with Sion. Anubis fled as soon as he realized that Sion's soul was protected. A certain Sheya has laid claim to his soul already. Those Sheya creatures are more closely related to demons than fairies. Stilts snorted as I continued to cling to Sion. My insides were a mess from the extreme ups and downs. I didn't care about anything. I just wanted to hold Sion and never let him go. I felt him. His thoughts were erratic and irrational. It was brief, but it was a horrible experience. He couldn't completely take a hold of me, though, and the moment he realized it, his presence left me. Then pink energy from Clover crashed into me, destroying the glass. This was the moment Meryl fled, which was a good thing for her. Sion's voice soothed my soul. His tone vibrated against my body, and I breathed in his scent. What the fick, Endymion? Couldn't you have said Sion was fine from the beginning? You had me thinking he was the one everyone was going to have to fight. Sheya roared, sounding extremely pissed. I heard Reapus chuckle, and a smirk raised over Endymion's face. You are right. I have been in a black hole of darkness for so long. I guess I needed some entertainment. My main purpose here was the arrangement with the Sheya and the Lichen Princess. Now that it has been completed, I'll be on my way. Endymion said, and I felt Sion's body grow rigged. What deal with the Lichen Princess? Note, join my Fact 3 Brute group Jam Snap Snappers Society for when to expect the next update.